by truth.
We don't just report, we connect, thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English. When you buy from Blessed by Israel, you're not just shopping, you're standing with the families of Israel's heartland. Every bottle of delicious olive oil, handcrafted necklace, or jar of honey carries the spirit of Judea and Samaria. These, along with many more products, are the tastes, scents, and stories of the Promised Land, made by people rebuilding our biblical homeland every day. Shop now at blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL for 10% off on your first order. For more than 200 years, when Israel's most vulnerable needed help, Kolel Chabad was there. When families can't afford food, when seniors are alone, when children are struggling to survive, Kolel Chabad steps in with meals, essentials, and dignity. Right now, thousands of families across Israel are counting on that help, and you can make sure it reaches them. Your donation doesn't just give charity, it gives hope, it gives strength, it saves lives. Kolel Chabad, helping Israel one life at a time. Scan the QR code on your screen and give now.
And now Aish is strengthening Jewish identity and knowledge among young Jews, pushing back against rising anti-Semitism after Tucker Carlson's recent interview in Israel with U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee sparked debate over theological issues tied to Israel and Jewish law. We're now joined in studio by Rabbi Daniel Rowe of Aish to unpack those questions and the deeper meaning of the upcoming Jewish holiday of Purim. Thank you so much, Rabbi, for joining us.
Thank you, Sivan.
So, in a recent conversation, Tucker Carlson, who we just saw, raised the issue of the biblical borders described in Genesis, from the Euphrates to Egypt, asking whether believing the Bible requires supporting Israeli expansionism. Is there any real basis for that claim, and how does modern-day Israel relate to the concept of biblical borders?
Yeah, it's actually a very funny part of the interview. So, as were many, I mean, there's lots of ignorance. But I would say, first of all, the modern state of Israel is a secular state and has its boundaries by international law, treaties, and has been trying to negotiate some kind of peace with the Palestinians and with Arab neighbors for a long time, and has no territorial ambitions there. But even biblically, the Genesis chapter 15 is not the actual political borders of even ancient biblical Israel. They're given in the book of Numbers chapter 34, which is basically in those days was from roughly modern political Israel plus Yehuda v'Shamron, Judea and Samaria, West Bank, whatever you want to call it. That's it. The vision given to Abram in Genesis 15 is a vision understood to be like in the Messianic era when Israel's neighbors want to join with Israel together. But it's absolutely nothing about conquering other territory or some kind of expansion.
Mm-hmm. Now, with the holiday of Purim approaching, the theme of Amalek is once again front and center. And Carlson criticized Prime Minister Netanyahu for invoking Remember Amalek, suggesting it amounts to a call for genocide. Is that an accurate reading of the biblical text?
So that's really two different questions. One is what's the Bible saying, and two is what was Netanyahu saying.
Right.
So the biblical text, Amalek is like the most evil. It's like an ancient Nazi people, always trying to massacre Jews. Literally from when they came out of Egypt, all the way through the book of Judges for centuries, they're always massacring the Jewish people. And the Torah says you should wipe out the Zecher Amalek, the ideology of Amalek. But it doesn't have to even be done militarily. Maimonides says you can try peace, negotiations, get them to change their entire worldview. That's all legitimate. And after centuries of trying everything, the prophet Samuel says, now you've got to go to war. And he does use very strong language, men, women, children. But he says, go and attack Amalek. And there's an ambiguity. In the ancient world, if I say attack Rome or Babylon or Amalek, do I mean the whole empire, like a genocide? Or do we mean just the city? And it's actually clear from the Bible it's not the whole empire, because a few chapters later, they're all still around. Chapter 30, the book of Samuel, they're all there. Mm-hmm. And if you look, King Saul sends his army to Ir Amalek, the city. Now, cities in the ancient world varied in size, but archaeologically we know where the Amalek city could be. It's only 2 sites, and they're both citadels. They're very small. They're like royal fortresses. And the idea is like this. The people are sitting with their like Nazi ideology so long as the royal family is intact. And he's saying out of desperation, let's try and wipe out the royal family, including children, so they won't wait for them to grow up, and they'll be able to change their ideology. So it probably is not even genocidal in the Bible. But leave that aside. Netanyahu's speech. He never mentions the book of Samuel. This speech is October 28th, I think it was, 2023. It's still online on the government website. Everybody, Carlson or anyone, could read the speech. It was just before ground troops entered Gaza. And Netanyahu says, we have 2 goals. Dismantle Hamas's ability to run the place politically or militarily threaten us. And number 2, get the hostages back. And then he talks about the memorial of the atrocity that had happened on October 7th and quotes the biblical verse, remember what Amalek did, which Jews always say after every massacre, nothing to do with anything about genocide. And he even says a paragraph and a half later, we're not going to damage any civilians. Civilians should move out of harm's way.
And finally, do you think that it's significant that these tensions with Iran that are currently taking place right now on the Jewish calendar, when so many years ago the Jews experienced a major victory in Persia, and that's really the story of Purim?
Yeah, I'm not one of those people blessed with prophecy, but it's hard to believe that it's completely coincidental. And Purim teaches us to stand proud for who we are, and that in the short run, evil can win, but in the long run, it will be defeated. And just like then, the political leadership of Persia wanted to annihilate the Jewish people, but it turned into one of a peaceful relationship, or the enemies were removed, so too may we see the evil be gone and peace reign between us, the Persian people, and the whole region.
Rabbi Rowe, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Caleb Ben David, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all the biggest headlines from across the region. It's currently 7 a.m. in New York City and a little after 2 p.m. here in Israel, and here's your roundup of the latest developments. In his State of the Union address last night to Congress, U.S. President Donald Trump said the U.S. wiped out Iran's nuclear program last year, but warned that Tehran is trying to start again. He vowed to never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror to obtain a nuclear weapon, saying Iran must clearly declare it will never seek the bomb. While saying he prefers diplomacy, Trump stressed he would not hesitate to use force. The speech came as U.S. warships and fighter jets remained deployed in the region and as top officials briefed Congress on Iran. Now, Trump also claimed credit for brokering a Gaza ceasefire and securing the return of the hostages, saying the war is now at a very low level. It's just about there. His message, peace where possible, but strength without compromise.
For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism, death, and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like 32,000 protesters. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue, starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
Meanwhile, 12 U.S. F-22 stealth fighter jets, among the most advanced aircraft in the world, landed in Israel as part of a broader American military buildup amid growing speculation over a possible strike on Iran. Now, the deployment is highly unusual. While Israel operates the F-35, the F-22 Raptor jet has never been sold abroad due to U.S. law. Its arrival here signals a serious escalation in American force posture. The fifth-generation F-22 is designed primarily for air superiority, but can also carry out ground strikes, electronic warfare, and intelligence missions. First used in combat in 2014 against ISIS targets, it gained global attention in 2023 when it shot down a Chinese surveillance balloon over the Atlantic Ocean. At the same time, the USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier is operating in the Eastern Mediterranean after passing Crete and is expected to join the USS Abraham Lincoln, which has been stationed in regional waters for weeks. Meanwhile, Iran is signaling a dual message, ready for nuclear talks tomorrow in Geneva, and a warning of regional consequences. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said a deal is within reach if diplomacy is prioritized, while insisting Iran will never develop a nuclear weapon. Other Iranian officials warned that a U.S. strike would be a real gamble and that any war would engulf the region. For now, though, the message from Washington is clear. Forces in place and all options remain on the table. Well, joining us now for more from the UK is Iranian activist Shada Rahabari. Shada, thank you for joining us on ILTV. First of all, let me just ask you, we're seeing the pictures coming out of Iran, these protests in universities, but the information is very limited. Based on what you're hearing or just what you know or assuming, what do you know about what the situation there in Iran is regarding these protests?
Thanks for having me. What is happening right now is clear anti-regime movement. After violent crackdowns and killings in the streets, students have returned to universities and are openly rejecting the Islamic Republic and terrorist Islamic regime in Iran. Major universities like Tehran University, Sharif University, and American University in Tehran, and the other universities, students are chanting against the regime, and in some campuses, Javid Shah has been heard. It means long live the Shah of Iran, and symbols of the terrorist Islamic regime have been removed. For example, students burned Islamic Republic flag and replaced it with the lion and sun flag. This is not just protest anymore. This is about ending the terrorist Islamic regime in Iran. Students are demanding end of this regime.
Now, we know, of course, tens of thousands were killed last month in the demonstrations. Tens of thousands more arrested, some even taken out of hospitals, in custody, in jails. Now, you were a prisoner of the Iranian regime during protests, I believe it was in 2022, in the women's movement. Maybe talk a little about your story, what you went through, to give us a sense of what some of those unfortunate people in Iran may be going through.
Yes, actually, I was part of a student movement when I was in Iran, and Mahsa Amini's movement, and Actually, I was expelled and tortured before forced to leave Iran, and yeah, because of my involvement in Masa Amini's movement, and we shaped the early protest at universities, especially Amikali University, one of the most universities in Tehran. And
Right.
yeah, and now the core of the protest right now is Iran's young generation as well, especially students at universities. They are nationalist, secular, and future-oriented, and many openly support Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi as a unifying national figure and possible path for a transition away from, religious rule and current system. For many young Iranians, he represents stability and clear alternative to the terrorist Islamic regime in Iran. They want to build a modern, industrial, democratic Iran, not live under religious rule and an ideological regime.
Right, and now we heard President Trump. Still, it's uncertain. Is he going to go to an agreement or a military strike? What do you think those people there taking to the streets? What would they like to see from the U.S. at this time? Keeping in mind, President Trump vowed that he would give them some relief.
President Trump said to Iranian people, if they're standing up against the terrorist Islamic regime in Iran, he would help them, he would support them. And now it's time to act now, because, every day of silence means more blood. Every day that passes, more detainees are killed, and now even prisoners and the wounded are being executed. So there can be no negotiation with such a regime, that murders prisoners, that murders wounded, and President Trump should keep his promise and stand with the Iranian people and act now and save lives. All of the eyes of Iranians are on him now, him and Israel as well, because Iranian people, specifically young generations, always look at to Israel as the Iranians' only true friend and biggest ally in the world. And because Iran and Israel, have historical relationship, and they believe free Iran, should have peaceful and strategic relations with Israel. And yeah, they're demanding for help from Israel and U.S. As well.
Right. Let me ask you. You talk about Israel, of course, which we saw has been subject of these worldwide protests and more over the Gaza war. We don't see the West rallying to that degree. Certainly, taking to the streets to support the Iranian people. What would you, as an activist involved with this cause there in the UK and in Europe, would like to see? What are you seeing in terms of support for the Iranian people? What would you like to see in those countries?
Yes, in my view, international support for Iranian people so weak in this movement, in this protest, and we need tangible actions behind the statements, and we need real actions. And yeah, I think they don't supporting us. Only I think Jewish people and Israeli people supporting Iranian people, and this is really visible for Iranian. But European countries and Western countries, because they publicly committed to uphold and advance human rights principles, and now Iranian people risking their lives for human rights values. So why are they silent now? The world must not be silent, and it's not make sense for me.
Right. And finally, let me ask you, what would have to happen for you to feel safe? I believe when you were in prison, you were mistreated, a traumatic experience. I'm sure. What would have to happen in Iran for you to, for example, and others like you, to feel safe to go back in Iran and try to build it toward a better future?
The only things can happen, is just regime change in Iran, because people of Iran this is not just my story. This is the story of millions and millions of Iranian people. You know, they are suffering under a dictator, religious authority regime, and they're not asking for reform at all. They're demanding the end of this regime, and they're calling Crown Princess of Pahlavi, and they want to make Iran great again after this
Right.
regime.
Well, hopefully that day will come soon. Sheda Bari there, thank you for joining us on ILTV.
Thanks for having me.
In other security news, the IDF confirms that it fired warning shots toward Lebanese army troops in southern Lebanon after they began establishing what Israel called an uncoordinated military post near the border. Now, according to the military, Israel first issued warning calls and contacted coordination channels to halt the work on the border. When there was no response, troops fired warning shots to stop the activity. The Lebanese army says its forces were setting up an observation post in the Mar Jayoun area when Israel fired, targeting the vicinity. The Beirut government says its troops were ordered to reinforce the position and that they returned fire. And the incident is being handled through the U.S.-led ceasefire mechanism as well as the UNIFIL troops there. Now, the incident comes amid rising regional tensions. According to Reuters, Israel has warned Lebanon that civilian infrastructure, including Beirut's international airport, could be targeted if Hezbollah joins a potential U.S.-Iran conflict. Israel has not publicly confirmed that warning, but has repeatedly said it will hold Lebanon responsible for any attack launched from its territory. In other news, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just arrived in Israel at the start of a two-day official visit. In a departure statement, Modi said that India and Israel shared a robust and multifaceted strategic partnership that has grown significantly in recent years. He is meeting Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu right now. He will address the Knesset later today and hold talks with President Isaac Herzog as well. Cooperation between the two countries has expanded steadily in defense, agriculture, technology, and cybersecurity, with a strong emphasis on innovation. Prime Minister Netanyahu met Modi at Ben Gurion Airport before a brief meeting before the two leaders head to Jerusalem. He will be received at an official welcoming ceremony at the Knesset and will address the plenum, becoming the first Indian Prime Minister to do so. Later this evening, there'll be an official dinner honoring Modi tonight at the King David Hotel. Now, tomorrow, he'll tour the Yad Vashem Holocaust Museum and meet, as we said, with President Herzog before holding additional meetings at the King David Hotel. Netanyahu said Modi's visit will deepen economic, diplomatic, and security cooperation between Israel and India, with a strong focus on high-tech, artificial intelligence, and quantum technology. He added that Israel is working to build what he called an axis of countries in and around the region, including India, Greece, Cyprus, and other Arab and African and Asian states that share the same view of regional challenges. And in fact, ahead of Modi's visit, Netanyahu spoke at Shin Bet headquarters yesterday about the creation of an axis of nations in the region, including India, that hold the same view as Israel in confronting regional challenges.
אנחנו מאותגרים מצד אחד בציר שיעי פצוע, אבל יש כמובן את הציר הסוני של האחים המוסלמים, ולנו יש עניין רב לייצר ציר משלנו. ציר של המדינות שמתנגדות לשני הצירים של האסלאם הקיצוני. וזה חובק מדינות רבות, חלקן מבקרות אצלנו, גם בימים אלה. חלקן אנחנו מבקרים אצלם. ואני מדבר על מעגל שלם שחובק את המזרח התיכון. רציתי להשתמש בביטוי התנ"כי שהוא מתאים לפורים, מהודו עד כוש. די קרוב. ועוד מה שבאמצע ולתוך הים התיכון. ציר חדש.
And joining us now for more is Professor Kobi Michael. He's a senior researcher at the INSS and Mizgav Institutes. Professor Michael, thank you for joining us. We'll come back to Prime Minister Netanyahu's words in a minute. Let's go back to what President Trump had to say last night in Washington after hearing that and seeing the latest developments. Do you feel that we've moved closer to a U.S. strike on Iran? Has the Do you feel that the timetable has moved up or not?
Yes and no. Yes, because he will be left with no other option. At least it looks like that, because the gaps between both sides are almost unbridgeable, and there is, I would say, an end or an edge to his tolerance and patience. And no, because I think that he still prefers the diplomatic path, and he uses the military might of the US here in the region and beyond as another tool in the diplomatic arena, in the diplomatic path. And we have to remember that he's surrounded by several advisors that prefer the diplomatic path, and they are against military attack, or they're at least very concerned about military attack. So at the end of the day, it depends on the Iranians. The last call will be made by President Trump, but it fully depends on the Iranians. And I think that we don't have plenty of time or a long period of time to wait to. I think that it is a matter of days, 2 days or so, when the call will be made.
Well, let me ask you about the Iranians, because it seemed like President Trump is trying to give them a sort of an off-ramp there, saying he wants to hear that they won't pledge that they won't have nuclear weapons. He didn't mention zero enrichment, for example. He briefly mentioned some of the other issues, but the ballistic missile issue and the terror proxy, but didn't seem to make that necessarily link that per se to an agreement. Do you think there's going to be any kind of flexibility among the Iranians to even give the sort of minimum that President Trump needs to at least call any kind of agreement a win?
As it looks now, at least as far as I understand the circumstances, is that the maximum that the Iranians are willing to give doesn't meet the minimum that President Trump requests. But you know that President Trump can change his mind. And maybe he will reach to the conclusion that he can leverage the situation by pushing forward the diplomatic path, reaching to a sort of an agreement that he will be able to present or to introduce as a much better agreement in comparison to the JCPOA of 2015 that was initiated by President Obama. And this is something that I think that Israel is very concerned about. It is an option. We know that President Trump is able to create realities of his own, and he might create such a reality in this case as well. I hope that no. I hope that eventually the Iranians will compel, that the Iranians will do the extra mile towards the Americans. I'm a bit skeptic about that, because we are talking about the Iranians, a very radical ideological religious regime, and therefore, as it looks now, the higher probability is to see an American strike, and then the question will be which kind of strike.
Right. Well, let me ask you about that. There is talk about maybe a preliminary strike. That would be sort of just a warning to Iran to make an agreement. That's one. Another is a strike that would take down the regime in one shot. Now we're hearing reports that the U.S. may only have enough firepower to sustain that kind of all-out attack for 4 or 5 days, which sounds to me, it sounds like a little underestimating U.S. capabilities. I mean, what do you make of that?
It looks that, first of all, I do intend to agree with you that all the rumors about the shortage of the supply, the weapon that the U.S. has, is something that does not correlate to the position of the U.S. as the leading military superpower in the world. It doesn't make sense. But with regard to your question, I think that the nature, the characteristic, or the substance of the strike is an outcome of the situation in Iran itself, which means the end result should be the collapse of the regime, okay, a regime change there. But a military strike is not enough in order to create the change. in order to create the change, and in addition to the military kinetic strike, you need to have a very sophisticated cyber strike and a cognitive warfare effort. And the most important thing is that you have to have an organized opposition there, and you have to have people who are capable to enter to the shoes of the current regime, at least for a temporary period of time, in order to take control and to run the country. We are talking about a very big country in its geographical size, in its population, and with a huge basket of problems, okay, from water, energy to inflation, economy, and you name it. And I think that these are the efforts that are done now by America and by others. I think that Israel is part of that, in order to find the right people inside Iran that will be willing to the fact that will be willing to cooperate in the effort of collapsing the regime, and the organized opposition that will be supported by the Americans and by others in parallel to the military strike, to the cyber strike, and to the cognitive war.
Right. Now, of course, in the midst of all this going on, we have Prime Minister Modi of India arriving today. Kind of remarkable that, for example, it wasn't thought given to delay this or cancel this meeting. Maybe that just shows you how important this meeting is in terms of, especially let's relate it to security and what we've been discussing. Clearly, Prime Minister Netanyahu, we heard his comments, sees the relationship with India as sort of like the cornerstone of a security alliance, not just between the two countries, but even a much broader alliance.
Much more than a cornerstone. And now maybe Prime Minister Modi knows something that we don't know. Maybe he feels so confident about arriving to Israel today because he's sure that nothing is going to happen until he will leave Israel. But going back to your question or comment, it is much more than a cornerstone. From the security point of view, this is a very significant geostrategic move. All the idea of the relations with India is something that locates or puts Israel in the playard of the big countries, of the superpowers, because India is a rising superpower. And by the security cooperation that is going to be developed significantly following the visit of Prime Minister Modi, Israel will strengthen India in a very substantial manner. And a stronger India means a stronger US in that area of the globe. Okay, we have to remember the Chinese. We have to remember that India, at the end of the day, is a very important ally of the U.S. and this alliance serves some major interests of the American in that region. And I think that by strengthening the relations with India, Israel also thinks about a dark day that might come when Israel will find itself involved in a regional war with embargo from a different administration in the US or from European countries, and all the chain of supply that might be damaged, and the relations with India will enable Israel to have a military supply from India, a supply which is produced in India based on the cooperation and the knowledge exchange between India and Israel. And I think that when India, as a rising superpower, is a very close ally of Israel, it's something that signifies, or it's something that projects an Israeli strength in the region and beyond the region.
All right, and that certainly is a message that Israel wants to convey at this very special time, and India too also has its interest in having an ally like Israel that has helped it with, for example, air defense systems and security cooperation. Professor Kobi Michael, thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief. And now we're going to have a brief word from one of our sponsors here at ILTV, Kolel Chabad.
For more than 200 years, when Israel's most vulnerable needed help, Kolel Chabad was there. When families can't afford food, when seniors are alone, when children are struggling to survive, Kolel Chabad steps in with meals, essentials, and dignity. Right now, thousands of families across Israel are counting on that help. And you can make sure it reaches them. Your donation doesn't just give charity, it gives hope, it gives strength, it saves lives. Kolel Chabad, helping Israel one life at a time. Scan the QR code on your screen and give now.
And just a final diplomatic item. President Isaac Herzog has landed in Addis Ababa for a 2-day state visit to Ethiopia that is aimed at strengthening bilateral ties between the two countries. Now, Herzog was welcomed at the airport by the Ethiopian Foreign Minister and Israel's ambassador to Ethiopia, Avraham Niguse. Now, during the visit, the president is set to meet with the Ethiopian President Selassie and the Prime Minister Ahmed, as well as local Jewish community leaders. Herzog's office says the talks will focusing on deepening cooperation in diplomacy, economic development, agriculture, innovation, and regional security. Of course, Israel and Ethiopia share decades of historical ties, including the immigration of hundreds of thousands of Ethiopian Jews to Israel. Of course, the visit comes at a time of heightened regional tensions, with Jerusalem seeking to reinforce strategic partnerships across Africa. Herzog expected to return to Israel following the high-level meetings and community events. And before we go, some exciting news. You can now get Israel updates on our WhatsApp channel. Breaking stories, live updates, and verified reports, all delivered fast and accurate. Just scan that QR code, which is popped up on your screen to join. That's a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel in the heart of Middle East. I'm Caleb Ben David, and thank you for watching.
Welcome to ILTV Insider. I'm Ayan Hoffman, Executive Editor of ILTV. Tonight, we take a closer look at the rapidly escalating standoff with Iran, as Tehran prepares a new draft proposal for nuclear talks and U.S. forces build up in the region. Many still believe that the U.S. and potentially Israel are quietly preparing for the possibility of a strike. When will we know? With me today, I have Olga Deutsch, Vice President of NGO Monitor, and Nava Edelstein, a public diplomacy expert. Together, we're going to dive in and ask these experts. Olga, let's start with you. Iran is expected to submit a draft agreement to the United States today that will impact another round of nuclear negotiations by Thursday. If President Trump said last June, though, that Iran's nuclear program was quote-unquote obliterated, I think the first question we need to ask is what are the negotiators actually going to be discussing in Geneva on Thursday? How can the program have been obliterated and still need to be obliterated right now?
Well, I can even take you 10 years back, right? Because we are now seeing an offer coming out of Tehran that we should have seen 10 years ago, right? We have over a decade of denying that there was a nuclear program to begin with. To my mind, the focus is not at all on nuclear weapon and nuclear proliferation. The focus and the fear that both U.S. and Israel share is eliminating or at least diminishing the ballistic arsenal of Tehran. The imminent threat is not from nuclear proliferation, not that we want it, but that is something that is easier to control and was to a certain extent damaged during the June operation, right? What is on the table both for U.S. and Israel now as the most existential threat, not only for Israel, but for the region, because don't forget, let's remind everyone, every time they shoot a ballistic rocket, 2/3 of them fall on their way to Israel. So all the countries in the region are actually affected by this. And Israel has to prevent, together with the US, Iran getting back on track with producing ballistic missiles and ballistic missile launchers. And I think this is the target. In that context, Iran is not even putting that on the table. To my mind, it's a tango that is being played on both ends, while there is absolutely no way to avoid some type of military operation.
Well, and I think you hit on it because you said the ballistic missiles aren't really even on the table. So we are having nuclear negotiations. Despite what you said, the ballistic missiles are actually the most severe threat. Now, I have to ask you, and then we're going to turn to you, Nava, but just to Olga, to piggyback on what you were talking about, do you think then that Tehran is coming to the table feeling weakened from the 12-day war that happened in June, feeling that the protesters weakened the regime? Or are we actually back to where we were before the June initiative when Tehran was just trying to push the timeline further in order to be able to buy time for them to beef up their ability to attack?
It's an excellent question. Look, Tehran and the Ayatollah regime should not be underestimated. It is an extremely serious country with probably the best military capability on that side of the world, right? That has been fueling and sponsoring terror systematically for decades now. And their arsenal does not only consist of physical weapons or the missiles. It is actually that web and the network that they spread around the region and on which they are counting now, or at least trying to mobilize. Having said that, I do not think that we are anywhere near where we were before June. Iran's threat is weakened from within. We've seen the protests and they haven't died out. Are they enough? Obviously not. But is the frustration off the table for Iranian people? Most certainly not. I think the Trump administration is right now weighing the situation, and Trump is trying to figure out where is the most precise point where three different leverages meet. And that is the political and diplomatic pressure that we have seen increase, and he has been escalating the situation in the last couple of months. The threat of a hoovering military operation and all the, there hasn't been that much military force in the Middle East since the Iraq War, which is incredible. And then counting as the third pillar of leverage is the internal pressure. And I think the Trump administration is literally weighing it by an hour to see where is the most exact or the closest to exact equilibrium point where these three meet, and where is the right time to attack. From all three.
And so, Nava, turning to you, U.S. obviously is weighing an attack, but here in Israel, we're also getting ready potentially for a strike. We heard Prime Minister Netanyahu talk about if Iran would attack us, what would happen to the country. The schools, for example, I have children in elementary school that were asked to do Zoom exercises to make sure they could connect to their classrooms in the event of an attack, in the event that school was canceled. And certainly, the military is building up, the U.S. military in the area. The USS Gerald R. Ford arrived. Embassies, we're told, are on high alerts. So how close, realistically, do you think we are to a strike? Are we going to wait for Iran to submit this proposal, or could we even see a strike as early as tonight?
Well, we could see a strike early as tonight, but I would like to say, first of all, the Israeli people were resilient. We've already been through it once. I don't see a situation where it can be that much worse than what we've seen. We've been able to weaken their efforts, what they've been able to do. We have the U.S. support in the region. I think that is a huge factor that we will take into consideration. And you see it in the streets. People are hesitant. We understand that there is a strike that could happen. But I think the situation is different now than it was before. We see their capabilities, but we also see what our capabilities are. And now with the U.S. here in the region, I think we have the upper hand.
And do you feel that strike is something, though, that is going to happen in the near future, U.S. or Israel? And what are the most likely scenarios? Are you thinking a limited strike, maybe just on some of the more broader nuclear sites or ballistic, as Olga was referring to? Will this lead to some kind of regional escalation? Will we see the proxies getting involved and a larger scale war?
That's an excellent question, and I wish I had the answers. I think we would all feel a little bit safer if I did. we have to consider all that can happen and what can be put on the table. If it happens, it'll happen. It should happen soon. I think we will see the results. I do not see Israel being the first one to throw the stone. We are in a different situation than we were in the summer. We need to give the Americans, I think, that upper hand and the ability to be able to be the first ones to start. Let's see what happens if the negotiations, if there's a plan on the table, and we'll take it from there.
I think it's really important what Nava is saying, and I'd like to build on that. I think Israel, together with the U.S., has been preparing the ground for a while now. Let us not forget that the IDF has been having operations in Lebanon throughout this time, despite on the paper ceasefire. Gaza is a non-issue. It doesn't mean that we don't have a situation to solve there, but security-wise, it's a non-event, right? Tehran is counting or trying to mobilize Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Houthis in Yemen, and I don't see that that is really going to happen in any meaningful way. The projections are that Hezbollah might do a few symbolic shoot a few rockets to sort of hint symbolically allegiance to Iran, but it's probably not going to go into a more aggressive assault, especially that at least right now, internationally, the circumstances are such that the local government in Lebanon is, at least on paper, trying to demilitarize and look into a brighter future. So in that sense, U.S. and Israel have strategically prepared the ground for this. More broadly, geopolitically, it is in no one's interest to escalate any further. And Trump, while he's calling it the Board of Peace that is supposed to focus on Gaza, is actually rallying regional and international support around him. And it might be on its face about Gaza, but they're not going to just jump the boat on the Iran issue.
Well, and I would argue if you look at the actual mandate of the Board of Peace, it doesn't mention Gaza anywhere. So therefore, I think that backs up exactly what you're saying.
And think about it. Qatar and Turkey, that have been the most unstable elements here, are now part of the discourse. It is a very uncomfortable setup for Israel, yet one that Israel, looking at a broader picture, and this is how all of us should look at it, understands they're better and better controlled if part of the conversation and if given a central role to play, than if allowed to run loose.
But Olga, where is Europe on all of this?
I always love that question because I've been saying for the past 2.5 years that they are nowhere to be found. They actually allowed themselves to be completely marginalized. The lack of leadership, the lack of vision, the lack of moral clarity, if you will, because we are right now in a situation that the world is being polarized in a very simple, between, two sides of a very simple axis, the forces of evil and the forces of good. Now, it doesn't mean that all the forces on this side agree on everything, but we agree that we are against terror and that we are against dogmatic regimes. And I think Brussels, while trying to wage a perfectly balanced message coming out of Kaja Kallas's office, have allowed themselves to become completely marginalized. And the worst part of that is not even internationally, because that has been the case for many, many years. The worst part for Brussels is internally inside of the EU borders, because the member states are watching and are paying less and less attention to what Brussels is saying.
Which is really fascinating. Now, I do want to go inside another area, which is, of course, Iran. I mean, now, but let's turn to the protesters. The original U.S. posture emphasized supporting the Iranian protesters, right? Help is on the way, Trump said. When and why do you think that it shifted and the focus actually moved not to the protesters and helping them, but actually to the nuclear threat, as they say, or potentially the ballistic threat, even though we're really negotiating again about the nuclear threat?
I would say the U.S. is looking back at history and where we were 50 years ago and what happened the last time that the U.S. got involved with what went on internally in Iran. They are hesitant for that. We do not know what the result would be of what side we're taking. I think we see that also in Israel as well. To be able to say we support, that's one thing. That's to say that understand the civil rights of people and what's going on within the country. But to get involved and to be able to say we are coming in because there are protests in your streets, that already takes us in another direction. to feel that spot. Now, we have to understand there's 90 million people in Iran. About 2 to 5 million are regime. The rest are somewhere in the middle, hesitant. What are our numbers? The people are probably with America and would want them to be there, but it's not that simple. And we need to see that there's a bigger picture here.
Although Trump made those statements, and so let's talk about regime change and the idea that we could actually bring about some kind of regime change, which is clearly what maybe not the majority, but at least a large number of Iranians want to see. What are the real odds of overthrowing the Islamic Republic if the U.S. decides to take some kind of military action? And do you think that overthrowing that regime will actually serve Israel's interests in the long run? Do we know who's going to take over?
That's an excellent question, and I agree. That is probably our biggest worry at the time, is where we will be, who will take over, and how that can then turn into what direction it can turn to. Syria, we're still gonna, looking out to see what will happen there. Right now, is it good for us? Is it bad for us? Time will tell. We can look into other countries as well with their regimes. When a regime turns over, you don't know who can come to the table. It could end up being more extreme. It could be in the other direction, and there's no way to know.
What are your thoughts?
Well, yeah, I had an interesting conversation on this issue in the context of Central and Eastern European countries that have, such rich experience in transitioning from post-Soviet bloc to wannabe democracies. And I deliberately use that term because that already tells you how much of a challenge that process of transitioning is.
Even when there are good intentions.
Exactly. And as someone coming from Serbia, we overthrew a totalitarian regime there. And we always laugh about it bitterly, that as dramatic as it is, the revolution part is the easiest part because it comes from the stomach, the frustration, and the situation reached a peak and everyone just goes out to the streets and demonstrates and yells, and we are all united behind the slogans and the big sentences. But then when the revolutionary part is over, the real work starts. Now, there are many different impediments or challenges. Number one, the regime rests on a very well-built web of supporters. But supporters is not only because people who see eye to eye with the regime, it's people who have been relying on the regime. Let's not forget, regime is the biggest employer, right? Regime made sure in Tehran that their people, the Revolutionary Guard, and their families and the closest allies and friends, they have separate hospitals, separate schooling systems, separate everything. They live a parallel life standard. There is a cultural thing. Iran has been living a certain reality since 1979. Most people don't know what democracy is. I always speak in these terms about Gaza, but it is not unique for Gaza. Democracy has two lessons. One is what my rights are. The second one is what my obligations are, and that is a tougher lesson to learn. So culturally, whether it is corruption, whether it is what democracy entails, whether it is what is sustainable economical development and path, and how to eradicate the leftovers of the regime. Because even if there is an overthrow of the regime, they will take the first 10, 15 people in the food chain. But the rest will still be somewhere there, knowing only one way to compete for power. It's not even necessarily playing allegiance to the Ayatollah regime, but the only way that they have learned how to fight for power is the one that they have seen. So I think that will be a much, much bigger challenge, basically unlearning or unteaching the entire country in a way that they feel that they own it and is not being imposed by them, because we've also seen this after the Second World War, when democracy, right, or freedom in the way that someone else sees it is imposed, that also can be counterproductive.
And Olga, of course, everybody wants to be a long-term thinker and look to that end goal where the Iranian people are living in freedom and the region is safe and stable. But obviously, as you mentioned, there's going to be, almost no matter what, a period of tension. Do you think that that tension could actually worsen the global atmosphere toward Israel itself, even as we are potentially a positive player in the overthrow?
Well, the simple answer is yes. It's never that simple, but the simple answer is yes, because those who seek to vilify Israel will use any and every vehicle to do that. There is already an oversimplification around the world of the conversation around the escalation with Iran. And even inside of U.S., let alone in Europe, where the sentiments right now vis-a-vis U.S. are not very friendly, right? So anything coming out of Trump's administration is seen as problematic or something to oppose by default. People are accusing Israel of attacking the Iranian people and seeking to escalate the region. So I think we will continue to see a lot of that. I think Middle East will remain for at least another year, if not more, one of the main sources of global drama, if you'd like, and Israel will be center stage. But if we zoom out and we discuss on a more serious or policy level, what will the people say in the parliamentary corridors or in the rooms? I think most of the people, even if not publicly, will thank Israel and thank the US for taking care of one of the biggest sponsors of terror in the last 50 years.
Now, Nava, I want to turn to you because, you and I were speaking earlier about the women life freedom movement, and you played a big role in helping to publicize that and talk about that. And it really did shake up Iran and really played a big role in the protests that we saw even now. Do you think that energy, after all of these weeks and no help coming on the way, is still alive and could be renewed, and could renewed external pressure, let's say that Trump does attack or that there is more rhetoric against the regime, the negotiations fail, could that energy be reignited?
It definitely could be reignited. I would like to take a step back and look at the murals that we have here in Israel. We have 18 of them all over the country in support of the women of Iran, Women Life Freedom. Human Khalili, the artist behind them, he wanted to bring them to the US, to campuses, to be able to show the American support and Israel's support to the women of Iran, and doors closed. No one wanted to show their support for the women of Iran in that kind of a way, of an artistic way of showing it. Now, I think that is interesting, and it's a little bit, I would say, of a turnoff to where the U.S. is in the sentiment and where they really are holding to the people of Iran. Now, will the women reignite themselves? Probably yes, because when you're desperate and there's nothing left to do, the only thing you can do is fight for your life. And that's what we saw in the protests, and it'll come back. But they need the support externally. We need to be able to see it on campuses. Will it happen? Probably not. The regime is embedded so much into the rest of Western civilization. But there is hope. There is hope to see it.
And I want to turn to Purim. I'm going to ask you both this question because I think it's important. We're coming into the Jewish holiday of Purim. It's in about a week and a couple of days, maybe 10 days. And, as we head into Purim, the story is obviously rooted in what is known as ancient Persia, which is actually Iran. And, I'm wondering, is there any parallel here? Is it okay, or is it just too much of a leap to connect this Jewish story with today's complex geopolitical reality? Nava, you start.
I think anyone from my Christian friends from the Iranian diaspora, so they definitely connected in that. We see it in the artwork and the Women Life Freedom murals, that the story of Esther, the people of Esther and where they are, they love to make that parallel and where we are today as opposed to in our long history of friendship. History does have a tendency to repeat itself, so we might see it, and I hope that we do in the positive way that it came to be.
And no, Olga, I want you to
there's many that say that, whoever wants to travel this week should travel freely because the attack is going to happen on Purim, exactly for that reason. I do think that this year we will be yelling the name of Amman with a special, stamina and energy behind it. I do think that there are many parallels. Not only have we seen so many miracles since October the 7th. We might not choose to call them miracles, but they have been. We don't have to talk about them in biblical terms, right? But we have witnessed them. And I do think that there is a parallel also between the great Persian kingdom back then and the great country of Iran. The fact that it has been hijacked by a totalitarian regime is besides the point. It is still the great nation of Iran and the great country of Iran. But there is also a parallel that it took a hero. But it wasn't a typical hero. If we isolate, and we're here 3 women on this panel, if we isolate Esther's leadership, it was a very unique and very special one. It wasn't a bombastic, it wasn't very dramatic. She didn't make big proclamations. She spoke quietly and to the heart of the people.
Amazing. Well, unfortunately, we are out of time, and I really want to thank both of you for being here, both Olga and Nava, for joining me today. If you found this discussion valuable, please check out the ILTV podcast for a further series of in-depth interviews on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Ayan Hoffman. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Welcome to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Sivan Raviv, coming to you live from Israel. Here's your latest roundup of the news from the region. In his State of the Union address, President Donald Trump said the U.S. wiped out Iran's nuclear program last year, but warned Tehran is trying to restart it. Trump vowed to never allow what he called the world's leading sponsor of terror to obtain a nuclear weapon, insisting Iran must explicitly renounce the bomb. While emphasizing he prefers diplomacy, he made clear force remains on the table. The speech comes as U.S. warships and fighter jets stay deployed in the region. Trump also claimed credit for helping broker a Gaza ceasefire and securing hostage returns, saying the war is now at a very low level. His message: diplomacy if possible, strength if necessary. Let's take a listen.
For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protesters. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
12 U.S. F-22 stealth fighters have landed in Israel amid a major American military buildup and growing speculation over a possible strike on Iran. The deployment is highly unusual. The F-22 has never been sold abroad, signaling a sharp escalation in U.S. force posture. Designed for air superiority, the fifth-generation jet can also conduct strikes, electronic warfare, and intelligence missions. Meanwhile, the USS Gerald R. Ford is operating in the eastern Mediterranean and expected to join the USS Abraham Lincoln. Iran says it is ready for talks in Geneva, but warns any strike would engulf the region. For now, Washington's message is force is in place and all options remain on the table. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived in Israel for a two-day official visit aimed at deepening strategic ties. In a departure statement, Modi called the India-Israel relationship a robust and multifaceted partnership that has expanded in defense technology, agriculture, and cybersecurity. He is set to meet Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, address the Knesset later today, becoming the first Indian Prime Minister to do so, and hold talks with President Isaac Herzog. Netanyahu has said the visit will strengthen economic, diplomatic, and security cooperation, with a focus on high-tech, artificial intelligence, and quantum technology. Ahead of the visit, Netanyahu also spoke of building what he called an axis of nations, including India, that share Israel's view on regional security challenges. The message from both sides: a growing alliance with global strategic implications. Take a listen to Netanyahu.
אז אנחנו מאותגרים מצד אחד בציר שיעי פצוע, אבל יש כמובן את הציר הסוני של האחים המוסלמים, ולנו יש עניין רב לייצר ציר משלנו. ציר של המדינות שמתנגדות לשני הצירים של האסלאם הקיצוני. וזה חובק מדינות רבות, חלקן מבקרות אצלנו, גם בימים אלה. חלקן אנחנו מבקרים אצלם. ואני מדבר על מעגל שלם שחובק את המזרח התיכון. רציתי להשתמש בביטוי התנ"כי שהוא מתאים לפורים, מהודו עד כוש. די קרוב. ועוד מה שבאמצע, ולתוך הים התיכון, ציר חדש.
And that's a wrap.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Emily Schrader, and coming up in today's newscast. U.S. prepared for military action against Iran if demands not met this week. Hamas aims to rule post-war Gaza despite peace plan. Israeli Prime Minister issues stern warning to the Islamic regime not to attack Israeli targets. The clock is ticking towards last chance Iran nuclear talks as U.S. President Donald Trump appears increasingly poised to order a military strike. Ahead of nuclear talks in Geneva on Thursday, the head of Iran's National Security Council, Ali Larijani, is due in Oman today to deliver Tehran's response to Trump's demands. ILTV's Steve Leibowitz has the latest.
Diplomatic talks between Washington and Tehran remain set for Thursday in Geneva, seen as a last-ditch effort to avoid war. A proposal under discussion could reportedly allow Iran limited civilian nuclear enrichment as a way to avert conflict. The answers given by Ali Larijani today in Oman will signal whether Iran is accepting Trump's red lines. Sources in Washington that have spoken with President Trump in recent days say he's leaning toward action against the Ayatollah's regime, citing, among other factors, an alleged Iranian assassination plot against him that was foiled by U.S. authorities last year. However, according to those sources, Trump is likely to begin with a limited or targeted strike similar to last year's Midnight Hammer operation in an attempt to pressure Tehran into accepting U.S. terms at the negotiating table. If that fails, the president is said to be considering a prolonged military campaign lasting weeks designed to weaken Iran's capabilities and erode the regime, rather than a single decisive blow. U.S. military officials have reportedly advised that toppling the regime through airstrikes alone is not realistic. President Trump is denying media reports claiming his top general warned against a military strike on Iran, calling those accounts 100% incorrect. Trump said stories suggesting Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane opposes war with Iran are false. This after it was reported he cautioned about risks, including a prolonged conflict and potential U.S. casualties. In a post on his Truth Social platform, Trump said Kane, like all of us, would like not to see war, but added that if a decision is made to strike, he believes it would be something easily won. Trump stressed that he, and he alone, makes the decision on whether to use military force, saying he would rather have a deal, but warned that if a deal is not reached, it will be a very bad day for that country, and very sadly, its people.
As negotiations with the Islamic Republic have hit an impasse, the U.S. military buildup in the region continues in preparation for a possible confrontation. Our correspondent Alec Pollard is with us now.
Yes, Emily, the pieces are moving on the global board as the USS Gerald Ford, the world's largest aircraft carrier, was spotted in Crete, which is an island that belongs to Greece in the Mediterranean, on its way potentially to Iran through the Suez Canal. But before that, it is expected to dock here on the Mediterranean coast in the port of Haifa in Israel. The U.S. Navy has not officially confirmed the docking date, but current tracking and military movements indicate the Ford will arrive off Haifa soon. It's also not the only use of Israeli facilities by the American forces. Refueling planes and C-17 Globemaster heavy transport aircraft were documented at Ben Gurion Airport in the past day. According to the Military Air Tracking Alliance, a team of about 30 open-source analysts of military and government flight activity, more than 85 fuel tankers, and over 170 cargo planes have headed into the region since mid-February. The U.S. also evacuated about 50 diplomatic personnel and family members from Lebanon, reducing its embassy in Beirut to essential staff only. So all the pieces are in place, but will the U.S. pull the trigger? President Trump has voiced increasing frustration with Iran's stubborn stance in the ongoing negotiations, set to resume in Geneva on Thursday. President Trump was also quick to dispel reports that his top general, Dan Kane, told him that a military strike in Iran would drag the United States into a protracted war. Now, on Truth Social, Trump posted that Kane told him that it would actually be a quick and easy victory should he choose military action. What the truth is to that, we don't know. But at the moment, all the military preparations have been made for that potential military action against Iran.
All right, well, thank you for that update, Alec Pollard, our correspondent. Now, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held a high-level security consultation overnight with Defense Minister Israel Katz and senior defense officials as Israel prepares for the possibility of a U.S. strike on the Islamic Republic in coming days. Israeli officials assess that if Washington moves, it will not surprise Jerusalem and that advance notice there would be given. There's also a significant possibility that the United States could ask Israel to join in on the attack. Speaking during a 40-minute debate in the Knesset, the prime minister said Israel is facing very complex and challenging days amid escalating tensions with Tehran. Opposition leader Yair Lapid said there's a significant chance that Israel is on the brink of a campaign against the Islamic regime and pledged political unity if war comes. Netanyahu praised the strategic alliance with the United States following his recent meeting with President Donald Trump, saying security and intelligence cooperation between the two countries has never been closer. As the Jewish holiday of Purim approaches, Netanyahu called for national unity, urging Israelis to stand shoulder to shoulder in the face of regional threats. His brief message including this message of warning to the Islamic Republic leaders.
והבהרתי למשטר האייתולות שאם הם יעשו את השגיאה אולי הקשה ביותר בתולדותיהם ויתקפו את מדינת ישראל, אנחנו נגיב בעוצמה שהם לא יכולים אפילו לדמיין אותה.
Well, joining us now to provide some insight on these potential military actions is former U.S. Navy Vice Admiral Kevin Donegan. Vice Admiral Donegan, it's great to have you on ILTV today. As you see this military buildup, what do you think the likelihood is of the U.S. taking military action in the coming weeks?
Emily, it's great to be on the show, and my assessment would be that the likelihood is really in the hands of the Iranians and whether they continue to negotiate in good faith or not. Because one of the things for certain that the forces were put in the region to do, in my opinion, was to do just what you see happening. It was to I won't say force, but it's certainly to influence the Iranians to negotiate in good faith. And one of the things you want to do if you're going to use a military force for that is have a force that's capable. And you can see with the array of forces recently, from the 2 aircraft carriers to all the other forces that have put in the area, that the U.S. has put enough force there. We know it's capable because we saw the outcome of U.S. forces on both the nuclear strikes on Fordo and, of course, the success that the Israelis had against Iran. And then the third element is the will to use that force, and I think you've heard that articulated by the current administration. So now you get down to will the force be used or not? And that's a question that's unknown because we don't understand enough about the negotiations to know if Iran is negotiating in good faith from the viewpoint of really one person, and that's the President of the United States.
Certainly, there's a lot of disinformation intentionally being put out, likely from both sides. But I do want to ask you, with such an extensive buildup that we're seeing, I mean, the largest since the Gulf War, what would be the goal of the United States striking the regime? Because we've seen a lot of mixed messaging about trying to get a deal, possibly even after smaller strikes to begin with, versus regime change and everything in between.
Yes, and that's probably the question that everybody wants to know. And what hasn't been made clear, and the president hasn't made clear, was what mission the forces would execute if Iran doesn't negotiate in good faith. So there is a range of things you can do with these forces, because you notice there isn't a ground element to these forces. But the range could be aligned with the things that are on the negotiating table now, with destroying anything that's left of the nuclear enrichment capability of Iran. It could go after the missiles systems. As you know, the Israelis were successful at getting at a lot of the ballistic missile themselves, at their command and control, et cetera. But the Iranians still have thousands of missiles that can range allies and that can range U.S. forces, certainly the fixed forces and basing in the region. And in addition, we want them not to, the part of the negotiations we're looking at not using their militia forces anymore. So that's the IRGC, which also, as you know, especially the besiege element of the IRGC has been used to oppress the protesters. So those are the kinds of things that I would expect to see would be the options the president will be looking at going after if the Iranians didn't negotiate. I also don't think his objective would be an all-out war. I think he'd like to drive this to a deal one way or another, whether that's with or without the use of force.
Well, realistically speaking, you alluded to it a little bit just a moment ago, but what is the potential military threat from the Islamic Republic as opposed to the U.S. forces towards them? And also, what's the threat to the state of Israel militarily as we see it today? What do we know so far?
Yeah, so that is a very important thing to try to unpack, because it's not a certainty what the Iranians are going to do. You know, there's a couple unknowns here that are critical. I mentioned one of them, which was the mission. The other unknown is can the U.S. achieve certain elements like regime change? That one is one that would be very, very difficult to predict from a military standpoint. And the third is, what's Iran's reactions going to be? We know what Iran's reactions were in the past when we struck Fordo, and it was rather limited and telegraphed. In this case, that's depending on how Iran views it, the threat to its regime will be likely in their calculus of what they would do. But one thing's for certain, they possess a great capability to reach out and launch a lot of missiles. Those are cruise missiles, those are ballistic missiles, those are drones at U.S. forces. So I would expect one element that you will have in any U.S. action that's taken from a military standpoint will be to blunt their capability to retaliate. And as you said, the retaliation may not just be against the U.S., it could be against U.S. bases on other nations' soil, and it could be against Israel.
Well, beyond kinetic attacks, I do want to ask, I mean, how much power does the Islamic Republic still have to stay in control in the country, from what we know? And is there a reasonable path forward without the regime, based on what we're seeing from the people on the ground in Iran?
Well, the hard part to unpack is what, to what level of, when we say regime change, to what level do we mean? Do we mean the supreme leader is gone tomorrow, or do we mean the elements that control the country are gone tomorrow? It's unlikely that last part will be something that's done. But Iran, I believe, is in control of their country. You saw the success they had, as bloody as it was, oppressing their protesters, and they're certainly in command of the IRGC, and they're certainly, they certainly put some negotiators in place that have the support of the government. There's not a disconnect between the negotiators and the government. So I think that Iran is in control, and the question remains that if we were to do anything with leadership, would there be a difference in how they governed? And that's a question that's unknown, but likely to be, no matter who's left in the end, the way that they govern, given their internal security apparatus and their way of governing, is likely to still remain intact.
Well, speaking of that internal security apparatus, the IRGC was recently reported as taking over Hezbollah in Lebanon. I wanted to ask you, what impact on the Middle East does that have? Will we see increased tension between the IDF possibly and Hezbollah, as we've seen just in recent days, given that the IRGC is not just concerning themselves with their own affairs, but actively expanding even during talks?
Well, as I think most of us know, it's not, in my opinion, the IRGC has always been, certainly the Quds Force element has always been in somewhat control of Hezbollah. The difference now, though, is Iran's in a different position related to its proxies, and it is because of the actions the Israelis took, for instance, against Hezbollah, significantly decimating their ability to command and control, to launch missiles, and to do the things they could do in the past. That's not to say Hezbollah is gone and can't do more. The point is it's not as potent as it was before. And also, Iran has lost its only real ally in the region, Syria. So they're left mostly with the Houthis and some militia in Syria and militia in Iraq to carry out their bidding from a proxy standpoint, which is a much weakened position they were in before. But we shouldn't look at that as, it's going to be a free lunch here if the U.S. were to do an action. As I mentioned, the Iranians still have a great capability to launch missiles and things. And I would think if they view the regime as threatened, they may do that. And that can also bring into play, the flow of energy out of the Gulf if they really feel threatened.
All right, well, we'll continue to follow this closely. I want to thank you, Vice Admiral Kevin Donegan, for joining us today.
Thank you, Emily.
At U Haifa International, academic excellence isn't just a standard, it's a way of life. With 21 English-taught master's programs, world-class faculty, and Israel's top national score in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, students grow in every direction.
If you really want to challenge yourself academically, grow in a very diverse community, and be immersed in such an important and significant environment, University of Haifa is the place for you.
Located on the stunning Carmel Ridge, the U Haifa blends academic excellence with a welcoming community.
U Haifa International has a great combination of top-notch academics with a great community of students.
Whether you're pursuing a one-year master's or diving into research, U Haifa gives you the tools, mentorship, and real-life insight to make your mark on the world. U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
Even as U.S. President Donald Trump's Board of Peace and 20-point plan pushes a plan for post-war Gaza without Hamas rule, new documents indicate the terror group is working behind the scenes to maintain control. More from ILTV's Devo Klein.
According to classified materials seen by the Israeli media, Hamas is preparing a shadow government, moving senior figures from its armed wing into civilian positions that would allow it to retain influence under a new technocratic administration in post-war Gaza. Under the current ceasefire framework, day-to-day governance is supposed to transfer to the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, a 15-member body operating now from Cairo. But internal orders attributed to Gaza chief Izz al-Din al-Haddad direct Hamas members to copy official files before handover, ensuring the group retains leverage over government employees. Israeli defense officials warn that Hamas is seeking to preserve its grip from the bottom up by embedding supporters in security services, local authorities, and key ministries, including the interior and economy portfolios. Sources say 5 district governors with links to the Al-Qassam brigades have been appointed, and military commanders are being shifted into civil roles to operate within the new structure. At the same time, Hamas is believed to be preparing for another round of fighting with Israel. The IDF assesses that a majority of Hamas tunnels remain intact, and security officials say the group has no intention of disarming. Israel has told Washington that any lasting regional peace and the success of Trump's initiative depends on the complete disarmament of Hamas. With both sides signaling that a future clash may be inevitable, the struggle over who controls Gaza is far from over.
Israeli security forces have thwarted a planned terror attack in the northern city of Carmel. In a joint operation by the Shin Bet and Israel police, 4 Israeli citizens from the Galilee were arrested on suspicion of plotting a shooting attack targeting IDF soldiers in the city. The The suspects have been identified as Ahmed Sarhan, 19, and Mohammed Khalil, 18, as well as 2 other minors. Authorities say the cell had conspired to carry out a serious security offense and that some members had trained and received instructions in preparation for the attack. Officials say evidence gathered during the probe revealed advanced planning and coordination among the suspects. In a joint statement, security officials said they view any involvement of Israeli citizens in terror activity as extremely serious and unusual. An investigation is underway to determine if there are other members of the cell and whether the group is affiliated with Hamas or another terrorist organization.
Our police officers in ISA just stopped a literal nightmare in its tracks before it hit the streets of Karmiel. 4 guys from the north, Ahmed, Mohammed, 2 additional minors, they were taken into custody after a joint investigation revealed that they were conspiring to commit a shooting attack against our soldiers. And one of these minors, they were a supporter of ISIS. They had training, guidance, armed. Look, when it comes to these things, security, things are tense, but we're working hard, we're working together, and these 4, they represent a dangerous and extreme outlier, and we got them. Indictments are now due in Haifa, and while we tell you to stay vigilant, just know that we're on the constant grind. Even with everything going on in the background, we're working hard to keep the peace and to keep you safe.
Israel has announced it will not rejoin the United Nations Human Rights Council 1 year after withdrawing from the Geneva-based body. Israel's ambassador to the UN in Geneva said the council's lack of neutrality remains unchanged. He noted Israel left due to ongoing institutional bias, which has intensified since the October 7, 2023 Hamas attacks. Israel criticized the council for focusing disproportionately on the Jewish state, including a dedicated agenda item and numerous condemning resolutions. Foreign ministry officials say Israel would only return if the council undertakes dramatic reforms. The ambassador also accused the council of incompetence in the face of what he described as the slaughter of Iranians by the Islamic regime.
There is no impartiality, no objectivity, no rules of conduct, no neutrality. That is why for the last year there is an active group of Friends of so-called Palestine within the UN employees. The inherent bias and hypocrisy of the Human Rights Council has been further illuminated with these last 2 months as it demonstrates its incompetence in the face of the slaughter of Iranians by the Islamic regime. The human rights bodies have betrayed the people of Iran.
For more than 200 years, when Israel's most vulnerable needed help, Kol El Chabad was there. When families can't afford food, when seniors are alone, when children are struggling to survive, Kol El Chabad steps in with meals, essentials, and dignity. Right now, thousands of families across Israel are counting on that help. And you can make sure it reaches them. Your donation doesn't just give charity, it gives hope, it gives strength, it saves lives. Kol El Chabad, helping Israel one life at a time. Scan the QR code on your screen and give now.
The Knesset has revoked a measure that would have made online purchases from abroad cheaper for Israelis, dealing a political blow to Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich. In a 59-25 vote overnight, lawmakers overturned Smotrich's order that raised the tax-exempt threshold on personal imports from $75 to $150, waiving the 18% VAT on many online purchases from sites like Amazon and Temu. The move had been praised by consumers seeking relief from the high cost of living, but strongly opposed by small business owners and several members of the ruling coalition, who warned it would hurt local industry. After the vote, Smotrich accused critics within the coalition of siding with the economic left and vowed to issue a new order in the coming days. Opposition leader Yair Lapid mocked the government, saying Prime Minister Netanyahu can no longer control his own party. The unusual reversal highlights growing tensions inside the coalition and the political battle over how best to tackle Israel's cost of living crisis. U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee and former Ambassador David Friedman took to the stage in Jerusalem with a musical swipe at right-wing commentator Tucker Carlson, publicly shaming him. In a video posted online, the two grabbed guitars and performed a rendition of Elvis Presley's Hound Dog, aimed at Carlson after his recent lies expressed and exposed during an interview earlier this week with Huckabee. Friedman said the performance was specifically dedicated to Carlson with the pointed lyric, "You ain't nothing but a hound dog crying all the time."
You ain't nothing but a hound dog crying all the time. You ain't nothing but a hound dog crying all the time. Oh, you ain't that color, you ain't no friend of mine. They say you was high class. Well, that was just a lie. They say you was high class. We all know it was.
And now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies and partly rainy showers are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 10 degrees Celsius or 49 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see partly cloudy skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 17 degrees Celsius or 62 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news at ILTV. For the latest from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. That's ILTV_Israel on all platforms. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Emily Schrader. Be well, and thank you for watching.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Good Week Israel, the show where we recap for you some of the positive highlights that have been coming out of Israel from this week. I'm your host, Devo Klein, and coming up on today's show, Israeli Muay Thai fighter knocks out anti-Semitic competitor. Major R becomes the first female commander of an Israeli missile ship. And a brand new addition to Israel's aerial defense coming very soon. As always, we kick off Good Week with some sports, and this is a champ we have to discuss. I'd like to introduce y'all to Ahavat Hashem Gordon, Israeli Muay Thai fighter and a true champion of last night's match. But before jumping into the match, let's talk about the fighter behind the punches. Ahavat Hashem Gordon was born to immigrant parents who made Aliyah to Israel and converted to Judaism. Ahavat Hashem was actually born on an Israeli settlement in Judea and Samaria named Shiloh, and by age 10, Ahavat Hashem was already the under 60-kilo youth champion in kickboxing. Ahavat Hashem translates in English to loving God, and that name he carries with him is indeed very fitting. Ahavat Hashem is a God-fearing fighter, even praising God as a massive reason for his latest success in the world of Muay Thai fighting. Despite being bullied to change his name, Ahavat Hashem chose to keep it, and he also wears it with dignity, especially in the ring. Now to last night's fight. The Lithuanian UTMA 17 fight saw an intense face-off between Ahavat Hashem Gordon and a Turkish boxer named Ali Koyuncu, who has been absolutely trashing Ahavat Hashem prior to the match. Take a look at this clip.
İttir Ali. Ver gazı. İttir Ali, ittir. Avşata kharata. Ben mutlu Türk'üm diye. Ala. İttir Ali. Kalatça. Abi sarkay.
But Israel was very much on Ahavat Gordon's side. Take a look at this picture of Israeli soldiers watching this match from Gaza deployment. Now, in the lead up to the match, the Turkish fighter posted a series of pro-Palestinian messages on social media alongside harsh statements and threats directed at Gordon that drew widespread attention and numerous responses. Tensions were also evident during the pre-fight face-off event when the Turkish boxer attempted to choke and kick Gordon. But despite the noise, the Israeli fighter stood his ground, proudly draped in an Israeli flag, and beat this Turkish boxer to the ground. The first round of the fight was inconclusive, with neither side able to gain a clear advantage.
But in the second round, Kwon Yoon-cho did get in an uppercut before Goldon absolutely knocked him to the floor with a serious blow to the head. When the two were pulled apart, the Turkish fighter had a gushing wound on the side of his head, with blood visibly pouring down his right ear. With the serious wound, the judges made the call to end the fight there, awarding the victory to Ahavat Hashem Goldon. Have a look at this fight.
Great showing by Ahavat Golden Boy Gordon, but don't run anywhere now. 2 title fights in a row.
And finally, spreading some words of positivity and love to his fans in Israel. This was Ahavat Hashem's post-match message.
חבר'ה, עם ישראל חי, תדעו להשם כי טוב, עשינו את זה. אני אוהב אתכם, עם ישראל. אני בעזרת השם חוזר לכולכם להודעות, אני אוהב אתכם, שום דבר לא מובן מאליו, כל האהבה שלכם לא מובנת מאליו, ואמא שלי לא מובנת מאליו.
עם ישראל חי.
אלכס, כולם, שני, שאול,
אוהבים אתכם.
אני אוהב בן הפנם, אני ושירה פשעי. אוהב אתכם, חבר'ה, ואני אעלה לנסות לעבוד את כולכם ולהגיב לכולכם, אני אוהב אתכם.
And moving on now to the other athlete in our hearts, I think we can milk this Deni Avdia All-Star story for just one more week, so bear with me. The All-Stars game is well behind us now, but backlash on the internet, we know, lasts way longer. So four-time NBA champion LeBron James is recently under fire for saying he would love to visit Israel and that he's heard great things. NBA Twitter came down hard on LeBron about this, to a question he answered actually by ILTV's very own correspondent, Libby Alon. Have a look.
And last night on the West Coast, Israeli basketball player Deni Avdia made history as the first ever Israeli to play in the NBA All-Stars game. Avdia represented the Jewish state with the flag of Israel on his number 8 jersey as he sets the record and becomes the only Israeli to ever be named an All-Star. The forward started both games for the world team, scoring 5 points in a 37-35 loss to the Stars and adding 2 assists in a 48-45 defeat to the Stripes. Our correspondent Libby Alon was courtside at the game and filed this report.
Yes, good evening. Deni Avdia made history tonight when he went to the All-Star game with the Israeli flag on his shirt tonight here at Los Angeles. Deni's team may have lost and came in a 3rd place, but quite a few records were broken here tonight. Deni Avdia is the first Israeli in an NBA All-Star. He's the first Israeli to start in the starting 5, in the opening 5, and even in the opening ceremony, the Israeli flag waved in the All-Star. Earlier, I asked LeBron James at a press conference what his message to the Israeli people, and he said he would love to come to Israel. He had never been there, but he heard a lot of good things. In an interview after the game, Deni Avdia said that his ambition are to return to the game, to improve as a player, and to win titles. There is no limit to where I can go. That's what he said. Deni, you are our winner, and we will keep you posted from here.
Our winner, absolutely. Thank you to Libby Alon for the report.
You know what they say, any publicity is good publicity. And last week we covered the very first female officer appointed as the new IDF Arabic spokeswoman. Well, this week we have another inspiring story for you as Israeli women continue breaking the barriers of what we think is possible. This time we focus on Major R and her new role as a Navy missile ship commander. Have a look.
The appointment of Major R is seen as a significant step in the Navy's operational and command leadership, reflecting a commitment to professional excellence and equal opportunity in combat roles. The missile ship she will command played a central role in the recent war, taking part in complex operations, including strikes on the Syrian Navy as part of Operation Bashan Arrow, the targeted killing of the deputy head of Hamas's government in Gaza and its finance chief, the elimination of a senior Hezbollah figure in its aerial unit 127, fire and surveillance support for maneuvering forces in Lebanon, and the interception of aerial threats in defense of Israel's skies. Major R enlisted in 2016 in the Naval Officers Course and has since served in a series of key positions, including weapons officer, duty commander of a missile ship, a commander of a Dvorah-class patrol boat in Squadron 916. Commander of the Navy, Major General David Sar Salama, said her selection reflects excellence, leadership, responsibility, and courage, adding that the Navy, the IDF, and the people of Israel are proud of her, and she will become an example for other Israeli women to follow.
And are you tired of all of the long lines at Ben Gurion Airport? Well, things might be changing very soon, as plans to build not one, but two brand new airports in Israel are underway. Let's take a listen to the details.
The cabinet has approved the construction of a new international airport in the Negev Desert, with plans also advancing for a second airport in the north. The new southern airport is planned near the Ziklag archaeological site, about 17 miles northwest of Beersheba, between Netivot and Rahat. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called the project, quote, a tremendous engine for developing the Negev, saying it will boost employment, tourism, and accessibility, along with major investments in roads, railways, and supporting industries. The government also approved advancing plans for a second international airport at Ramat David in the Jezreel Valley near an existing airbase. Officials say the two projects will move forward in parallel and are designed to reduce pressure on Ben Gurion Airport, Israel's main international gateway. Ben Gurion currently has a maximum capacity of 40 million passengers a year. Before the pandemic in 2019, about 24 million travelers passed through its terminals, and numbers are expected to rise in the coming years. The new airports are intended to provide additional aviation infrastructure, meet growing demand for tourists and Israelis flying abroad, and ensure greater resilience in times of emergency.
And speaking of air travel, one figure making its way to Israel very soon is Indian Prime Minister Modi, who is scheduled to visit the Jewish state this week. Have a look.
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to visit Israel this Sunday, according to the Prime Minister's office. The high-profile trip highlights the growing ties between Jerusalem and New Delhi. Modi will be in Israel for 2 days, February 25th and 26th, his first official visit since 2017. He's expected to meet Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other leaders to discuss expanding bilateral cooperation in defense, technology, trade, and regional security. During his visit, Modi is anticipated to address the Knesset, a symbolic step underlining the strategic relationship between the two democracies. This follows several high-level exchanges over the past year and is seen as part of a broader push to deepen partnership amid global and regional challenges. In India, the announcement generated debate, with some political figures criticizing the government for not sharing details directly before the foreign announcement. Modi's previous visit to Israel in July 2017 was historic, marking a new era of diplomatic and strategic cooperation between the two nations.
Now, have a look at this massive deal. Israeli shipping giant Zim has now been purchased in an insane deal estimated to be worth about $3.5 billion. Take a look.
Turning to financial news, where Israeli shipping giant Zim has been sold to Germany's Hapag-Lloyd in a deal valued at $4.2 billion. The agreement was signed in Tel Aviv with a German delegation led by Hapag-Lloyd CEO Rolf Haben Jensen traveling to Israel to finalize the transaction. The company is expected to outline its strategic plans in a joint news conference with Israeli and German media. Under the terms of the deal, Hapag-Lloyd will sell Zim's Israeli operations to the FIMI private equity fund, a move aimed at preserving a strong and independent Israeli shipping presence. FIMI CEO Ishai Davidi said the fund recognizes the strategic importance of maintaining an Israeli shipping company and plans to establish a new Zim with a modern, efficient fleet and broad logistics capabilities. The sale marks one of the largest transactions in Israel's maritime sector and has drawn attention over the transfer of a strategic national company to foreign ownership, even as officials stress that Israeli operations will remain strong and financially resilient.
And Israeli air defense gets a brand new addition to its already impressive arsenal. You know the Iron Dome, you may know the Arrow 3, but now you have to know about the Arrow 4. Announced by Israeli Aerospace Industries last week, let's take a look at what's in store.
The president and CEO of Israel Aerospace Industries, Boaz Levy, says the in-development Arrow 4 system will increase Israel's interception success rates and help the country stay ahead of evolving threats. Speaking at a defense technology expo in Tel Aviv, Levy said IAI focuses on future threats, not just current ones. He confirmed that Arrow 4, designed to replace the long-serving Arrow 2, is expected to enter operational deployment in the coming months. The Arrow 4 is the latest generation in Israel's Arrow family, developed with the U.S. Missile Defense Agency. It is designed to intercept ballistic missiles within the atmosphere and to handle advanced threats, including maneuverable and potentially hypersonic missiles that challenge traditional defense systems. Arrow 4 will work alongside the Arrow 3, which has been operational since 2017. The older Arrow 2, first deployed in 1998, is expected to be phased out over time. The Arrow systems have already been used in direct confrontations with Iran, which has fired ballistic missiles at Israel from distances of more than 1,500 kilometers. Arrow 4 will form part of Israel's broader multi-tier air defense network, which also includes Iron Dome for short-range rockets and David's Sling for medium-range threats. With flight tests already underway and international interest growing, including from Germany, defense officials say Arrow 4 represents a major upgrade in Israel's ability to detect, track, and destroy the most advanced missile threats on the horizon.
And in archaeological news, did you know that there are excavation thieves around the world? Well, apparently this epidemic of stealing ancient artifacts located by professional excavators is a real crime, and one that, believe it or not, happens also in Israel. But thankfully, the Israel Antiquities Authority were able to stop most of the theft attempts. But what they uncovered recently will absolutely blow your minds. Have a look.
Inspectors from the Israel Antiquities Authority were monitoring illegal digging on the eastern slope of Mount Scopus when they caught 5 suspects excavating inside a cave. But what they found the next morning stunned even veteran archaeologists. Eitan Klein of the authority's theft prevention unit said, quote, "We were shocked to find more than 100 pieces." The fragments turn out to be stone cups, bowls, and other vessels from the late Second Temple period, when Jewish law held that stone, unlike pottery, could not become ritually impure. That made limestone vessels especially important for pilgrims traveling to Jerusalem to visit the temple before its destruction in 70 CE.
Each of the artifacts you see here behind me actually has a criminal record. It was stolen, seized, or looted from some archaeological site, either in Israel or abroad.
Archaeologists say that the cave served as a workshop along the main eastern road into the city, used by travelers coming from Jericho and the Jordan Valley. Soft local limestone or chalk made the site ideal for carving ritual vessels that were likely sold in Jerusalem. Production waste found inside the cave confirms its function as a factory. The artifacts are now on display at the IIA's National Campus in Jerusalem as part of a new exhibition on antiquities looting and prevention. Officials say the suspects face charges of illegal excavation and damage to antiquity sites, while researchers say the discovery helps piece together daily religious life in Jerusalem's final years before the temple fell.
And finally, do we have a treat for you? ILTV's very own Emily Schrader uncovered an Islamic regime plot that reveals the truth behind an influencer's trip to Iran. This independent investigation is now turning heads as hypocrisy is revealed and truths begin to spill. Take a look.
Outrage from Iranians inside and outside the country.
Glory to all the martyrs.
A delegation of 15 influencers tour Iran on what appears to be the regime's dime.
Police in Iran are defending the revolution and are defending their government.
The delegation was organized by the Sob Media Center, Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting.
Never fall into alternative propaganda.
Additional risks include the possibility of recruitment for espionage or hostage-taking for foreign nationals.
What's amazing, guys, is I have walked this entire rally in the middle of Iran without a hijab on.
A delegation of 15 influencers tour Iran on what appears to be the regime's dime, even as Tehran continues its violent crackdown after a campaign of mass murder of its own citizens. This week, an ILTV investigation has discovered that among the participants are U.S. national Kala Walsh and a UK national Bushra Sheikh, raising serious concerns about sanctions violations both in Washington and in London. The delegation was organized by the SOB Media Center, a state-linked entity affiliated with the state media network, Islamic Republic of Iran Broadcasting. The organizer of the tour has also been identified as Ahmed Nourouzi, the vice president of IRIB's World Service. According to the U.S. Treasury, Nourouzi is listed on the specially designated nationals list under the Iran sanctions program. Treasury records link him directly to IRIB, which the U.S. sanctioned for broadcasting forced confessions and acting as a tool of state repression. In late January, Nourouzi publicly issued a call for filmmakers and activists to join what he described as a special media tour to Iran. Photos posted from inside the country show members of the delegation attending official meetings and regime gatherings. In one image shared by Boucher Sheikh, Nourouzi appeared seated at the head of a formal meeting during the visit. Also among the participants is U.S. national Kala Walsh, and this is not her first visit. During a previous regime-organized trip, also by SOB, Walsh appeared on stage at an event in Iran where she chanted, "Death to America."
May we see victory within our lifetimes. Margbar America, Margbar Israel.
Iranian state and parliamentary records show that the Iranian parliament approved a cultural budget provision authorizing up to $20 million for contracts with foreign individuals to assist in nation branding. Reporting in November 2024 from Iranian state media also confirmed that the Tehran municipality covered flights and hospitality costs for a delegation of 12 foreign influencers.
The trip by these influencers to Iran raises tremendous concerns. I believe that the SOB International Media Festival is kind of a repackaged outfit for the Islamic Republic to use to recruit Westerners to amplify the regime's propaganda to Western audiences.
Additional risks include the possibility of recruitment for espionage or hostage-taking for foreign nationals from both the U.S. and the U.K.
There have been instances where one arm of the Iranian state invites American or your Western nationals to a, quote, conference in Iran, only for another arm of the Iranian state to take them hostage. And we've seen this before in some hostage cases.
As of now, neither the U.S. nor the U.K. authorities have publicly announced an investigation. However, based on publicly available documentation, the participation of both of them in a state-sponsored trip organized by a U.S.-sanctioned official presents significant potential legal exposure under existing sanctions frameworks.
And that's a wrap for this edition of Good Week Israel, bringing you some positive highlights straight from the Holy Land. Stay tuned because Good Week Israel is getting a brand new look very soon. Don't go anywhere because we have some brand new content coming up. As always, I am Deborah Klein. Take care, and thank you so much for watching.
Sorry, what are you doing here?
I came here to the IAC to spread the word about Israel's security challenges on the northern borders. We produce a lot of information around that, and we also brief people from around the globe around that in our center in the north. We are based in the north, so we don't only speak about the north, we also experience everything that happens there. And our mission is to provide accessible knowledge about what's happening in Syria, in Lebanon, the IRGC, any security threat that is posed to Israel, we are there.
So what's going on in Lebanon these days, especially when we see what's happening in Iran right now?
To tell you the truth, it doesn't have an impact yet. Iran views Hezbollah as its project, and even after Nasrallah was killed, it didn't abandon the project. Only last week, when you had huge protests in Iran, the Iranian foreign minister landed in Lebanon with some suspicious suitcases that the Lebanese saying that they prevented them from entering. I'm not sure.
Do you know what they had inside?
I am guessing
Tell me.
Could be cash to Hezbollah. Again, they are saying they didn't let them in. I'm not sure. They're not always telling the truth.
Yes.
But it is clearly an indication that the Iranians are the one who are pushing behind to make sure that Hezbollah will not be disarmed, and to make sure that the Lebanese army will not disarm Hezbollah.
So what do you think the Trump administration, they're trying to disarm Hezbollah as well, they're trying to do with Hamas? But if you're saying right now that Hezbollah is not going to really disarm,
No, they're saying that clearly. I'm not saying that. They're saying that.
so what do you think Trump administration should know?
That in the Middle East, it doesn't matter what piece of paper you signed on. What matters is whether you truly implemented the agreement. And in many cases here, agreements are being signed, but nobody has any intention to truly implement them. This is right to Hamas in Gaza, and it's right for the Lebanese government. I think they're cheated. They said that they completely disarmed Hezbollah south of the Litani River, and we don't see any proofs for that. Every day IDF is killing Hezbollah military operatives in South Lebanon, in those places, or bombing storages of weapons in those places. So clearly, it didn't happen.
Do you think maybe under Trump administration, maybe, I don't know, we will see peace between Israel and Lebanon without Hezbollah? Maybe I'm talking not now, not tomorrow, but like in 3 years from now.
It all depends on the Lebanese. If the Lebanese will be willing to clash with Hezbollah, which this
Do you
is
think
the
it
only
will
way,
happen?
very little. Eventually, the biggest thing that the Trump administration had done in Lebanon for us is to give us a green light to continue the attacks against Hezbollah as long as the Lebanese army doesn't deliver, and to stay in the 5 points, which are actually literally securing our border, because it's a border that is really difficult to defend with the terrain. It's hills and valleys and forested areas and communities which are literally based at the fence. And that's why it's so important to have those hills which are watching the whole area. Like I live 9 kilometers from the border, and I can see from my hometown one of these hills.
Wow.
Well, IDF today is on top instead of Hezbollah. There used to be Hezbollah on top.
It's insane. What do you hear from the people, the citizens in Lebanon? They're looking to replace Hezbollah?
Look, when you cannot speak about the citizens of Lebanon because it's a very diverse society.
Right.
There are different views there.
Christians.
And clearly the Christians and the Sunnis, Muslims, the vast majority are against Hezbollah, speaking out loud against Hezbollah. This is not something new. The big question is around the Muslim Shiite base of Hezbollah. And here, clearly, we and the Lebanese government didn't eliminate the civilian branch of Hezbollah, which is the state within a state. Hezbollah still provides its own base with education, with allowances, with medical services, and it's very much involved in the everyday life of these people. Iran is supporting those projects of whatever infrastructures in Lebanon in order to gain support. And as long as Lebanese state is enabling that, and Hezbollah is a legitimate political party in Lebanon, it will continue to use its own people as human shields.
First of all, let's do a jump to Syria. Who's Ahmed Ashara?
Ahmed Ashara is not a former terrorist. He is a terrorist.
Okay.
Okay? It doesn't belong to the past. That's the biggest mistake of the West. When he was asked in Forum Doha about exactly this question, are you a terrorist? He said, I am the terrorist. Those who killed people in Afghanistan and Iraq are terrorists. He meant United States and the UK, clearly, and he also talked about Israel. He completely denies his past as a terrorist, not because he didn't do anything, not because he regrets that, because he thinks it's okay. And the organization that he led in Syria, HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, is responsible for 600 terrorist attacks in Syria, which they claimed responsibility to. So he is not a former terrorist. He is a terrorist. Moreover, we find out at the Alma Center, we made the research, and we find out that only in the past year, Ahmed Ashara established 35 schools all over Syria of the HTS network of schools. This means that today in total, there are 70 elementary schools in Syria that are educating the children to adhere to Al-Qaeda ideology.
Oh my God. Do you think President Trump knows it?
I don't know. We published the report a week ago, and even me, I was amazed by the findings of the report because we just asked this question of what's the educational system looks like, and we find out that Ahmed Ashara is not investing in the Ministry of Education, regular education. It is investing in this school net of the HTS, which today in the world, the HTS is not considered a terrorist group anymore, so money comes in.
President Trump sees him like the future of Syria.
The future of Syria is to become an Islamist state by this net of education.
Do you really believe that Israel will make any kind of agreement with him?
I truly believe that we will, because nobody understands.
We're just going to get somebody else to also join us. Caleb Ben David is with us. Caleb, hi, this is Anand here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, and it's a pleasure to join you.
Thank you. So on the right stand, we want to take the right stand for regional stability and peace. But I want to understand what's making the rundown tonight.
Well, certainly there are two issues, and they're kind of linked. And one is, of course, the visit of Prime Minister Modi and this unprecedented address that he's going to be giving to the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, just really in the coming hour. And the other is, of course, the impending situation in Iran, which your guests have been discussing. I want to just make 2 points. This is a special joint broadcast for the first time between an Israeli channel and an Indian channel, News 18 and ILTV here in Israel. And that kind of cooperation, a joint venture, is what Prime Minister Netanyahu and Prime Minister Modi are looking to create, those kind of joint ventures in economics, in diplomacy, and in security. I'll give you an example. Your guests have been discussing, for example, the air defense systems of Israel and how India could benefit from that. For example, one of your guests mentioned the Iron Dome system. I remind you, Iron Dome was not created only by Israel. Iron Dome was a joint venture between the United States and Israel together. President Trump at one point even claimed it was the United States that created it, but it was a joint venture because what Israel could bring was its innovation, its power, its experience with this kind of combat research and development. But the U.S. had the scale, the industrial manufacturing base to produce the Iron Dome and the interceptors it needed. It's a very similar situation with India. India has attributes there in its economic, its massive workforce, labor force, its industrial base that Israel does not have. And together they've just really started these kind of joint ventures. The Barak 8 is one notice, but there's so much more that can be done. And that's really going to be the substance of these meetings between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Netanyahu.
So then let's further stitch this joint broadcast. And Caleb, I'm going to request you to come and co-anchor this show with us. And so we're going to open it up to our guests, and whatever you'd like to ask them, please go ahead. We have Ambassador Ashok with us, Ashok Sajanhar. So Ambassador Ashok is with us. We've got Mr. Dayal, who's a defense expert, former serviceman. Tara Karta, Ms. Tara Karta, she was part of the National Security Advisory Board. She was part of the NSCB. And I have Dr. Ranganathan. He's a political expert. Me and him share the same name. So we're both Anand. So, but he's a political commentator, a Darwinian atheist, and also a scientist by profession and a professor himself. So this is the group that's conversing about Bharat, Israel, and what's going to how it's going to pan out. So, but let me begin with asking you, what is the expectation from Israel at the Knesset? Is there a specific expectation from the Israel Parliament and the people of Israel from Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
Yes, well, certainly we expect there's going to be the warmth, the personal warmth that Prime Minister Modi has brought already to his visit. We saw it on display there at Ben Gurion Airport, and we expect we're also going to see this on the Knesset, the sort of the historic ties between Israel and India. You know, so many young Israelis go to India, love Indian culture. There is that aspect of it, and I think that should be addressed. Hopefully, will be addressed certainly by Prime Minister Modi. And I think a lot of people are going to be looking at more, maybe some of the concrete announcements. For example, you've talked about, and your guest, the notion of India joining some kind of regional or even beyond regional, I'd almost call it international, global alliances or accords with Israel. Some have discussed this as maybe the Hexagon Alliance, which would involve also some European states and African states. There's perhaps the IMEC, as you said, the India-Middle East corridor, whether maybe there'd be some concrete announcement about that. I'll also remind you that India and Israel are beginning negotiations on a free trade agreement, which would be a very big step economically, a big change for India to do that with Israel, whether Prime Minister Modi will address that. So I think it may be premature, but maybe looking if he makes some kind of definite announcement about one of these areas in which there'll be a concrete agreement about it. I would have liked to open your panel because one of your guests raised an interesting thing about whether India would join the Abraham Accords. And I remind our viewers that the Abraham Accords is no longer just about making peace with countries that didn't have relations with Israel. For example, the nation of Kazakhstan, which Israel has relations with, joined the Abraham Accords just as a way to create this kind of a broader context, broader alliance linking Israel and, of course, what we call the moderate Sunni Arab states. Is that a possibility for India? Why not? Why not India joining the Abraham Accords? I open that up to your guest from India.
Okay, Dr. Ranganathan, you want to take that? Before I bring in Ambassador Ashok Sajjanal.
No, first of all, thank you very much for having me on this really wonderful panel. And I speak as a layman. There are enough experts, including you and Ben David as well. I'd like to put 3 or 4 points across as a layman. I think India has to, and I think it has started to, recognize who its true friends are. And you don't get a better trusted friend than Israel in the last 70 years. In fact, ever since we got independence and Israel was formed, 47, 48, round about the same time. And through multiple wars, India has been backstabbed by a host of nations we considered our friends, especially the Arab states in 71. All of them sided with Pakistan, barring a few. They were non-committal. It was Israel and the Prime Minister then, Golda Meir, who came to our rescue. And unfortunately, we did not support Israel in 1973 in its war.
Correct.
Then during Kargil, when there were sanctions in place against US opposition, Israel was the one that supplied us critical laser-guided ammo and everything and turned the tide of the war. So I think the time has come for us to realize that if at all we have a friend in this world, in this fast-moving geopolitical world, it is Israel. The other point I'd like to make is that we must not just look at Israel as someone, as a nation and an entity that helps us during our time of need, especially in defense. The entire nation is a lab. You have to look at Israel as a research laboratory, not just in defense. I mean, in biology, in physics, in quantum, in every field, especially in biology. Yeah. But I like to say this, now the time has come. I mean, you talk about Iron Dome, and Ben was talking about Iron Dome. Best collaborations are struck when you don't jump onto the table. You sit at the table, when you meet as equals. And I mean, no disrespect to, the Iron Dome, but Operation Sindoor demonstrated that our own indigenous Akash was, if I may say so, better than the Iron Dome. I mean, 64 targets identifying simultaneously, having an accuracy rate of demolition of 94, 97%. So we are at a position right now, as far as our technology is concerned, that we can see eye to eye with Israel. This is the absolute opportune moment for us to come together and shake hands and take this friendship to another level.
He's made his introductory remark, but
one small change.
Yeah.
We have a very reliable friend more than Israel, and that is Russia. He has supported you in 1971. Me and Mr. Sajjanar were there during Kargil. They have supported you so solidly during Kargil, you can't. So he is our very, very trustworthy friend. Today also, believe you me, when anything happens anywhere, they will come. They are open.
But
they are not hesitant in any statements.
Russia, nations like Russia and nations like Israel, the equation is that who exacts their pound of flesh for the help that they offer. The Russian exacted quite a lot of pound of flesh with their presence even inside the Prime Minister's office. So far, it's not happened with the Israelis. So that's why we would rate we put Israel one level higher. Okay. 1 minute, sir. Mr. Majid, I said no. I said it in jest, sir. I totally respect your point. I respect your point.
There may be
Okay. But Ambassador Sajjanar, Caleb Ben David's question, Caleb's question. Abraham Accords.
Yeah.
Should Bharat take a position there?
See, as far as the Abraham Accords are concerned, India has already taken a position. We are supportive of the Abraham Accords. When it happened, whether it was with the UAE, Bahrain, etc., we supported it very much. The point is the point he makes, and he quits Kazakhstan. I understand, because it is when Kazakhstan, the president of Kazakhstan, Mr. Tokayev, went. I think it was in Sharm el-Sheikh that he said, okay, I'm also going to be. They have excellent relations. Having been ambassador to Kazakhstan, I understand exactly what the partnership has been, although it's a Sunni Muslim country, Kazakhstan. But they have excellent relations, defense partnership with that. I think as far as Mr. Tokayev was concerned, it was his attempt to get on the right side of Mr. Trump. Because, joining him and saying that, we are supportive of that. The point, as far as I'm, when India should be joining, India could join, what is the advantage, what is the benefit, either to Abraham Accords or to India or to Israel? Nothing. It is basically just joining the bandwagon, and there is no. India has a stature of its own.
True.
Which, the other countries can align with it. Rather than India going and aligning with some.
You've given the answer to the stature of a diplomat. I'm just going to give it from a layman's point of view. The Abrahamic religion followers. The Abrahamic religion followers will sign the Abrahamic Accords. Bharat, by its core nature, is non-Abrahamic, although it houses and it respects all followers and all faiths. But the Abrahamic Accords will be the Muslims, the Christians, and the Judah or the Jews. So that's where it will be. Bharat is by default non-Abrahamic in its core sense. So calling it the Abrahamic, that's my understanding. Yes, Dr.
No, that's another layer. Another layer.
That's another layer.
Another layer of argument.
Slight, not disagreement, but variance with what was discussed earlier as to the similarities between India and its neighbors and Israel and its neighbors. I think it is the parallel is striking. India has never antagonized its neighbors. In fact, much to our detriment, historically, it has gone one step, not just. It has flown towards helping the neighbors. I mean, how many instances shall I count? Indus Water Treaty being one. It's all the same is with Israel. Israel has never antagonized its neighbors. The neighbors are the ones that are just like Pakistan, China. They are the ones who keep pricking us, and they are the ones that keep pricking Israel. So it would be wrong to say that Israel is the one that, yes, Israel retaliates much more. I would say firmly than India does historically, not anymore. Maybe India, we've learned the lesson, but it would be absolutely wrong to say that Israel also hasn't gone that extra yard to keep peace in its neighborhood. It has.
Yes, Tarakarta, and then we'll take it back to Khaled. Please jump in whenever you want.
I do want to make a point about the jet.
Let me make a point.
I just wondered because. We are talking of this Iron Dome. Iron Dome is a US partnered thing, $3 billion I think they give a year, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't see how those systems can come here without an end user certificate and all the rigmarole that goes with the US system. So
we don't need the American collaboration part of it. We just need the indigenously Israel developed part of it, and we can yes, Khaled.
But I think you're missing the point. My point was not about whether India should have Iron Dome, and it has its own systems. It's about going beyond that, developing new systems, new technologies. Already, by the way, Israel's also developed a new laser-based technology called Iron Beam, which is going into operation, which could be certainly useful to India. But even beyond that, it's about looking beyond that and making something new that is a joint effort, because these threats will keep evolving.
Yeah.
And it's about creating a new system that will be a joint Israel-India created system that will be suitable for the needs of both countries.
Okay, Tara had a question for
Just a
you,
question.
Caleb, and then you can bring in your point. Yes.
Yeah. Do you see India emerging as an export zone for Israeli weapons? I mean, that's, I think, the way where we should be going.
Yeah.
Because you've got deals with Vietnam, you've got deals with a bunch
India
of people.
has scale.
Scale, yeah.
Yeah, which Israel doesn't have. So I think the
Is there a
collaboration
possibility
would be
that Israeli weapons are manufactured in India and then it's exported to the world?
Exactly the point that I made earlier, which is that the countries complement each other. Because what India has that Israel does not have is that massive industrial manufacturing base that could create these weapons on a scale that Israel, frankly, cannot manufacture. Israel could help with R&D, as we said, with innovation, things that India has also, of course. But that is part of the benefit that they have. And there is another thing. Unfortunately, I say, both countries, but even more so Israel, are real-life laboratories for these weapons. Israel had no choice in the war with Gaza, the war with the Houthis, the war with Hezbollah, even beyond the scope of anything that, for example, variety that Israel faced, that India faced with Pakistan last year, and as having that as a real-life laboratory is something of immense value to countries such as India.
See, Bibi has been under the pump a little ever since October 7, and there's a lot of political opposition. How much is this going to help him?
Yes.
Prime Minister's visit.
That's a good question.
Caleb, I want to understand from you.
Sure. First of all, we are likely going to have an election this coming year. Prime Minister Netanyahu, it's not just October 7th and the question of how culpable he was in not anticipating that, and that's a big debate in Israel. We have other issues in Israel, too. There are economic issues. Prime Minister Netanyahu is undergoing a corruption trial. There's issues related to our religious issues, our ultra-Orthodox population. By the way, even Prime Minister Modi's speech, unfortunately, was subject to some of these domestic issues, because there was an issue of whether the opposition members of parliament would stay in the chamber while Prime Minister Modi spoke, not because of anything to do with Prime Minister Modi, but because the Speaker of the Parliament did not invite the Chief of Israel's Supreme Court. So Israel's election, of course it helps Prime Minister Netanyahu. Of course it helps his reputation of a statesman, as does, for example, his relationship with President Trump. But there are domestic issues, just as I'm sure there in India, that weigh just as heavily, if not more, as well as foreign policy.
Absolutely. Fair point. Yeah. Closer. Yeah, Bishambaji, you were saying
that, look, as far as Iron Dome is concerned, it's our own concept. There are few gaps. Israelis are producers of technologies. They're not producers of great weapon systems. They're not producing aircraft. They're not producing major artillery systems. They are where we need them is in artificial intelligence, in some cyber space, in space technologies, quantum computerization. Where we have gaps, they can join us in producing those systems rather than bringing a system from outside.
No, I also want to understand, Taraji, are we looking at prepping ourselves based the previous war? Or are we looking at what's going to happen in the future? I keep bringing back this reference. Recently, there's a video that went viral among the Chinese. Chinese kids were dancing. Okay, young kids were dancing, and behind them were robots, Chinese robots who were dancing. And in that, they produced a lot of acrobatic kicks, which is a part of Krav Maga as much as of Kalaripayattu or of karate and kung fu. So if those soldiers tomorrow are weaponized, and it's not just drones, you have infantry, which is robotic and it's weaponized and it's coming at you. Are we thinking away to how are we going to freeze them? How are we going to freeze and fry those batteries that are powering these soldiers? Because we don't seem to have those answers. Are we thinking that in that direction?
I think much of the push now is towards that. You just saw I don't know how many billions of rupees we've allocated towards precisely this. But it's in different segments. It's
right.
Not, but yeah, that's somewhere I think we need Israeli help. But, Okay, no, I'll pass.
No. It's nothing
We are
that.
looking at robotics. We are looking at anti-robotics.
We also need to learn a little more about how these unknown gunmen do it. You know, how did they engineer the pagers and how did they penetrate deep inside the enemy's, bastion and take them out? So, they've done Durandar before we did.
Yeah.
So we got to learn a little more from them. I've run out of time, but Callum, Ben, David, thank you. Thank you for staying on, and it was wonderful. It was wonderful. We should do this more often.
Absolutely. I look forward to it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we're going to call this broadcast to a close, viewers, but our coverage continues because in a short while from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be at the Knesset.
Welcome to another episode of One on One, a special series from ILTV in partnership with Israel Bonds. I'm Lidar Gaveh-Lazi, and in each episode we sit down with individuals who bring a clear sense of purpose and are choosing to make a real impact. They understand that supporting Israel isn't just about words, but about taking action when it matters most. Our guest today is a trailblazer across multiple worlds. She's a sports journalist and entrepreneur, a social media influencer, and a bold voice for Jewish pride and Israel, especially at a time when speaking up hasn't always been easy. She's also someone who believes deeply in building Israel's future, not just through words, but through action. Emily, you've built a career in spaces that demand both mental toughness and visibility, from sports journalism to entrepreneurship and advocacy. How did your sense of Jewish identity shape the confidence it took to step into these arenas and claim space unapologetically?
To be completely honest, I don't feel that my Jewish identity shaped my career. I feel like the career empowered me to, just have a platform in general, which then I could take this platform and elevate my identity. But it took me a while to find it. I went to a Jewish high school. I grew up in a Jewish neighborhood, and Jewish identity was everything I grew up with. So I didn't really appreciate it. And then once I got to college, once I got to the sports world, and then I realized I'm the only Jew, it started to feel like it was a privilege to be like the Jew in the room. And I felt, I don't want to call it a burden because it wasn't. I carried it almost as like a badge of honor, where I felt like I'm the representation for the Jewish people because I'm one of the few Jews here. And then that's where I became more in touch with my Jewish identity, and I used the career that I was building to bring that Jewishness into it and spread positive awareness around it, because obviously, there's a lot of like negative stereotypes around Jews, so I wanted to be like the positive one.
And before we continue, a word from our sponsor. Israel Bonds offers a direct way to invest in Israel's resilience while investing in your own future. Invest in what matters. Invest in Israel Bonds. And Emily, back to you. At a time when many public figures are choosing silence, you've actually chosen to be outspoken, especially in standing up for Israel and against anti-Semitism. What gave you the courage to be so vocal, and what has the response been like, both the support but also the pushback?
Well, of course, for me, it didn't feel like it was a choice. After October 7th, and even before October 7th, I always had this like survival instinct in me, because when I was 16, I went to Poland and I saw what people were capable of. And it wasn't just seeing what happened in Poland that kind of woke me up harshly. It was coming back from Poland, doing research about how this happened, and then finding out how the world didn't help us until it was convenient for them to. So knowing that we're on our own as a 16-year-old is very traumatizing. But it was irrelevant, because in my mind, okay, this will never happen again. But come October 7th, I got flashbacks. I'm like, oh my goodness, this absolutely can happen again. And we saw the response that the world had. So for me, speaking up was an obligation. The pushback has been insane. I was unemployed for like a year after October 7th. Miss Universe shunned me. I had so many brands stop communicating with me. It was sad, but the positive outreach has been incredible. I feel like for the first time I've been, really surrounded by the Jewish community. Of course, there's like sinat chinam, there's so much infighting, and it's very sad, but ultimately we're all we have. And unfortunately, not all of us realize that, but I realize that, so I'm gonna try to unite the community as much as I can.
And moving on to another one of your hats, sports often bring together people who might never otherwise interact. How do you see your role in using sports to bring people closer together, particularly by giving positive exposure to Israel and the Jewish community through high-profile Israeli athletes?
Sports in general, I think, is the best bridge to anything. Sports, food, and money unite people. So being on the sports end of it, I feel like it's built incredible bridges for me. I mean, I don't know why it's not spoken about more. I started working in Saudi Arabia 2 years ago before it was like cool and safe and fun. And I absolutely fell in love with the Saudis. That love was reciprocated. And we talk about Israel, we talk about Gaza, we talk about really uncomfortable things. And the only reason I'm in Saudi Arabia is because of my sports job and because they bought a percent of the league that I work for. So, it's an entryway into many doors that otherwise would not have been opened. And I'm really, really grateful that I get to be on both the political side of things and the sports side of things, because they cross paths so much more than what people think. And, people can disagree on everything, but you could root for the same team in the same sport, and it's all fun at the end of the day.
And you've been covering a lot of entertainment coming out of Saudi Arabia. I mean, what have your experiences been like as an openly Jewish, pro-Israel sports journalist and a woman working in that space?
The way I was welcomed there was something I wish the world could see, because the media shows you the worst side of things, but there is that majority of silent people. And in Saudi, here's a really heartwarming story. I did Yom Kippur last year in Saudi Arabia, and I observed Yom Kippur 100%. I came with my Tehillim, I came with my Siddur, I fasted, I didn't drink water, I didn't go in the elevator. And I remember somebody came to check up on me all the time because they know I couldn't really move around freely. And after Yom Kippur was over, my Saudi friends from Jeddah, they asked me, so what is Yom Kippur? So I explained to them the Beit HaMikdash, and we fast and we, mourn and repent. And it was a thought that counts. They prepared a feast for me after Yom Kippur because I was hungry. But the problem was they didn't understand kosher and halal are not exactly the same thing. So they prepared a camel for me. And camel's not kosher. So that was a shame. But it's a thought that counts, and it really warmed my heart.
And have those interactions challenged stereotypes, either theirs or yours, about what dialogue and coexistence can look like?
It's so easy to talk behind the screen. It's so easy to hate someone behind the screen. In fact, I've spoken to many Saudis who are completely anti-Israel, but then you sit at a table like this and you're communicating with one another, and you can find more common ground than you'd think. The problem is not everyone has the opportunity to have these conversations, which again, that's why I'm so grateful I have the job that I do, because I end up at these weird situations. But once you sit down with the person, you will bond about so many things, whether it's food or sports or even politics. I mean, there's so many things that the Saudis and I do have in common. And I feel like it doesn't just go as far as the Saudis, it's between Israel and any country. I mean, everyone has something in common. I was in Abu Dhabi with a girl, I won't say her name out of respect, she's part of the royal family, but a mutual friend introduced us, and he said, I want you to spend the entire day with her. She's gonna take care of you. I don't ask questions, I'm zoremet, I go with the flow. Turns out this woman was Palestinian, and I had no idea, and she didn't care about my background. Of course, you can Google me, so it's a bit different. And she was raised in the UAE, so she wasn't extreme at all. She was very secular. She loves Israel. She went to Israel, and it just shows you, it broke that stereotype. At the end of the day, like I said, people are very brave behind the screen, but when you're sitting face to face, we're all just people.
Pivoting with the alarming rise in anti-Semitism globally, what responsibility do you feel to use your platform right now?
I feel like it's an obligation, not just a responsibility. I feel like, why do Jews feel like you have a choice to speak up? Do you realize if you don't speak up, another Holocaust will happen? And I don't say that lightly. I don't believe another Holocaust will happen because enough Jews speak up. But for those who don't, it's almost like, how dare you? You have children. your children are going to grow up in a world filled with anti-Semitism. And what? You feel like you're exempt from that anti-Semitism, maybe because you're powerful or you are very wealthy, but nobody's exempt, because when the Nazis came for the Jews, they didn't ask, are you Democrat or Republican? They didn't ask how much money's in the bank. They didn't ask if you were a lawyer or a doctor. They killed every Jew. So when I speak to Jews who just don't speak up, I think they are the most selfish people on earth, because when the time comes that the Jews are attacked, you're still a Jew, whether you identify as one or not, whether you're proud of it or not, you're a Jew. So you might as well own it, stop apologizing for it, and embrace it.
So what do you want young Jews, especially those who feel disconnected or maybe afraid to speak up, to understand about this moment?
I want young Jews to know that they're the future. We can only do so much before our voices just get faded out. Everything in life is like a wave, right? Today I'm relevant, tomorrow I'm not. That's how it is. The next generation of Jews need to carry the torch and keep spreading that light. And I don't want them to think that because there's enough people doing it, they don't have to. No, you do have to. Because right now you're maybe 18, 20, 21, but one day you're going to be a future leader. You're going to be the doctor, the lawyer, the teacher, the friend. It doesn't matter who you are, because everyone has their role to play and everyone has their impact. So this next generation, and they don't have this problem, my generation has this problem of just embracing their identity. It seems like the next generation has corrected itself already, which is good, but they need to really own it, and it seems like they are based on the people that I'm meeting.
Supporting Israel can take many forms: advocacy, education, philanthropy, and investment. Why do you believe it's important to move from statements of support to tangible action when it comes to Israel's future?
I think they're all relevant. I think the money's relevant. I think the connections are relevant. I think the friendship is relevant. Israel's future it's more dynamic than that. It can't depend on one thing. Like, you have the Miriam Adelsons, and then you have the influencers, and then you have everything in between, and they're so extremely different, but they're each playing their own role. You need the bullies. You need the bullies. You need the ones screaming on Piers Morgan. You need the liberals. You need the Republicans. You need representation across the board, because the reality is Israel is a representation of a million different types of people. But for whatever reason, Israel's boxed into this small bubble and generalized and categorized as something that they're not. So when you have that representation across every field, that's when people will really get to understand Judaism and the Jewish people, but specifically like the relationship to Israel.
Emily, thank you so much for your honesty, your strength, and your willingness to lead, not just with success, but with conviction. Your story is a powerful reminder that pride and purpose are not inherited, they're chosen every single day. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Emily spoke powerfully about choosing action, about showing up for Israel, not only with words, but with real commitment. At One-on-One, that idea sits at the heart of everything we do, because when something truly matters, you don't just talk about it, you invest in it. That belief is what connects today's conversation to our partners at Israel Bonds. For more than 7 decades, Israel Bonds has given people a way to turn values into tangible impact, strengthening Israel's economy while reinforcing a deep personal connection to its future. To continue that conversation, I'm pleased to be joined by someone helping shape the next generation of that commitment. Erez Kahan is the new Leadership National Chair of Israel Bonds, connecting with young professionals across the country who are redefining what engagement with Israel looks like today: practical, values-driven, and future-focused. Erez, welcome to One-on-One.
Good to be here. Thank you for having me.
And as you interact closely with young leaders who are navigating a very different landscape from previous generations, what do you see motivating young professionals today to engage with Israel through Israel Bonds, especially in this moment?
I think each generation is different, and this new generation with technology, AI, the rise of anti-Semitism, especially on college campuses, it is a brand new landscape that we are dealing with, and it is incredibly important to educate these young professionals, what Israel Bonds is and why it's important.
Israel Bonds is often described as both an investment and a statement. What do you say to someone who wants to get involved with Israel Bonds but isn't sure where to begin?
If someone is not sure where to begin, I usually tell them to start where you're comfortable with, whether that is just simply going to an event and exposing yourself to information, to learning more, all the way up to getting more involved, helping put together an event, or all the way to, buying a bond and educating the people around them. I like to think of it as baby steps. When I first got involved, 7, 8 years ago, I didn't really understand fully what Israel Bonds was. I knew it existed. I knew it was important. I went to a Friday night dinner, and I was like, okay, a $36 bond, I'm getting this money back, and I'm getting a great dinner. And I went, and then I hear the speaker, and I think, oh my gosh, this is like really important. So I went back to another event, and then I start to think, maybe I should get more involved in Israel Bonds. So I started to get more involved, and I started to talk to my friends and bring friends to the events. Then I start educating my friends about it, and that's why I'm here today in my position.
And what excites you about being the national chair for Israel Bonds' new leadership?
I started this position as being in New York City and going to events in New York City, and I've exhausted my resources in my social circles, in my community, in my synagogue, getting all the people that I know in New York City involved with Israel Bonds, educated about Israel Bonds, getting young professionals involved in Israel Bonds in New York. It's incredibly important at this point, to start going out on the streets, going to different areas. Going to the game in Philly is a perfect example of going out and meeting young professionals in different areas and spreading the beauty of Israel Bonds and the importance of Israel Bonds, why it's important, and planting the seeds in these different cities and these different Jewish communities where there are plenty of young professionals, where they can then take on the reins and spread the word and create their own events, and we can grow from there.
How can investing in Israel through Israel Bonds serve as a form of empowerment during times like these?
During times like these, it could be very overwhelming, and young professionals don't necessarily know how to respond with the rising anti-Semitism around. And one really big way to combat this is by making a statement by investing in Israel Bonds. You are making a statement saying, I believe in the state of Israel, I believe in what this bond stands for, and I believe in the continued existence of the state of Israel.
Elias, thank you for joining us today and for your leadership and for reminding us that investing in Israel is not just about the present, it's about believing in a shared future and having the courage to help build it.
Thank you so much.
Today's conversations, from Emily's advocacy to Erez's leadership, remind us that support for Israel takes many forms, but it always begins with intention and action. When you invest in what matters most, you don't just shape outcomes, you shape identity, resilience, and possibility. This is One-on-One, where bold voices meet meaningful action. We'll see you next time. At U Haifa International, academic excellence isn't just a standard, it's a way of life. With 21 English-taught master's programs, world-class faculty, and Israel's top national score in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, students grow in every direction.
If you really want to challenge yourself academically, grow in a very diverse community, and be immersed in such an important and significant environment, University of Haifa is the place for you.
Located on the stunning Carmel Ridge, the U Haifa blends academic excellence with a welcoming community.
U Haifa International has a great combination of top-notch academics with a great community of students.
Whether you're pursuing a one-year master's or diving into research, U Haifa gives you the tools, mentorship, and real-life insight to make your mark on the world. U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
For more than 200 years, when Israel's most vulnerable needed help, Kolel Chabad was there. When families can't afford food, when seniors are alone, when children are struggling to survive, Kolel Chabad steps in with meals, essentials, and dignity. Right now, thousands of families across Israel are counting on that help. And you can make sure it reaches them. Your donation doesn't just give charity, it gives hope, it gives strength, it saves lives. Kolel Chabad, helping Israel one life at a time. Scan the QR code on your screen and give now. Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time. The story of the Jewish people has never been about standing still. It's a story of moving forward, of taking responsibility, of protecting what matters, no matter the challenge. That story is still being written today, not with swords, but with stewardship of the land, with the rule of law, and with the determination to secure Israel's future. And on the front lines of that mission stands Regavim. Regavim is a public movement dedicated to defending Israel's national lands and natural resources, in the field, in the courts, and in the public square. Through research, on-the-ground action, and legal advocacy, Regavim works to uphold the rule of law and to ensure that Israel can grow, thrive, and remain rooted in its homeland.
Ari, thank you so much for being. Ari, thank you so much for being here. Please tell.
Welcome to this special broadcast on ILTV. I'm Kalev Ben David. In just a few moments from now, we are going to go to Israel's parliament in Jerusalem, the Knesset, for a historic speech that will be made there in the main plenum by Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There you see the flags, the flagpoles outside the Knesset, along with the Israeli flag. We see the flag of India there flying proudly in the wind. Prime Minister Modi touched down in Israel a few hours ago, landing at Ben Gurion Airport for his second visit to Israel. He arrived here making the first visit. There he is. You see him coming off the plane there. This is actually Prime Minister Modi's second visit to Israel. He first came in 2017 when he became the first Indian Prime Minister, first Indian leader to visit the state of Israel. You see he was greeted at the airport by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The two have a warm, personal relationship. There you see Sarah Netanyahu, Prime Minister Netanyahu's wife, greeting Prime Minister Modi. Again, you could see Sarah Netanyahu dressed in a saffron-colored suit. That is a color associated with India and with the political party of Prime Minister Modi. You could see actually his handkerchief there. Here you could see, maybe we could listen in. This is some of what was briefly said between the two there in at Ben Gurion Airport. Oh no, this is live from the Knesset now. We're seeing live from the Knesset You see to the right of Prime Minister Modi, Amir Ohana. He is the Speaker of the Knesset. And Prime Minister Modi is being next to Amir Ohana. I believe we see the Foreign Minister, Gideon Sa'ar. Prime Minister Modi being escorted along the red carpet inside the Knesset to the plenum, the main chamber of the Knesset. He'll be granted a rare honor, rarely given to foreign leaders, to speak from the Knesset podium to the main plenum. Very few foreign leaders have been given that honor. Most recently, we did see U.S. President Donald Trump, who spoke last autumn from the Knesset, at the Knesset plenum at the close to mark the end of the war in Gaza and the release of the Israeli hostages there. Before that, Javier Milei, the president of Argentina, was given, a good friend of Israel, was given the honor of speaking from the Knesset. And now Prime Minister Modi there is being read to the reception hall there in the Knesset to sign the reception book, welcoming in. You could see the famous Chagall murals there behind Prime Minister Modi. Again, a historic visit here. Prime Minister Modi, the first and still the only Prime Minister of India to visit Israel. He really changed the whole tenor. There was a time when India was not friendly, to say the least, to Israel. It allied itself very much with the Palestinian cause, and its relationship with Israel was very problematic. It was only 1992 that India and Israel established formal relations. But over the years, and especially since Prime Minister Modi came to power in 2014, we've seen a dramatic turnaround in Israel-India relations, increased cooperation in economics, trade, and security, especially security that has been crucial. Okay, we're watching Prime Minister Modi there now as he makes his way to the Knesset plenum. He's expected, Prime Minister Modi will be in Israel for 2 days. After this gives his speech in the Knesset, he will be heading toward the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Jerusalem to attend a exhibition of innovation. Look at that. Here we have, of course, there are many Israelis of Indian descent. There was the Indian Jewish community, many of them who have made Aliyah, who have moved to Israel, and it looks like that's what we're looking at there. The young people from that community. Prime Minister Modi, who is a real politician. He loves to mingle with the people, loves to have spontaneous moments there with the meeting these young people there at the Knesset. Here we see, before he goes into the plenum, their schedule is expected to be tight because he is expected to conclude his remarks within the next 45 minutes. As I said, he will be going straight from here to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Jerusalem, where he will attend a innovation fair on innovation and tech. And tech cooperation in high tech and in areas such as AI and quantum technology are expected to be part of the discussions he'll be having with Prime Minister Netanyahu, perhaps signing some joint cooperation agreements to develop technology in those fields. This evening he will meet again with the Prime Minister at the King David Hotel in Jerusalem, which is where the Prime Minister Modi will be staying. Tomorrow in the morning, he will be going to the Yad Vashem Holocaust Memorial. And he will also be meeting with President Isaac Herzog. He'll have one final meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu in Ben Gurion Airport before he jets back to India sometime around 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, Israel time. Of course, the timing of Prime Minister Modi's visit is fairly extraordinary. He's coming really just as a the crisis with Iran is reaching a high point. Speculation that in the next couple of days, we could even see a U.S. attack on Iran if the negotiations in Geneva fail tomorrow. Perhaps that these tensions could have led to a delay in Prime Minister Modi's trip. But given the importance that both countries view this visit and view developing the cooperation between the two countries, of course, they decided to go ahead with the trip. Okay, so there we see Prime Minister Modi with standing between Prime Minister Netanyahu and Amir Ohana, the Likud Knesset member who also serves as a Speaker of the Knesset. Young man being introduced by Amir Ohana there. And again, you see in her saffron-colored robe, you see the Sarah Netanyahu. Let's see if we have audio. Do we have any sound to go with it? Maybe we can hear if they're speaking. Yeah, let's leave the audio on and we can hear. Okay, we have a brief break from, I'm sure we're going to be going back to shortly there. Again, a historic visit, a focus. This is a trip really being focused, I think, on three areas: diplomatic, economic, and security. Prime Minister Netanyahu hopes to bring India together with Israel in what is called the hexagon alliance that will potentially include other nations from the Middle East, perhaps from Asia and Africa, even from Europe. Countries that will form an alliance of moderate states as a counterbalance to radical Islamist movements and state sponsors of terrorism. That's one of the aspects that the Prime Minister Netanyahu was hoping to discuss with Prime Minister Modi. Then there is the economic aspect. Israel and India began negotiating a potential free trade agreement earlier this week, and that would provide, of course, a major boost in the trade, which so far this year has been about $4 billion. It's actually gone down because of the war in some recent years. Israel also hoping to advance what's called the IMAC project. That's the India Middle East Corridor, which is a trade route that would run from Asia to Europe via India, the Gulf states, in particular the Dubai port, and then on to Israel, and utilizing Israel's ports on the Mediterranean, the Ashdod and Haifa ports. And that would be provide an alternative, for example, to the Chinese initiative, the Belt and Road initiative that China has developed to move its goods from Asia, or to move Asian goods into Europe. So the IMAC corridor will be discussed. And then, of course, security, perhaps the most important aspect of the visit by Prime Minister Modi. Israel and India have developed a robust trade in defense technology and defense weaponry in the recent years. India purchasing such items as the Falcon radar unit, the Heron military drone, for example. Discussion about perhaps potentially or India buying the Iron Dome system, even perhaps in the future the Iron Beam anti-air defense system. And then, of course, the two countries perhaps working together to jointly develop new defense technologies. Has already started with India and Israel and their companies working together to develop what's called the Barak 8, which is a air defense interceptor missile, and perhaps potentially to develop more. Prime Minister Netanyahu, speaking to the Israeli cabinet this Sunday, specifically mentioned cooperation in technology, in develop of AI, artificial intelligence, and also in quantum computing, these cutting-edge areas of technology. India, of course, is a tech powerhouse. It has a tremendous manufacturing base in the tech sector. Also, in recent years, has come forward in terms of areas such as R&D and innovation, where, of course, Israel is a world leader. So we are still waiting to go back to our live feed in the Knesset, where Prime Minister Modi is going to speak. We can expect also to have some words from Prime Minister Netanyahu. Traditionally, the Speaker of the Knesset, Amir Ohana, is given the opportunity to officially welcome the Prime Minister into the Knesset chamber, the plenum. Israel is looking to boost its ties with India as a counterbalance, for example, to a growing alliance between Pakistan and Turkey. We've seen in recent years Pakistan and Turkey developing a strong alliance of Sunni Arab states, Turkey providing significant military aid to Pakistan, including in its conflict last May, operation which India conducted against terror targets inside Pakistan that as a result of a terror attack in the Kashmir region. During that conflict, Israel did provide aid to India to help it in that conflict, as Turkey did with Pakistan, and perhaps to counter that alliance is Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Netanyahu will be speaking on more concrete ways in order to counter that alliance. One subject that perhaps is going to be discussed privately, but is less likely, I would say unlikely to be discussed publicly, is Iran. That's because India still enjoys strong relations with Iran. It sees Iran as a counterbalance against its traditional adversary, Pakistan. And it has maintained its ties with Iran. And that, of course, is an area of disagreement between India and Israel. So while I'm certain it is likely going to be discussed behind closed doors, especially given the likelihood perhaps of a U.S. military strike on Iran in the coming days, and perhaps the involvement of Israel in that conflict, it's unlikely that Prime Minister Modi would raise that subject in public, or, for example, or in his Knesset speech, which is expected to focus on the more positive aspects of the Israel-India relationship, mentioned the economic ties. Perhaps he will announce some kind of firm agreement in the area of economics and trade or security cooperation. And Prime Minister Modi will probably address the warm personal ties he has with Prime Minister Netanyahu and the warm personal ties that many Israelis feel with the nation and culture of India. Of course, India is, for decades, even predating the warming of relations between Israel and India officially, diplomatically, India was a favorite destination of young Israelis, especially those finishing their army service, looking for a few weeks or months, in some cases even years of relaxation, have traveled in India. There are parts of India, towns, villages in India where you could find signs in Hebrew. I saw that myself on a trip to India last year, where Israelis are welcome in contrast to a lot of places in the world. And this has led to very strong personal connections between Israelis and the people of India. And that is one of the reasons, perhaps, that Prime Minister Modi has felt it possible to shift India's official relations with Israel in recent years. Still waiting to go back, as I said, to the Knesset to hear the remarks of Prime Minister Modi. He's sure making in the Knesset itself. He's greeting various different officials there and taking place. We saw just moments ago Prime Minister Modi meeting with a group of young Indian Israelis, young Israelis of Indian descent. Of course, Israel has had a Jewish community for thousands of years. Some date it back even 2,000 years, perhaps even more of Jews that migrated as merchants to India. In more recent centuries, there's been a large community of Persian Jews that relocated to India, particularly southern India, in the Cochin area, in towns such as Goa, or regions such as Goa, and that community of several thousand was long settled in India. There's still a small number of Indian Jews. It's just still a small community, but many, many of those Indian Jews immigrated to Israel during the 1950s and 60s. They are still proud of their Indian heritage, but they are Israelis as well. And we saw a group of those young ones there in the Knesset. Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Netanyahu, as you can see there, have managed to form a strong personal relationship. As I said, Prime Minister Modi in 2017, becoming the first Indian leader to visit Israel. Prime Minister Netanyahu then returned the favor in 2018, making a historic trip to India. And some viewers might remember during an iconic moment during Prime Minister Modi's visit to Israel in 2017, when he and Prime Minister Netanyahu decided, it appeared to be impromptu, while they were in Tel Aviv, an impromptu visit to the beach, took off their shoes and stood on the shore in the surf, and just the two of them just relaxing on the beach there, creating some really sort of an iconic image of that time. So we're still waiting now here to go back to the Knesset. Hopefully that will happen shortly. Looking at just these images, this was from a few hours ago there at Ben Gurion Airport when Prime Minister Modi landed in Israel, then did the traditional Indian greeting of Namaste, and then was greeted by an honor guard. All right, still waiting. There he is, Prime Minister Modi there, making the gesture of Indian greeting, the Namaste. All right, we're going to take a break, but we will come back to you when Prime Minister Modi is poised to speak there at the Knesset in Jerusalem. We'll come back to you as soon as that gets underway.
Ari, thank you so much for being here. Please tell me, what are you doing here?
Well, thank you for having me. We're here to celebrate Israel and America and to be part of this great community.
Amazing. So please tell me a little bit about Yeshiva University. What do you do?
We are the flagship Jewish university. We have thousands of students. We are actively promoting Israel. We're the only university in the country that flies the Israeli flag 365 days a year.
Wow.
Singing Hatikva at every event.
Wow.
That is what Yeshiva University does.
And I want to talk with you, first of all, about the rise of anti-Semitism. How do you feel about it right now?
Well, I feel that we have an opportunity, and that if attention is being paid to Jews, we're going to show them what Jews stand for. And that are true values that are a blessing to the world. That's what Yeshiva University is for our students, our undergraduate, our graduate students. That's what we educate them, they go out and are blessings to the world.
And what are we going to do with Mamdani?
We are going to show them what we stand for.
How?
I'm not.
You're
I'm
not afraid?
We're not. We are not. If there's anti-Zionists in the world that are promoting terrible lies about Israel, we need to stand for the truth.
Of
And
course.
I believe that if Yeshiva universities in New York City, there was not a moment then now that we were created. This is our moment. This is our time to stand up and fight for Israel and show what the Torah is about and what the Jewish people are about.
You're not afraid?
We are not. We are not
Your
afraid.
students?
No, thank God. They're doing really well.
Oh my God, it's
Yeah.
it's absolutely amazing. Now, how was it after October 7th?
October 7th was an important rallying moment. Every student of Yeshiva University was deeply affected. I myself, my son, he's fought over 300 days in Givati. 3 of my sons are Bogrei Tzal. My daughter, Sheirut Lumi. We made Aliyah 17 years ago.
Wow.
I'm the first American-Israeli president of Yeshiva University, and this was obviously very personal and deeply real for all of us. And we responded. We've been praying and actively working for the hostages since the moment that it happened. I had the opportunity to deliver the benediction at President Trump's inauguration, where I was able to front and center praying for Israel and the return of the hostages. I'll tell you one brief moment. At that time, while everybody's head was down, I looked at the president, and the president and I looked at each other, and he nodded to me and signaled that he's got the hostages. I was the first speaker after him. It wasn't just from day one, it was from moment one that the president knew that he was going to make sure the hostages were returned, and President Trump delivered.
Thank God we have President Trump.
I don't think there's a question about that for Israel, for the Jewish people fighting anti-Semitism, the President Trump has been such a positive force for us.
You gave an award to Elise Stefani.
Yes.
Can you please tell me about it a little
Absolutely. Look, part of our mission is to gather the heroes. He said that the Jewish people, Yeshiva University, are blessings to the world. We want to find our partners. So for graduation, we have promoted those heroes in America that have stood for Israel and the Jewish people and true American values. So the year before, we had Senator John Fetterman,
Right.
who was incredible,
He's amazing.
standing up, amazing. And last year,
Who's going to be next year?
we actually have a great.
I have a few names for you.
We have a great person for next year, but I
Who?
can't announce it
No,
yet.
give us
I
the
can't announce it
scoop.
yet. We have a great.
Can I guess? I have 3 names.
I don't know. I won't. But I'm curious what your names are. But I won't
Okay.
tell you. I won't tell you.
Okay. But don't smile.
Okay.
Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, and Tom Cotton. One of them,
Those are 3 good ones. I'm not going to say a word.
it's
I'm not gonna
Lindsey.
say-
I saw
I'm not
it.
going to say a word. Lindsey actually greeted me. I spoke at the Senate this year.
And
Lindsey spoke to introduce me and greeted me. He's he's a good man. But I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. There's no comment.
maybe invite the president.
Listen, I have no comment right now. No, really.
I have a great scoop here.
I have no comment right now.
No, I'm joking.
But,
what is your
yes.
next goal?
We are building our graduate schools for excellence. So we've actually doubled in size from in our graduate students, which are not just Jewish students, but they come from all countries and all over the world. So they have an opportunity to study in a Zionist university. So let me tell you, we had a
Where
group,
can I sign in?
It's amazing. And they're enormously successful as professionals. So recently we had this group from South Korea. They came to Yeshiva, they wrote me a note, they said, "Dear President Berman, we love Yeshiva, we stand with Israel." That's what's happening. All these students from all countries and all cultures, they come and they see what a blessing the Jewish people are. We welcome them into our
my God,
homes
it's
and our
awesome.
hearts, and that's what we're promoting. So we're continuing that, growing our graduate schools. We're just starting an engineering program, which is going to be amazing. We've opened up a new college of science and health. We've really been expanding enormously, and we're seeing great interest from students, from faculty, from donors. People want to support today the flagship Jewish university.
Okay, so usually I ask from people to send a message, mainly to the Jewish people.
Yeah.
But now I want to ask you, what message would you like to send maybe to Mamdani or President Trump. You can decide, but
Well,
who do you
to
want
President
to
Trump, it's thank you. To Mayor Mamdani, it's we will always stand for Israel and for the values that we hold dear. And he should know that we've been here for over 100 years in New York, and we are confident that we will continue to grow and expand and stand strong.
Do you understand Hebrew?
אני עליתי
So,
לפני 17
okay,
שנה, אני בוגר של
so
האוניברסיטה
I'll say
העברית.
descendants of Tal Brody. You
Yes.
remember?
כן,
אנחנו כאן, ואנחנו על המפה, ואנחנו נישאר על המפה.
absolutely.
Thank you so much
Thank you.
for this
Thank you for
interview.
having
Thank
me.
you for your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
משפטית לכנסת, עורכת הדין שגית אפיק, חברי הנהלת הכנסת, אורחים נכבדים מקהילות יוצאי הודו בישראל.
Introducing all the other members of the government there. I'm going to be joined on this broadcast by my fellow ILTV Sivan Raviv. But as long as he's speaking in English, Sivan, let's take a listen.
The leader of the world's largest democracy.
Absolutely, this is a historic moment. First time an Indian Prime Minister addresses the Knesset.
Right, let's listen
of the
to
Republic
Amir
of Presidency, Narendra Modi. Namaste.
Sivan, what a reception. Not many foreign leaders would get that kind, especially these days, would get that kind of reception.
Absolutely, this is very welcome.
For Prime Minister Modi, leadership is not merely the administration of a state, but the inspiration of a nation, a huge nation. Guided by that conviction, he has transformed India. He reshaped the landscape in public health, industry, agriculture, and infrastructure. He ignited a digital revolution and drove historic advances in economic improvement and inclusion. He made India the fastest growing major economy on earth, lifting hundreds of millions of lives. In doing so, he gave new meaning to the words Jai Hind, long live India. For over 2 millennia, India gave Jews a home and, in our darkest hours, a refuge. India's ancient Jewish communities helped build this land and this country and continue to enrich it with India's culture, cuisine, and warmth. Diplomatic relations were established early, but it was the two prime ministers, Modi and Netanyahu, who forged a true strategic partnership. In 2017, our guest made history as the first Prime Minister of India to visit Israel. I was honored at Prime Minister Netanyahu's invitation to meet him as a Knesset freshman. Today, it is my great privilege as Speaker of the Knesset to welcome him as the first Prime Minister of India to address the Knesset and to make history once again. Thank you, Prime Minister Modi. Between these milestones, cooperation has deepened across every field, most notably in security and technology. As you, Prime Minister, said, technology yields its greatest benefit when shared. In that spirit, our nations are invaluable assets to one another. כשנבחרתי לתפקיד יושב ראש הכנסת, הונחו לפני הצעות לבחירת יעדים לביקור המדיני הראשון. כשביקשתי לדעת באילו מדינות לא ביקר מעולם יושב ראש כנסת, הופתעתי לגלות כי הודו
And now Amir Ohana is talking about how he was surprised that when he assumed his position that India had not been paid an official visit to the Knesset.
With my dear friend and esteemed counterpart, Om Birla, Speaker of the Lok Sabha, we signed the first ever MOU between our parliaments. Over the course of my visit, I encountered a great civilization, a thriving democracy, and a people of remarkable dignity and resolve. החברות בין שתי האומות שלנו עמדה במבחן המאבק המשותף שלנו בטרור. לאחר טבח 7 באוקטובר, ראש הממשלה מודי היה מהמנהיגים הראשונים שגינו את זוועות החמאס ועמדו באחווה.
Saying that Prime Minister Modi was the first foreign leader to condemn the atrocities that were committed by Hamas in the October 7th attack.
ובפעלגם בשנה שעברה. שני העמים שלנו נאלצים
Now he's talking about the terrorist attacks that were done by Islamist extremists in India too, and the joint experiences of the countries.
And the Indian holiday of Holi will coincide. Colors will fill the air as both our nations celebrate light's triumph over darkness. Both our peoples will proclaim the same timeless truth. Hope always prevails. Prime Minister, you are, as King David was, both statesman and poet. In your poem, Ash, Hope, you describe it as a flame that bursts forth to sear the darkness with its might. That flame burns in the Psalms of King David too. Kaveh el Adonai, chazek ve'yametz libecha, kaveh el Adonai. Hope in the Lord. Be strong and let your heart take courage. Hope in the Lord. Our national anthem is called Hatikva, the hope. Mr. Prime Minister, you have called the India-Israel relationship a partnership of hope. From Hatikva to Asha, hope is the hallmark of our bond. Since last night, Prime Minister, the Knesset building has been illuminated in the colors of India. May the light that unites Jerusalem and New Delhi illuminate our nation's future. Mr. Prime Minister, a Jerusalem main apka swagate, Knesset main apka swagate. Welcome to Jerusalem. Welcome to the Knesset.
It's been a standing ovation.
Standing ovation. Has not even started speaking yet, and it's just truly a warm welcome there being given to Prime Minister Modi.
Parliament. Everyone is very welcoming of Prime Minister Modi.
Yes.
חברות וחברי הכנסת, אני מתכבד כעת להזמין את ראש הממשלה, חבר הכנסת בנימין נתניהו, לשאת דברים. בבקשה,
Prime Minister Netanyahu being called to the podium to speak a few words.
We will likely introduce Prime Minister Modi, thank him for arriving.
Sure. And to speak, I'm sure, of the strong personal relationship between the two leaders who have a fair number of similarities in their political approach.
אדוני היושב-ראש, חברות וחברי הכנסת, you know, heads of state, prime ministers, they come to the Knesset, we greet them warmly, And it's always an exciting moment. For all of us, and for me too. But I have to tell you, Narendra, my dear friend, I am deeply, deeply moved by your visit here today, because I have to be diplomatic. I will not rank it. I'll get into trouble. But I've never been more moved than by your visit here with us, a great friend of Israel, a great champion of the Indian-Israeli alliance, and a great leader on the world stage. Welcome to Jerusalem, my dear friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and your distinguished delegation. Welcome to Jerusalem. Now, I said, Narendra, my dear friend, these are not just words. I would almost venture to say, more than a friend, a brother. In many ways, brothers. Now, when you were last here, we, the two of us, were in the Mediterranean coast, and I said, why don't we take off our shoes and go into the water, which we wanted to purify, and we did, with Israeli technology. So, with all deference to our Christian friends, they said we didn't wade in the water, we walked on water. That's not true. We didn't walk on water, but we did perform miracles since then. Because what we have done...
And there's that
iconic
picture of Prime Minister Netanyahu and Prime Minister Modi there on the beach, Israel's Mediterranean beach.
In some ways, probably
this is
shouldn't.
Years ago, it's a famous picture
but
of
it's
the two of
been
them.
Right, in 2017 when Modi made his first visit.
Both personally, between the two of us, and between our two countries and our two peoples. You know, earlier today, my wife Sarah and I greeted you in the airport, and just as you came down the steps, we embraced each other. Because Prime Minister Modi's personal embrace is something special. It's called the Modi hug. It's well known around the world. And when you hug someone closely, truly, you know it's not an act, it's a real thing. It's called the Modi hug. So I want to return the hug here too from every single one of the Knesset members. And it's not only an indication of the personal relations, of the personal friendship between us, but it really reflects the warmth of the tie between our two peoples. Now, India, as you know, India is a gigantic power of almost 1.5 billion people. Israel is somewhat smaller, somewhat. But Israel is gigantic too. It's a gigantic power, gigantic in spirit, gigantic in deed, capable of performing miracles. And I want to say that the alliance between us is an enormous multiplier of our individual powers. Enormous multiplier.
First of all,
it's a multiplier of the spirit and the multiplier of deeds and capabilities. We are two ancient civilizations going back thousands of years. And if you look at where human civilization developed on the planet, it developed in a few places. And chief among them, the Indus Valley and the Jordan Valley. These are the places where enormous things developed, enormous spiritual things, conceptual things, matters of the heart, matters of the mind, matters of morality. We're two ancient civilizations, and we had to go through the voyage of time, the odyssey of time, with so many trials and tribulations, and yet 80 years ago we emerged, the two of us, from British rule, almost 80 years, almost at the same time, achieved our independence. We share so many common interests. We're two democracies. You're a gigantic democracy, but Israel is also, think about what we had to do, what we had to go through, and how we maintained our democracy against challenges that I believe few countries, if any, have faced. We are now deepening our deep bond, את הברית החזקה האסטרטגית הגלויה שיצרנו. יצרנו ברית גלויה. ולא פחות מזה, שתי המדינות שלנו נמצאות בשיא כוחן. ישראל חזקה מאי פעם, והודו חזקה מאי פעם.
Now speaking about in Hebrew about the alliance between India and Israel, saying that in part through that alliance, the two countries are as strong as they've ever been.
אמרתי עכשיו לראש ממשלת הודו, שישבנו אצלך במשרד, אדוני היושב ראש, אמרתי, אני עוקב באופן אישי, אני עוקב אחרי כל הידיעות שמגיעות מהודו. הודו עכשיו מדורגת ממספר כזה וכזה בעולם, גבוה גבוה.
Prime Minister Netanyahu closely follows every announcement out of India, all the achievements in technology, in economics. More and more the achievements of India. Now he's hailing the reforms in economics, in industry, in health, in the quality of life and energy, in technology in India.
השמיים הם הגבול, מה פתאום? הודו היא מעצמת חלל, אחת הגדולות בעולם.
He's saying the sky is not the limit. India has put satellites now in the heavens.
אבל הודו בהנהגתך, ידידי, ביססה את מעמדה כאריה אסיאטי שמסתער על היעד. עוד צמיחה, עוד קדמה, עוד שגשוג.
Under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, India has become a lion of Asia.
חברי נרנדרה, יש עוד סיבה להערכה עמוקה שאתה זוכה לה פה בבית הזה ומהציבור בישראל.
Now he's talking about the affection, the appreciation of the Israeli public after the October 7th massacre. That Prime Minister Modi spoke out so clearly, so sharply, in favor, on the side of Israel.
You didn't waver. You didn't give excuses. You stood next to Israel. You stood by Israel. You stood for Israel. You stood for the truth. Thank you, my friend.
Well, we're seeing a lot of warm embraces, physical contact, hugs, handshakes. We saw it earlier when Netanyahu welcomed him at the airport as well.
Yes, and it's there seemed to be a sort of this genuine personal affection between the leaders.
Absolutely.
אנחנו יודעים מול מה אנחנו התייצבנו.
Now we're talking about
אולי בסימפתיה רגעית, ראשונית, שכחו מהר מאוד. ישראל מתייצבת, ניצבה ומתייצבת בחזית של הציוויליזציה מול האסלאם הקיצוני.
Now he's talking about Israel standing on the front lines in the battle against radical Islam in the Middle East.
אבל הלבה שפולט הרגע של הקנאות הזאת, הלבה הזאת מתפשטת במהירות לכל יבשת.
Now he's talking about how that hatred of radical Islam has spread to other countries. Both Israel and India have suffered terrible terror attacks. Talking about how when he and his wife visited India on an official visit there, they stayed in the same hotel. We're in Mumbai, where this
terrible terror attack took place. And of course, also
terror attack of 2008.
That's right. The attack against the Chabad house.
Community center. He's mentioning the little boy, the rabbi's son, the rabbi who was murdered in India, in Mumbai. The little boy Moshe was saved by his Indian caretaker.
Right. Israel supports India, and India supports Israel in circumstances that are known, that are public, and others that are not known to the public. And India supports Israel because it knows that Israel stands as a shield against the barbarism. And India stands for democracy, human rights, and and he's talking about how the October 7th attack proved that Islamist terrorism, radical Islamist terrorism will either destroy us, civilization, or we will destroy it.
ידידי נרנדרה, הייתי רוצה להפגיש אותך, אם יהיה זמן, עם כמה מהם. אני צריך לראות אותם. הייתי רוצה להפגיש אותך עם הפצועים שלנו. חלקם קטועי גפיים.
He's talking about would like to introduce Prime Minister Modi to those that were injured in the battles October 7th and after.
And his arms, one of his arms. And he has prosthetics. He's sitting there smiling, cheering with his one healthy arm, and he says, Israel lives, Am Yisrael Chai. בזכות הגבורה של לוחמינו, בזכות ההחלטות המושכלות והאמיצות שקיבלה ממשלת ישראל שפרוסה פה לפניך, בזכות העמידה האיתנה של אזרחינו, בזכות כל אלה, הכינו את אויבינו שוק על ירך בשבע חזיתות של מלחמת התקומה.
Now he is talking about the seven-front war that Israel fought and overcame against its enemies on a seven-front war after the October 7th attack.
שגם לוחמים ולוחמות ממשפחות יוצאות הודו נפלו בקרבות.
And he's saying that soldiers from families of Jewish Indians, of Israeli immigrants to Israel from India, fell in the battles of October 7th and afterwards.
זו מלחמה על האמת, זו מלחמה על עתיד האנושות.
And it's a battle not just on the battlefield, but a battle for the truth. Battle for the future of humanity.
היינו שם רק לפני 80 שנה וראינו את זה. האנטישמיות שמתחילה עם היהודים, ואחר כך מסכנת את האנושות כולה. אל מול גלי האנטישמיות והשקרים שמוטחים בנו, לא הרכנו ראש. אבל גם במאבק הזה, נרנדרה, מצאנו בך ובהודו ידידי אמת. In a world where anti-Semitism is rising, India stands out. A civilization where Jews were never persecuted by the state, only welcomed. We don't forget that too. Thank you, India. נרנדה, ידידי ראש ממשלת הודו, מול האסלאם הקיצוני, שמאיים על האנושות כולה ועל המדינות החופשיות, נבנה יחד ברית ברזל.
He's now saying that India and Israel will forge an iron bond, an iron alliance against terrorism and radical Islamist, the threat of radical Islamist ideology.
ושמוכנות להילחם נגד אלה שסוגדות למוות ורוצות להחזיר אותנו אל הברבריות האפלה של ימי הביניים.
an alliance, an iron alliance against those who worship death and would bring us back to the days of barbarism.
העם היהודי יקרא את מגילת אסתר מתוך התנ"ך. הודו מוזכרת שם, כפי שאמרת, היושב-ראש, בתיאור ממלכת פרס ומדי הקדומה, שכדברי המגילה הסתרה מהודו עד כוש. קהילות יהודיות התקיימו במשך הדורות.
Prime Minister, that's now talking about the a mention of India there in the Megillat Esther, the Book of Esther, which will be read next week in the Purim Jewish holiday.
בני המנשה בהודו, פגשנו את הנציגים שלהם, ילדים חמודים, ואחד מההורים אמר לי, אנחנו לא בני מנשה, אנחנו בני ישראל, נכון מאוד, והם עולים ארצה.
Now talking about those Persian Jews in ancient times that immigrated to India, became known as the Bnei Menashe.
את זה הבינו כמה מגדולי הרוח של הודו, שהתייחסו לציונות בראשית דרכה באהדה גדולה. ביניהם היה המשורר הדגול, תגור. תגור זכה בפרס נובל לספרות,
talking about a famous Indian poet that won the Nobel Prize for literature,
I know you know this, but I want to make sure that everyone knows this. In the First World War, when we were still under Ottoman occupation, those who helped us liberate this country, the British Army, in which there were Jewish fighters, including Jabotinsky, with the 1st Jewish Battalion, but also brave Iranian soldiers and commanders who fought like lions in the battle against Haifa for the liberation of Haifa. The forces were pushed back, and who stormed forward, gave their lives? Indian commanders. We never forget that too. They gave their lives for us. Tagore spoke so positively about our national movement, and his writings were translated into Hebrew. היו מי שישבו את דמותו, עטורת הזקן הלבן, לנביאי ישראל. מילים שיצאו בהודו דיברו אלינו, וכך גם מספרים שיצאו מהודו. דודי המנוח, פרופסור אלישע נתניהו, זיכרונו לברכה, היה ממקימי הפקולטה למתמטיקה בטכניון. That's our equivalent of MIT. הדוד אלישע תמיד דיבר איתי בהערצה.
That's now talking about his uncle Elisha, who was a noted academic, professor.
הזכיר אותו הרבה פעמים, כי התגליות הגאוניות של רמנוג'ן בתחילת המאה ה-20
Now talking about how his uncle Elisha paid tribute to an Indian mathematician who was one of the most significant mathematicians of the 20th century.
כי ידעת מהם השורשים שלך. ובכן, כל זה קרה בתחילת המאה הקודמת, ולקראת סוף המאה הקודמת, הודו וישראל כוננו יחסים מלאים, ואחת התוצאות של מפנה דיפלומטי זה היא תנועת המטיילים הישראלים אל המזרח.
Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu speaking about the fact that thousands, tens of thousands of young Israelis have gone to Israel, traveled, love to travel, especially after their mandatory army service.
Many Israelis travel to India all the time, all seasons of the year. This is one of the most popular.
Right.
והישראלי עונה לו 10 מיליון, וההודי ממשיך, וכמה בישראל? לא 1.5 מיליארד, אבל רבים
talking about how India is surprised, an Indian talking to an Israeli, and they're surprised that there are only 10 million Israelis compared to nearly 1 billion in India.
נביא את הממשלה להודו. לא רק שנביא את ראש ממשלת הודו לממשלה, נביא את הממשלה, את ממשלת ישראל להודו.
Now talking about bringing the government of Israel to Hodu, a G2G meeting that was arranged between the governments, the parliaments, the cabinets. And he's saying with this visit, we will tighten the relations between the Israeli and Indian governments.
זה קורה בוודאי ביחס לאתגרי הביטחון.
And he says this will also be done in relationship to the challenges based on security.
צירי פעולה חדשניים בכלכלה, במסחר, באנרגיה, בטכנולוגיה,
and we will do joint efforts in economics, trade, technology, cyber, satellites.
אתה מרבה לדבר על זה, והנה, תדע שיש כאן אוזן קשבת. אנחנו מפתחים יחד את יוזמת IMEC. זה מסדרון ימי ויבשתי.
He is talking about Prime Minister Netanyahu, the IMEC, the India Middle East Corridor, which was designed to be a trade route from Asia to Europe that basically travels via India, the Gulf states, especially the Dubai port, and to Israel, and then using Israel's ports on the Mediterranean as transits to Europe for goods.
לכך שישראל תהיה חוליה מחברת בין אסיה לאירופה דרך נמל חיפה.
And you will help Israel, so India will help Israel become the conduit for Asia to Europe through the port of Haifa as part of this IMEC corridor.
וברוח הסכמי אברהם ושלום, אנחנו נמשיך את המהפכה של בריתות חדשות של הגברת היציבות האזורית.
And then in the spirit of the Abraham Accords, Prime Minister says, we will create new alliances for stability in the region. And Prime Minister Netanyahu has spoken about wanting to join India in a hexagon alliance with other countries, including from Africa, Europe, and Asia.
ביום קיץ נפלא, אבל מאז אני מבקש לעדכן אתכם שאנחנו שומרים על קשר רצוף, אנחנו מדברים עשרות פעמים.
Saying that, recalling the day when the two leaders took off their shoes on the beach in Israel, waded into the Mediterranean, and saying, since then we have strengthened our connection over the years.
אנחנו טיפחנו את הקשר בין שני העמים, שבכל אחד מהם יש
And we have strengthened our connections between our countries as well as our personal connection. Talking about a visit to India, and they went to the province of Gujarat, where Modi grew up. And the visit in Gujarat, when the governor there showed them Israeli technology and agriculture that was utilized there in Gujarat.
מאות אלפים של התושבים עמדו ברחובות והריעו ונופפו בדגלי ישראל והודו.
And thousands of Indians stood in the streets there, waving Israeli flags, and with signs of Hebrew in all the houses, saying in Hebrew, Brachim Habaim, bless you, welcoming blessing in India, that reception that Prime Minister Netanyahu got during his visit there in 2018.
במאה ה-21 אנחנו נביא את הברית בין ישראל להודו לגבהים חסרי תקדים.
And in this century, the 21st century, we will bring the alliance between India and Israel to new heights.
האומנים הפנטסטיים מבוליווד. אז אני אומר, יבוא יום ויעשו סרט בהוליווד על סיפור האחווה בין שתי המדינות, ואני מבטיח לכם, זה יהיה סרט שובר קופות. ראש הממשלה, מודי, ידידי היקר נרנדרה, אני מברך אותך מעומק ליבי.
I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Welcome to Israel, to Jerusalem, true friendship. Welcome. No. Prime Minister Netanyahu there giving a exceptionally warm speech, an appreciative speech to Prime Minister Modi.
ראש הממשלה, ואני מזמין כעת את ראש האופוזיציה, חבר הכנסת יאיר לפיד, לשאת דברים, בבקשה.
And now the head of the opposition, the political opposition in Israel, this is a courtesy given in the parliament to, this is Yair Lapid, head of the Yesh Atid party. He leads the political opposition in Israel.
Mr. Prime Minister, I'm only going to take a minute of your time to make sure you know whatever happened here today has nothing to do with you. The entire state of Israel.
Some controversy here. Yair Lapid referring to a walkout of opposition members in the Knesset chamber.
Is filled with admiration to your leadership, to your friendship, to the fact that you were here for us in our time of trouble, and to the alliance, the eternal alliance between our two states. So thank you very much for being here, and we are all, both sides of the aisle, looking forward to hear your speech. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
A very brief speech by the head of the opposition, Yair Lapid. Members of his party and other opposition parties, some of them walked out of the chamber due to the controversy over the failure of the Amir Ohana to invite the Chief Justice, the President of Israel's Supreme Court, Justice Isaac Amit, to this event. Another standing ovation for Prime Minister Modi, who's now prepared to make his speech.
He's about to begin his speech.
Yes. Again, the applause.
This is a very historic speech. We have never had an Indian Prime Minister.
Yes.
The Knesset, the Israeli Parliament. Let's hear what he has to say.
His Excellency, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, His Excellency Mr. Amir Ohana, Speaker of the Knesset, His Excellency Mr. Yair Lapid, Leader of the Opposition, Honorable members of the Knesset, my dear sisters and brothers, Shalom. Namaste. Honorable members, it is a privilege and an honor for me to stand before this distinguished House. I do so as the Prime Minister of India and also as a representative of one ancient civilization addressing another. I bring with me the greetings of 1.4 billion Indians and a message of friendship, respect, and partnership. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your kind invitation and for your wonderful gesture of lighting up the Knesset in Indian colors. Your visit to India 3 years ago was the first by a Speaker of the Knesset. And thanks to you, I am the first Prime Minister of India to address this august gathering. 9 years ago, I had the good fortune to be the first Prime Minister of India to visit Israel. And I'm very happy to be here again, returning to a land to which I've always felt drawn. After all, I was born on the same day that India formally recognized Israel, September 17, 1950. Honorable members, I also carry with me the deepest condolences of the people of India for every life lost and for every family whose world was shattered in the barbaric terrorist attack by Hamas on October 7. We feel your pain. We share your grief. India stands with Israel firmly, with full conviction in this moment and beyond. No cause can justify the murder of civilians. Nothing can justify terrorism. India has also endured the pain of terrorism for a long time. We remember the 26/11 Mumbai attacks and the innocent lives lost, including Israeli citizens. Like you, we have consistent and uncompromising policy of zero tolerance for terrorism with no double standards. Terrorism aims to destabilize societies, to block development, and to erode trust. Countering terrorism requires sustained and coordinated global action because terror anywhere threatens peace everywhere. That is why India supports all efforts that contribute to durable peace and regional stability. Some years ago, when you concluded the Abraham Accords, we applauded your courage and vision. It was a moment of new hope for a long troubled region. Since then, the situation has changed significantly. The path is even more challenging. Yet, it is important to sustain that hope. The Gaza Peace Initiative that was endorsed by the UN Security Council offers a pathway. India has expressed its firm support for the initiative. We believe that it holds the promise of a just and durable peace for all the people of the region, including by addressing the Palestine issue. Let all our efforts be guided by wisdom, courage, and humanity. The road to peace is not always easy, but India joins you and the world for dialogue, peace, and stability in this region. Honorable members, in India, there is a great admiration for Israel's resolve, courage, and achievements. Long before we related to each other as modern states, we were linked by ties that go back more than 2,000 years. The book of Esther refers to India as Hodu. The Talmud records trade with India in ancient times. Jewish merchants traveled across sea routes that connected the Mediterranean with the Indian Ocean. They came seeking opportunity and dignity. And in India, they became one of us. Jewish communities have lived in India without fear of persecution or discrimination. They have preserved their faith and participated fully in society. That record is a source of pride for us. Honorable members, the Bene Israel of Maharashtra, the Kochini Jews of Kerala, the Baghdadi Jews of Kolkata and Mumbai, and the Bene Menashe of the Northeast have enriched India. In my home state, Gujarat, there is a school set up by a Bene Israeli family, Mr. and Mrs. Best. It is an excellent school, and of course, it is called the Best School. Edwin Myers gave shape to the film's division of India and was a towering figure in the history of Indian cinema. Dr. Rubin David was the founder of the Kankaria Zoo in Ahmedabad. The actor David Abraham Cheulkar, or Uncle David, become a household name across the country. Walter Kaufman composed the signature tune for All India Radio. David Sassoon built many institutions that still serve Indian society. And of course, the heroic contribution of Lieutenant General J.F.R. Jacob during the 1970 war with Pakistan is widely known. I had the honor of working closely with him after his retirement. We discussed India-Israel relations, among many other things, over many cups of tea. There have been countless others whose contributions are woven into India's rich fabric of life. Honorable members, there was movement from India to Israel too. When many Indian Jews migrated to Israel in the mid-20th century. Today, a vibrant Indian origin Jewish community lives here. They are contributed to the building of modern Israel in laboratories and hospitals, in classrooms, and also on the battlefield. They hold firmly that Israel is their fatherland and India their motherland. We are proud of them. Honorable members, India's connection to this land is also written in blood and sacrifice. During the First World War, more than 4,000 Indian soldiers laid down their lives in this region. The cavalry charge at Haifa in September 1918 remains a significant chapter in military history. Major Thakur Dalpat Singh, remembered as the hero of Haifa, symbolized the shared history. During my last visit, I was deeply moved to pay my respect at the Haifa Memorial for Indian soldiers. Honorable members, last month, the world marked the International Holocaust Remembrance Day. The Holocaust stands as one of humanity's darkest chapters. Yet, even in those turbulent years, some acts of humanity stood out. The Maharaja of Navanagar in Gujarat, also known as the Jam Sahib, offered refuge to Polish children, including Jewish children who had nowhere else to turn. I am told that a statue of Jam Sahib was unveiled in Moshav Nevatim recently. Thank you. Thank you for this honor and remembrance. Honorable members, after India's independence, many Indian leaders felt a kinship with the people of Israel. India's parliamentary debates of the 1950s are witness to their admiration for Israel's effort to develop agriculture in the desert. The kibbutz movement of Israel inspired our leaders like Acharya Vinoba Bhave and Loknayak Jayaprakash Narayan. First in my home state, Gujarat, and now across India, I've seen the approach of per drop, more crop work wonders in agriculture. My own first visit to Israel was in 2006 as the Chief Minister of Gujarat. Later in 2017, during my visit to Israel as Prime Minister, our two countries elevated the relationship to a strategic partnership. Since then, our engagement has expanded in scale and scope, and we are committed to further consolidate this relationship across many sectors. Honorable members, for the last few years, India has been the fastest growing major economy in the world. Soon, we will be among the top 3 economies globally. At the same time, Israel is a powerhouse of innovation and technological leadership. This creates a natural foundation for our forward-looking partnership. We are committed to expanding trade, strengthening investment flows, and promoting joint infrastructure development. The bilateral investment treaty signed last year will provide confidence and predictability to our businesses. In the last few years, India has concluded a number of important trade agreements with other nations. To your west, the European Union and the UK. To your east, the UAE and Oman. Our bilateral goods trade has grown significantly in recent years, but it does not reflect the full scope of opportunity. That is why our teams are working hard to negotiate an ambitious free trade agreement. It will unlock the vast untapped potential in our trade relationship. We will also work closely in different formats, such as India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, and the I2U2 framework between India, Israel, UAE, and the US. Defense and security is another important pillar of our partnership. In November last year, we signed an MOU on defense cooperation. In today's uncertain world, a strong defense partnership between trusted partners like India and Israel is of vital importance. Honorable members, Israel is often called the startup nation. In recent years, we have also been working to unlock the innovation and creativity of our youth. I recall that in 2018, Prime Minister Netanyahu and I inaugurated the I Create Technology Business Incubator in India. Since then, it has supported nearly 900 such startups. Last week, we hosted the world's largest and the most democratized AI Impact Summit with representatives from over 100 countries. Our aspirational spirit aligns naturally with Israel's innovation ecosystem. I see a lot of synergies in areas such as quantum technologies, semiconductors, and artificial intelligence. We are also working with Israel on creating cross-border financial linkages using our digital public infrastructure. Honorable members, I mentioned how inspiring we found Israel's agricultural miracle in desert. Israeli expertise in precision irrigation and water management has already transformed agricultural practices in India. Together, we have established 43 centers of excellence across India that have provided training to more than 500,000 farmers. We should now set an ambitious goal to expanding to 100 centers to benefit millions of farmers and fishermen. Honorable members, at the heart of the India-Israel partnership are the ties between our peoples. When I first visited Israel in 2006, there were a handful of yoga centers in Israel. Today, yoga seems to be practiced in almost every neighborhood. I'm told that interest in Ayurveda is also growing in Israel. I invite more and more young Israelis to travel to India. They will witness the dynamism of our society and experience what holistic wellness can do for the
The media, you said the mainstream media, certain media outlets, are constantly getting it so wrong when it comes to reporting on Israel?
I would say, again, in my opinion, a very good question. But, you know, if you go to history, you saw, by the way, Israeli media as well, but also Western media, in many cases, on the wrong side of history. It happened in the 30s with the Nazis. You know, they made laugh of Churchill, and everybody knows he was right and Chamberlain was wrong. But Chamberlain was supported strongly, heavily, by the British media as a
with the warm glow of candles. Around the same time, we celebrate Diwali, the festival of lights, with the gentle radiance of lamps. Soon, India will celebrate the festival of Holi, filled with happiness and color. And around the same time, Israel will also celebrate Purim with enthusiasm and joy. Honorable members, our shared ideals are the deep foundations that give strength to our modern partnership. We are democracies shaped by history and focus on the future. Our partnership is grounded in shared experience and shared aspirations. Our strong partnership not only serves national interests, but also contributes to global stability and prosperity. Let us ensure that the friendship between India and Israel remains a source of strength in an uncertain world. Am Israel Chai. Jai Hind. Thank you.
And we have just heard the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, give a historic speech there in the plenum, the full chamber of the Knesset, Israel's parliament in Jerusalem. A standing ovation for the Prime Minister of India. His hands clasped together in the traditional Indian greeting of Namaste. You can hear the crowd, the applause that he's getting.
אני מתכבד להעניק לראשונה בתולדות המשכן את עיטור הכנסת, אות הכבוד הגבוה ביותר שבית המחוקקים הישראלי יעניק לראש ממשלת הרפובליקה של הודו, נרנדרה מודי, כהוקרה על הובלתו האישית לחיזוק היחסים המדיניים בין הודו לבין ישראל ותרומתו להעמקת שיתופי הפעולה בתחומי הביטחון, הכלכלה, החקלאות, החדשנות, הטכנולוגיה והעוד, מנהיגותו כפי שיכול ולהתרשם כולכם, מבטאת ידידות אמיצה ומחויבות לשותפות ארוכת טווח. המבוססת על ערכים משותפים ואינטרסים משותפים בין שני המדינות.
Based on the joint values between Israel and India. Prime Minister Netanyahu there. Getting the medal of the Knesset, capping this historic speech by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, speaking at the Knesset here in Israel. And with that, we'll take our leave from the Knesset.
כבוד יושב ראש הכנסת וכבוד ראש ממשלת הודו.
I'll go and meet the people.
Okay.
All right, that ends our broadcast here Thank you for joining us for this special broadcast on ILTV.
Democracy's viewers.
Okay, speak to them.
It was
Hello?
made implicitly clear that the ruckus in the House was not directed at the Prime Minister. And you can see cross-party lines.
Yes, can you hear me?
The MPs coming up.
Yes, we can hear you, sir. We can hear you. Please come in the frame, sir.
With the Minister. In Parliament right now. He's there at the Knesset. Fantastic scenes, a historic occasion.
It is absolutely, Rahul, this is the first time that we have an Indian Prime Minister, and we had a standing ovation for the Indian Prime Minister several times. Almost every time he was referred to, and through his speech several times that he spoke of the great historic association between India and Israel that goes back not just to the times of the creation of the two countries or the independence of the two countries formally, about the same time, 1947 India, 1948 Israel.
Well, let's try.
When we talk of the peoples.
Sanjay, let's try. I know it's difficult for you to do this because you're your own man there directing yourself, but is it possible for you to just move that camera slightly so we can get a wider view of what's happening behind you? Because I can see the Prime Minister still there, and he's mobbed by many leaders there, many MPs, ministers. The House was packed, and this was a little unexpected also, wasn't it, Sanjay?
There it is, you can see.
Yes, we can.
This is spontaneous.
Spontaneous.
This was not scripted.
Not scripted.
And what happened clearly is that at the end of the speech, Mr. Modi wanted to come and meet members of parliament. He stepped down. This again was not formally on the agenda. This was not scripted. He stepped down and the MPs just crowded him. He shook hands with several members, and now there are others who came up to meet him. It's almost like being mobbed by fans. There are a lot of people around him, and behind him, if you can see, there's a whole and quite a thick queue of members of parliament from Israel waiting to meet him and to greet him. This is again unscripted, it is spontaneous, and as the opposition leader pointed out, the incident within parliament had nothing to do with Mr. Modi. They wanted the Supreme Court Chief Justice to be invited, a couple of others. There were issues about protocol and there were political issues, and therefore there was a disagreement between them and with the ruling Likud party. So that is a sideshow, but he came out and said specifically that had nothing to do with Mr. Modi. And here, what we are seeing is quite a spontaneous outpouring.
Yes.
Of the affection for India.
And it cuts across party lines. That is so important, Sanjay. It cuts across party lines. We're seeing an affection for a leader that has transformed this relationship, brought it out of the closet, so to speak. in 2017 and before, even in 2014, in fact. And of course, Prime Minister Modi has interlocuted, of course, with Israelis even when he was Chief Minister of Gujarat, so not a stranger. And you can see there, viewers, there is genuine affection. When you get mobbed by people who are desperate to get themselves photographed with you, it is suggestive of the high regard that they have for Modi and for India. And that's very important, isn't it? It's India really that is also being celebrated, and Prime Minister Modi is just the persona that is representing the nation. Sanjay.
You're right, Rahul, and these are not people, just people. These are members of parliament. These are the leaders of Israel. These are the people who run the country. And this is a vibrant and energetic democracy. They disagree with each other all the time. But on India, they are agreed. What we are seeing here within the Knesset is what we see on the streets of Israel all the time. There is a tremendous fund of goodwill for India. The difference today, the difference this evening is that we have seen that spillover into Parliament, arising within Parliament and finding expression within Parliament in ways that are quite unique and quite remarkable. But we have to add, not quite surprising, because this fund of Israeli goodwill for India is well known. It's been familiar to so many of us for so long.
Well, viewers, what you're seeing is Sanjay Suri getting us these exclusive pictures from inside the house. Even as the Prime Minister is there in the background, mobbed, not being allowed to actually leave. They can't get enough of him. Prime Minister Netanyahu referred to the Prime Minister very affectionately, saying there is something called the Modi hug. And that is a transformative hug. And he has hugged our nation like no other. So this is a very important moment also for Prime Minister Netanyahu, viewers, because Prime Minister Netanyahu, and thanks Sanjay, just keep that on. I'm going to come back to you in just about 30 seconds. I'll get a few reactions from our panel. I have with me Dr. Ranganathan right here next to me on historic day. Dr. Ranganathan, what a moment for Indians to witness. This is diplomacy in action, yes. Optics that redefine an association that has been building and building, and as the Prime Minister said, it's a natural foundation that keeps this relationship together, doesn't it?
No, absolutely. Thank you for having me, Rahul. As you said, it's just the warmth that comes across when two friends meet. And it's not that India doesn't have others as friends, but this one is just special. And I think for 3 or 4 reasons, it was a wonderful speech. I couldn't make sense of what Mr. Netanyahu's speech was. I think Sarvam should come in there with live translation. But I think I read the lines of our Prime Minister's speech, but more than that, I read in between the lines. And I loved what was in between the lines. Let me give you just 2 examples. Number one, as you immediately pointed out, he has crossed a Rubicon by talking about 2 civilizational states. Yes. Now, if you remember, most of Israel's neighbors have this existential animosity towards Israel. They don't want Israel to exist. And here we have someone who's saying that we are 2 ancient civilizations, thereby putting, as you rightly said, a thrust into Israel's, I mean, it's embarrassing for me to even state that, right to exist, of course it does. And the second one, which has geopolitical, I would say, connotations, is that he mentioned, rightly so, the genocide and the terror attack that happened in October of 2023. But he did not mention the so-called, what he's been egged on by our Indian opposition politicians, to mention the so-called genocide that Israel has apparently perpetrated on the people of Gaza. He didn't mention anything about that. I think these 2 are the take-home points. Other than that, the warmth and the affection between the 2 peoples came across. So it was a wonderful evening. I support it. Yeah.
Absolutely. I need to introduce our partner from Israel, the editor and anchor from ILTV, and we're going to bring this broadcast together because this is a very, very unusual circumstance. This is a joint broadcast between this very well-known channel in Israel, ILTV, and CNN News 18. So let's bring the frames together as we have done all through the day, Director Saab, and I want to bring in our counterpart, so to speak. And you have before you some of the finest voices. We have with us, of course, Dr. Mordecai Kedar. We have with us others tonight who are with us. And you can, of course, have a conversation with just about any one of our guests. And it'll be lovely to get your perspective, sir. What did you make of Prime Minister Modi's speech and the reception that he got? Come on, let's put them together. Yep.
Well, first of all, there was a tremendous reception, It's such a unique experience to see a foreign leader speak in the parliament. Very few get that honor. We did see, of course, President Trump did last autumn in the completion of the Gaza war and the freeing of the hostages. Javier Milei, the president of Argentina, another great friend. But this was a truly special occasion when considering that Prime Minister Modi was the first Prime Minister of India to even visit Israel. This is after decades of relations in 2017. And now for him to speak there in Parliament, it just shows you the tremendous distance that the relations between Israel and India have taken in decades. And just to say, he talked about not just the relations between Israel and India, but the relations between the Indian people and the Jewish people, going back centuries, even referring to the biblical book of Esther and its mention of India and talking about the contributions of the Indians there. It really was quite an extraordinary and quite a remarkable speech there. Also, some interesting points I do want to point out, and maybe hear from some of our guests here, some of the things that weren't said. I think there were two significant things that were not mentioned or just barely mentioned. One is Prime Minister Netanyahu did not mention Iran. He talked obliquely about the threat of Iran, but it's fairly remarkable for the Prime Minister at this time when Israel is facing a possible conflict with Iran not to bring that up. Of course, sensitivities to the relations that India and Iran still have, and sensitivities to Prime Minister Modi's position. We'll also mention, Prime Minister Modi did make one mention of the Palestinian issue. He did it in the context of the Abraham Accords, and talking about how he sees this process and others perhaps hoping leading to a peace with the Palestinians. But again, perhaps sort of out of courtesy, respect for Prime Minister Netanyahu and his political position, not to go into any details there. So that interesting as much what was not spoken about that much as it was. And, you know, I see as you have one of your guests there, Ambassador Mark Regev, former Israeli ambassador to Great Britain, but he's also former advisor to Prime Minister Netanyahu and a speechwriter. And maybe Ambassador Regev could talk about that, his impressions of the speech and from both sides, from Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Caleb Ben David, stay with me. I just also want to point out a couple of other things. I'm very glad that you raised that point because I think it's a very astute observation. Yes, the Prime Minister very importantly said that here he was, the embodiment of one ancient civilization addressing another. This is very, very important, viewers, because what it does is, it's a very interesting phrase, Mr. Regev, because what it does is Prime Minister Modi has virtually accepted the historical ties of the people of Israel to the land Israel stands upon today. So he has once again underwritten the right of Israel to exist, a point that Dr. Ranganathan and I were discussing when the Prime Minister made that reference. So that's very, very important because we all know that there is a history here in India too, and that comes sometimes wrapped up in politics of its own. But the Prime Minister really took a step out of the box there. Also, very importantly, addressing perhaps some individuals here at home, the Hamas apologists in our country, saying that no cause whatsoever, none, no cause can justify the murder of civilians. Mr. Regev, these are very important statements that have been made by India's Prime Minister.
They are indeed very important statements, and they are greatly appreciated in Israel, and they show the friendship of your Prime Minister, of Prime Minister Modi, and I think the Indian people for the people of Israel, and that friendship is reciprocated. And it's very, very much appreciated here in Israel. Can I say, I think what we have in common, and I mean both leaders, both prime ministers, both Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke about the historical ties and what we are doing today in cooperation. And I think this is very important because while both Israel and India, as was said, are ancient peoples, and each people is very proud of its own unique heritage. But the fact that we are proud of our pasts doesn't close us to the future. Right. Doesn't blinker us about the opportunities of the 21st century. And I think both Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Netanyahu, while being proud of the history, proud of the heritage, proud of our peoples and their past achievements, they are looking forward. They are looking how to create and embrace the opportunities of the 21st century.
Yes.
And I believe India and Israel working together more closely in cooperation, in technology, in agriculture, in healthcare, in defense, in security, in AI, in all the fields of the 21st century, by working together, we will make a better world for both our peoples. Be proud of our pasts, but embrace the future.
Let me also introduce two other speakers. Mr. Ohad Tal, member of the Israeli Knesset, who perhaps was there listening to this speech, is here with us. Avishag Avinom is also here with us. Sushant Serene also here with us. Let me bring you in first, Mr. Ohad Tal. Very important day, historic occasion. First for an Indian Prime Minister, exemplifies the growing connect between India and Israel, no doubt. But a lot of takeaways from that speech where I think we have broken a little bit of fresh diplomatic ground.
Yes, indeed, it was an historic day to be here. I just came down from the hall with Prime Minister Modi. He was just awarded with the medal of the Knesset, the highest medal that the Knesset ever gave to a foreign leader. Both speeches of the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, and the Prime Minister of India, they were remarkable, historic, and I think expressed the deep friendship between the two leaders, but also the deep connections between the two countries. The Prime Minister Modi spoke about the miracle of Israel and the fact that they've succeeded to take deserted land, the desert, and to make it bloom. Remarkable miracles, innovation, technology, agriculture, and we have to cooperate. We have to work together, and we will. And as the Prime Minister Netanyahu said, in the last couple of years, we have increased, tripled, doubled and tripled, and even more than that, the cooperation between our two countries in trade, in technology, in security cooperations. And we are all seeing, we also have to remember what is happening these days behind the scenes. The Middle East is changing. The world is changing. The axis of evil is getting weaker. And so strong, and countries of the future, I would even say, stable countries should cooperate and build new alliances, strengthen the alliances, work together. Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke about the IMEC corridor to open the trade corridors, paths in stable countries. And this is what we should do. This is what we are trying to do here together with the Indian Prime Minister.
That's fantastic. My colleague from across the seas in Israel, sitting in ILTV studios, might have a question for you or for some of the other panelists. Caleb Ben David, over to you.
Sure. I mean, Prime Minister Modi spoke about the cooperation in trade, in security. But of course, Israel, Prime Minister Netanyahu, he's looking to really make these somewhat concrete, even formal agreements, a free trade agreement, for example, that's being negotiated now. I'm curious from your Indian guests how close that might be. Prime Minister Netanyahu also looking to draw India into a alliance with other countries, not just even regionally in the Middle East, but even countries of Asia. He spoke of African countries. Some call this the Hexagon Alliance he's trying to build. Also even some European countries in the Mediterranean. Mediterranean, Greece and Cyprus. Prime Minister Modi speaking in more general terms about this alliance. I wonder how much, listening to Prime Minister Modi, how open he would be to maybe make these kind of more formalized agreements or alliances. If your Indian guests maybe get a sense of that.
I'll just bring them in, but I know that Avishag Avinom has been waiting, and I'm going to also come back to the parliamentarian in just a few minutes, and then we'll bring in Sushant Sareen because he's got a great perspective on some of these issues. Avishag Avinom, what do you make of not just the optics today, but the substantive parts of the speech? Do you get a sense that perhaps we are moving towards the Indians committing to joining this hexagon bloc?
I think that, first of all, Rahul, thank you for inviting me and having me here.
Pleasure.
I think that Modi's speech really reflected is that the tipping point of his change of policy since he was elected in 2014. I think really that he touched in every aspect that connect between both of our countries, nations, if it's the historical ties with the Babylonian Jews immigrating more than 2,000 years ago and settling in Kolkata and then Mumbai, and the Cochin community, and really that the Jewish community have not suffered from persecution and harassment, intimidation, or any kinds of violence that we see in other continents around the world. And all the way through really the economical ties and geopolitical and strategic ties that basically manifested themselves within the I2U2 group and the IMEC, which hopefully after this ceasefire that we have in Gaza will come to fruition, really. So yeah, I really think that Modi covered everything, and I do believe that after October 7th, that we've seen the reaction of the EU bloc, most of the EU bloc, but not all of it, to their foreign policy towards Israel has changed dramatically. So I really think that India will be maybe number 2 strategic ally after the US. In any form of connection. So I think definitely India will be a huge partner for Israelis, for Israel and the region in general. Also, I must mention, I'm the youngest, I believe so, among all of you here. So I can say that you talked about how the parliamentarians are...
I might just be great.
So you really talked about how the political, the political level really reached up to him after he finished his speech, and the admiration they share towards him. So I can say, as someone who just came, like before the war, I came back from a very long trip in India, seeing the ancient places in Varanasi, and traveled to Goa and been to and Cochin as well, and other places in Kerala, and so I can say that among youngsters, it's also very emotional day and time in history, and we are very, very, very connected to the Indian people from culture perspective, and now when it comes to the political level and strategic level, so I think it's going to be a very holistic long-term relationship, which I'm very hopeful towards.
Okay, that's great perspective. Sharital Meron joining us. She's a member of the Knesset too. Sushant Sareen being very patient with us. I'm coming right out to you, Sushant Sareen. Thank you for your patience. I know it's late in India. Mistal Meron, put this into perspective for us. You were there in the House. What was the energy like?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's such an honor welcoming the Prime Minister of India to our country, to the Knesset. I think his speech was inspiring. It was heartwarming, and we were all very, very excited to hear his speech. I think he spoke about all the most important issues that concern the State of Israel, but the Republic of India as well. We share similar threats, but we also share similar values. And I think this is a historical visit but also a historical speech. And I'm really looking forward to see what's going to happen during this visit. I'm sure we will have some good news when it comes to the cooperation between Israel and India. And of course, we support this cooperation and are looking forward to a great future of both of the countries.
Sushant Sareen, let me weave you into this conversation. One of the offers on the table is the hexagon bloc. And I'm going to also bring in Dr. Ranganathan right after. What do you make of this offer? And do you think India will bite at all? India sort of kept away from taking sides here, but I think this is qualitatively a little different, isn't it, from just being a sort of NATO or a military bloc?
Yes, but look, one, I think it needs to be fleshed out a little more before any call can be made. But also remember, Rahul, India has generally been averse to enter into any kind of a very formal kind of an alliance. So if you look at the elephant in the room, at least on the Indo-Pacific side, it's China. Yes, we are a member of the Quad, and we also have another Quad in the Middle East, which is the I2U2. But these are informal kind of alliances. Now, the countries which are going to be part of, I'll use the word alliance, of the Hexagon Alliance, are countries with which India's relations are strengthening by the day. Whether it's Greece, whether it's Cyprus, Israel, of course, is a stalwart ally, and Israel has helped us in some of our most sticky situations when most of the other countries which profess friendship towards us were not standing with us. It was Israel which was standing with us. So I think we should acknowledge that. And one good thing, let me say, my takeaway, apart from everything else was, in a sense, quite expected. But I think what's really important for me is that the Indian Prime Minister is neither shy nor apologetic about India's relationship with Iran. With Israel. We are not even with Iran for that matter. But the fact of the matter is that with Israel, there are a lot of people who will, try and keep a bit of a low profile. But I don't think Mr. Modi has that issue. He values the relationship with Israel, and he's not afraid to show it off. So I think for me, that's extremely important, because at this point in time, these are fraught times. Whether we like it or not, and I'll be very honest about it, brand Israel has lost some of its shine, partly because of the kind of left-wing rhetoric which was being carried out against Israel, especially post October 7, when Israel, which was the victim, was portrayed as the perpetrator, and Western universities, which are cesspool of, what can I say? I don't want to use bad language on your program. But frankly, it was shocking to see the kind of stuff which was happening in Western universities.
Let's call it woke selectivity.
Anand Ranganathan's alma mater. But the fact of the matter remains that, brand Israel has lost some of its shine. And yet, you have the Indian Prime Minister who doesn't give a damn. He thinks Israel is one of the most important allies India has. And I think there is so much of convergence, whether it's on trade, whether it's on technology. And of course, there's so much we can learn from the Israelis and their brilliance and the kind of innovations they make in technology, in agriculture. You name the field, they are world leaders and world beaters in that. So and what we can bring to the table is really scale. Israel is a small country. It's got a huge footprint, but it's a small country. It has a small population, but we can bring in some of the scale which otherwise might be missing in Israel. So I think there's a fabulous convergence which takes place between India and Israel. And this is something, apart from everything else, which both countries need to work to build upon.
Both countries need to build upon. The other thing, viewers, that the Prime Minister stressed upon, and we are joined now by the Deputy External Affairs Minister of Israel. She's here with us, Ms. Axel. Thank you very much for taking the time out.
Hello,
you were, of course,
evening.
there in the House. Wonderful to see you, as always. Very important statements made by the Prime Minister. One, acknowledging the civilizational roots of Israel, which suggests that India has gotten over the hesitancy it had to acknowledge the hold of the Israeli people over the land that Israel sits on today. So that's very, very important. That moves the needle forward. And another very important point, an unapologetic condemnation of radical Islamist terror coming from the Prime Minister, which ties in very well with the hexagonal alliance that is being presented as a regional coalition against regional radicalism. So these are big takeaways. What do you think are the others? If you agree with these, you could expound on them. And if there were more, please let us know.
Absolutely. These are huge. They're major. And I really want to go deep just to understand, because it did touch quite a lot of the mutual history that both of our people share. The fact that India and Indian people were fighting in this land, lost their life in order to liberate this land from the Ottoman Empire is hugely significant. He spoke about the cemetery and the commemoration monument in Haifa when he visited there. He went through the history of India, giving shelter to Jews, to children who had nowhere to go during the Second World War as well. And it goes on and on and on till today, where he received a historic reward. This is the first time a prime minister received the reward of the Knesset. This is a high mark and a symbol for deep friendship. This medal he received of the Knesset is a token of honor for standing beside what's right, beside justice, among allies who seek for stability, for peace, for cooperation and prosperity. And this is exactly what he was talking about. And I think that Prime Minister Netanyahu also emphasized the huge and significant part that the Indian Jewish community have had in building the nation of Israel. And I think that when I think when he touched that, Israel is the fatherland and India is the motherland, that was so touching. It was so emotional and remarkable there in the Knesset to see that, to hear that live, and obviously the recognition of everything that we've been through. We've had some of our toughest 2 years. I know that for India, it hasn't been easy. Also, you've had your own challenges and your own confrontation, and we can see things in the same eyes. We understand what is the price of radical Islamists. We understand what is the price of terrorism. And standing together during major shift of tectonic shift of world order, of different alliances that are forming, we are together on the side of stability, of peace and cooperation for the people and not for the war and the radicals.
So Mr. Let me ask you this. Would you be disappointed from an Israeli point of view if India didn't sign up to this hexagonal alliance? I know Dr. Ranganathan has some views on that, but I would like to hear yours.
Look, first of all, I look forward for the meeting, the official meeting now with the Prime Minister to see there's a number of agreement that they're signing right now. I think that India need to play and is playing a major part in this restabilization of the world order. I mean, India is a world power, an economical power, a technological power, a military power as well in the region. And as Israel is playing a major role, as America is playing a major role, I think it should stand up during these difficult times to play that key role of stability, of peace, of cooperation, of prosperity. And I think that's the message that he brought to us into the Knesset. And that's why we were so touched as well.
Well, Ms. Haskell, thank you very much for taking the time out. Thank you very much for joining us. We're going to obviously connect with you tomorrow because we'll have more substantive issues to talk about once the joint statements are out. And I'd love to dissect that with you. Thank you.
And we send here from Jerusalem our love and our prayers also to the Indian people. Thank you.
Deeply honored. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just want to quickly bring in Dr. Ranganathan on this. Dr. Ranganathan, this is an important moment. You can see the optics, but let's also talk substance. I think Caleb bin David wants to hear also your point of view on this, giving more concrete shape to what has been a relationship built on deep trust?
Yeah, a couple of points out here. First of all, it was absolutely wonderful to hear the member of the Israeli parliament speak there. Wonderful words. We've all seen this in our lives, Rahul. There are friends and there are friends. There are friends whom you meet and then you come home and then you wipe the sweat off your forehead and say, that was a close shave. And, I think Modi has perfected the art of walking on eggshells. One such friend is Trump. You come home after meeting him as, oh, great friend, and then you say, that was close. Israel is unlike that. Israel is a true friend. It's always been. And, the warmth
So I want to ask you, have we done justice? I'm not talking about this government, but the other governments. Have we done justice to the amount the Israelis have done for us in our moments of crisis?
This is exactly what I was coming to. Because Israel has been our, I would say, the most trustworthy friend, in fact, we've let Israel down. And you know why? Because we've somehow had this notion of, let's pander to this internal constituency. And Rahul, I'm very blunt at all times. I know what the population of India right now is. So I choose my words very carefully. 1.15 billion Indians stand with Israel right now. All right, I'll repeat that. And I don't care about anybody else or anyone else. 1.15 billion Indians have decided to stand with Israel. Come what may.
So you've discounted 300 million Indians.
I don't want to say more than that, but the fact of the matter is, it is our moral and ethical obligation to stand with Israel. And as far as hexagon is concerned, well, as a chemist, I love 3D more than 2D. I think we should go one by one through all the Platonic solids. So I'd rather it be dodecahedron than hexagon. But I think the point is, let's be in any alliance where Israel is. And look at the other members, prospective members. You have Greece, you have Cyprus. I mean, it would be a counter lever to Turkey, which is aligning more and more with the Islamist nations of Pakistan.
Yeah, and that Islamist NATO that is growing. And I'm using the term Islamist because, viewers, none of these three countries that are together at any level look upon others as partners. They look upon others as basically enemies. So there is a problem there. But I want to bring this Tal Meron back in, and I want to ask her, what are your expectations from this meeting? I know that at this moment the optics are going to dominate. It's also a big moment because Mr. Netanyahu perceives himself to be isolated, and therefore when the Prime Minister of one of the world's most populous countries and a democracy at that is standing by his side, all that criticism sort of melts away into the shadows. But beyond that, what is the expectation from this visit?
First of all, I have to say, it's not very often when an opposition member such as myself agrees with each and every word that was said by a member of the Knesset who is from the coalition, the deputy of the foreign affairs minister. I completely agree with what she had said. And, when it comes to our foreign policies, of course, I represent my country and the best interests of my country.
Wonderful.
So thank you, even if I have some criticism when it comes to my government, I represent my country very proudly, and we are so proud to have this visit by your Prime Minister. And of course, we want it to be a great success. So anything that will be agreed on during this visit with the Prime Minister, our Prime Minister and your Prime Minister, is a success for both countries. And therefore, I support it completely. I think that, as I've said before, besides the fact that the speech was very heartwarming and very supportive of the state of Israel. We are so grateful for the support since October 7th. And of course, your Prime Minister has mentioned that during his speech and the horrible trauma that the people of Israel went through. But I think that you also went through some trauma with your own security issues. And we share the same concerns when it comes to radical Islam, when it comes to standing together against terror, zero tolerance to terror. That's the way he mentioned it, your Prime Minister, and I completely agree. When it comes to terror, we should all stand united. That means against, Hamas, against Hezbollah, against the Houthis, and of course, unfortunately, Iran, which is the head of the snake operating all these terror groups around the world, and your concerns when it comes to national security as well. So I'm hoping this visit will bring amazing results in all aspects. That means with a trade agreement, that means with military defense systems, that means in agriculture, that means in every aspect that you can think of. So I'm wishing for this visit to be very meaningful and have great success and results.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for joining us. Let me bring back Khalif bin David here once more. Khalif, as a journalist and an editor who's going to sort of be typing out perhaps the headlines, what are the couple of important takeaways from this that you're focusing, and also, of course, the outcome of this entire interaction? We'll obviously have the joint agreements tomorrow after the bilaterals. What are those headlines that you're going to be looking out for?
Right. Well, listen, in terms of tomorrow, the talk about trade agreement, we've talked about maybe the progress that maybe could be made in bringing India into some kind of security alliance, agreements on security issues, cooperation. We haven't talked about air defense specifically. That is a huge, huge issue, maybe even a key issue in this visit, whether we'll see some more formal cooperation, joint work on air defense systems, such as we saw, for example, in the development of the Barak 8. So there's plenty. But I do want to say, some of your guests have talked about the optics here. Sometimes optics are substance. There are plenty of countries that are doing business with Israel in the security field, in economics, in many other ways that at the same time don't want to give Israel the recognition for that publicly because of, for example, the way a lot of the Western media has portrayed Israel in the past 2.5 years. There's plenty of substance there between Israel and India that we don't talk about: the economic cooperation, the growing number of Indian.
At U Haifa International, academic excellence isn't just a standard, it's a way of life. With 21 English-taught master's programs, world-class faculty, and Israel's top national score in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, students grow in every direction.
If you really want to challenge yourself academically, grow in a very diverse community, and be immersed in such an important and significant environment, University of Haifa is the place for you.
Located on the stunning Carmel Ridge, the U Haifa blends academic excellence with a welcoming community.
U Haifa International has a great combination of top-notch academics with a great community of students.
Whether you're pursuing a one-year master's or diving into research, U Haifa gives you the tools, mentorship, and real-life insight to make your mark on.
That Prime Minister Modi came to Israel, that he embraced Prime Minister Netanyahu, that he spoke in the Knesset, and that he reaffirmed the Jewish people's historic right to be here in this region and in the land of Israel.
Okay, let me bring in Dr. Mordecai Kedar, Middle East analyst. Mr. Kedar, thank you very much for speaking to us. I want to ask you a question that perhaps cuts at the heart, really, of some of the choices that New Delhi has to make when it travels to Israel, especially when the Prime Minister travels. He's not going to Palestine like he did earlier too, and that is a big dehyphenation that India has done as far as its relationship with Israel vis-a-vis Palestine is concerned. So that's one aspect of it. But fundamentally, and this is something that I want to ask you, do you see the war that might come to the Gulf, the war against Iran, complicating equations between Delhi and Tel Aviv going down the line? Or do you think that that issue is not something that is going to in any way upset the apple cart?
First of all, it's not between Delhi and Tel Aviv. It's between Delhi and Jerusalem, because our capital city already for more than 3,000 years is Jerusalem, not Tel Aviv. So this is the first thing. Secondly, I listened to every word which both Netanyahu and Modi said in the Knesset. These was not speeches. These were not speeches. This was love songs between both of them personally, and between two nations. These speeches were way beyond speeches, normal speeches in the Knesset. This was about affection. This was about admiration. This was about relations which are not political. And this is actually answering your question. Iran today is a danger to Israel and to India as well. Because Iran pushes forward the jihadism, which in your case is represented by Pakistan, because they are the two sides of the same coin, of the same jihadi coin. Israel fought against Hamas, fought against Hezbollah, fought against Iran, and their proxies in Yemen and other countries as well. And this is what Modi understands, that we are in the same ditch. We are in the same war. We are in the same struggle against jihadism and against barbarism, which we saw ever since Jews came back to their country in the mid-19th century until or through October 7 and all the wars until this very day. Modi understands it. Modi is fully with us because we are in the same ditch against the same enemy.
Well, that's very interestingly put. So there is a commonality of interest there, and that helps in this convergence, rather. Very quickly, I want to come out to Sushant Sareen, Dr. Ranganathan, and of course, our young panelist, Avinom. Sushant Sareen, over to you first. Couple of takeaways before we play out the speech again.
One, I just wanted to correct Anand. I think he is overestimating the number of people who are not in favor of relations with Israel. There are not so many leftists in India, as he seems to believe there are. So just I wanted to clarify that. Second, look, I think it's, I think the convergences between India and Israel are pretty clear. I think that's a no-brainer. The question is, how do we operationalize that? Again, in the defense field, in the technology field, even in agriculture, a lot of stuff is happening. And it's a very, very productive relationship, but it needs to be scaled up a lot more. And if we can strike a trade deal between the two countries, I think that will be fabulous. Second, on alliance, I would imagine that, again, this is extremely important, very critical, because look, yes, I agree what the gentleman before me was speaking. We have common enemies in many ways. Now, for example, Turkey. I don't think Turkey is exactly a friend of Israel, and Turkey is clearly and avowedly an enemy of India. And not from since this clown Erdogan has come into power. The maximum massacres in India historically were carried out by the Turks. It was not carried out by anybody else. It was not the Arabs. It was the Turks who carried out most of the massacres in India. And if you look at Indian literature, these guys are labeled as Turks. So the fact of the matter remains that Turkey is picking up that old, inheritance of massacring, people whom they don't like. So we have a common enemy. I think the Greeks and Cyprus, of course, we probably on the same page there. And there are many Muslim Arab countries which understand danger that comes from these radical groups, which are modern, which are progressive, which are looking to the future, not going back into the dark ages. These are countries which can become allies, but this, I would imagine, I could be wrong, but I don't think this is going to be a formal kind of an alliance in the way alliances, we normally imagine alliances. I would imagine this will be more of a kind of an understanding between these countries, a lot of cooperation, a lot of, joint projects and stuff like that. But I don't see this developing as a military alliance.
Okay.
I could be, but I don't. I know India has generally been pretty averse to getting into any kind of an alliance arrangement. Also because, look, whether we like it or not, while there are certain convergences with Israel, there are some areas of divergence.
Okay.
I might not endorse everything Iran does, and I certainly don't. But there are certain areas in which India and Iran need to work together. The Iranians need us, and we need the Iranians. So, this is just the reality of international relations, that you have to sometimes deal with each other, even if you don't agree.
Okay. Let me bring in Ms. Avinom. Yes. Oh, and then Doctor. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, so I really would like to second what Dr. Mordechai Kedar said, which is these were not just speeches, these were declarations, actually open declarations about the commitment of both countries to each other. If up until really, a few decades ago, India was really handled this relationship behind closed doors. Now it's more than ever open to the world to see, and it's really the approach of the pragmatism of Modi and make India great again. Really, he really decided. India decided since Modi was elected that they are not ashamed of themselves anymore. They're not ashamed of their strategical connections, because what others nations will say about them, how they will judge them. So they put it aside. They put India's citizens in front, on the top of the priorities of Modi's, and we can see that throughout of his, throughout of his governments. You see a major development within sanitation, agriculture. If let's say 10 years ago, the services that the basic services that Israeli tech company basically collaborated with India was call center services. Now you have engineers that are coming to Israel, data scientists that are coming to Israel, and vice versa. So we really have an amazing development within Indian society, industrial, technological, and obviously now with this open declarations, and as I was mentioning, that it's going to go towards even a maybe military alliance in one way or another. This is the way forward. You cannot say it's not going to happen.
Okay.
Especially, I would like to add also, it's not only in Kashmir what's happening now with the so-called student revolution that you had in Bangladesh, which is actually an Islamic takeover. So India is really, facing similar threats, not only on the Kashmir area, which we saw the deadly attack, in May last year. So yeah, so we have a lot of commonalities and things that we can understand each other, and I think you don't have any kind of type of relationship with any nations in the world, so it's a very unique relationship.
Okay, Doctor.
Yeah, no, just a couple of points. We've had the youngest member of the panel speak and the oldest member, Sushant Sareen, also speak. So I just want to put in there he smiles. Thank you. Now, a couple of points. Number one, ever since we opened up to Israel, too late in my opinion, our trade has jumped by 23 times.
Yes.
From 200 million to what is now approaching 5 billion. So obviously, both countries know that the only way is up, up and up. And I think the more we talk about not just the defense, science and technology, the better it would be. And secondly, just a small point of not disagreement, but variance with Sushant, when he talks about that there are a lot of progressive Muslim countries that would also, who are thinking, let's say with an open mind. I just like to say that one of the reasons the two speeches today were wonderful was that they weren't just talking about two nations coming together. They were talking about two ideologies coming together. There's a confluence of ideologies. That is the Jewish civilization and the Hindu civilization. And, it's all very well talking about Muslim nations currently or presently being modern and outward looking, but it all can change with a click of a finger. I mean, we all know about Ataturk and, Kemal, and Turkey was secular for 50 years. Where is Turkey now? So that's the thing with Muslim nations. When the ideology is so overbearing, it's simply not possible to move along and have confluence.
Well, strong views, viewers, as you could expect from Dr. Ranganathan. Doesn't mince his words. But viewers, I think what we're seeing today is a phenomenal recasting that is taking place live. And it has been demonstrated there, right there in front of, for everyone to see in the Knesset, which is really where the Israeli people express themselves. So it can't be a better stage, and of course it's a historic opportunity there. Thank you, Caleb Ben David, and thank you all our other guests. We're going to cut straight back to that speech, the Prime Minister's speech, which he gave. It was a 45-minute long address, and look at the standing ovation he got for his speech, and also awarded the Medal of the Senate there. That was very, very important from a symbolic point of view. So let's go back to those historic moments. For the first time, an Indian Prime Minister addressing the Israeli Parliament.
Introducing Motorola's.
At U Haifa International, academic excellence isn't just a standard, it's a way of life. With 21 English-taught master's programs, world-class faculty, and Israel's top national score in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, students grow in every direction.
If you really want to challenge yourself academically, grow in a very diverse community, and be immersed in such an important and significant environment, University of Haifa is the place for you.
Located on the stunning Carmel Ridge, the U Haifa blends academic excellence with a welcoming community.
U Haifa International has a great combination of top-notch academics with a great community of students.
Whether you're pursuing a one-year master's or diving into research, U Haifa gives you the tools, mentorship, and real-life insight to make your mark on the world. U Haifa International. Master your mind, live your Israel experience.
For more than 200 years, when Israel's most vulnerable needed help, Kol El Chabad was there. When families can't afford food, when seniors are alone, when children are struggling to survive, Kol El Chabad steps in with meals, essentials, and dignity. Right now, thousands of families across Israel are counting on that help. And you can make sure it reaches them. Your donation doesn't just give charity, it gives hope, it gives strength, it saves lives. Kol El Chabad, helping Israel one life at a time. Scan the QR code on your screen and give now. Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel, one purchase at a time.
Now, before we continue, a quick word about how you can support independent journalism at ILTV. We're committed to bringing you original reporting and stories from Israel that often do not make it into the global spotlight. If you value diverse perspectives and reliable coverage, you can now subscribe through our app to help ILTV News grow. Just scan the QR code on your screen to help us expand our reporting. Continue delivering the kind of journalism that informs, challenges, and connects. Your subscription helps us do more than report the news. It helps us ensure that stories from the region are told with depth, integrity, and clarity. With your support, we can continue building a space for journalism that informs, connects, and inspires.
These talks ended, of course, with no resolution. And meanwhile, all that's doing is giving the Ayatollahs more time. If they agree to Trump's conditions, that will be the worst thing that can happen, because they won't stick to them.
If America has to pull the trigger and strike against Iran, there will be legitimacy because the Iranians were given a chance to do the right thing.
A legitimacy, schlegitimacy. I hate that word.
Shalom and welcome to another episode of Israel Undiplomatic. Today is the 18th of February. It's a Wednesday, and we are speaking the day after the meeting in Geneva between the Iranian and U.S. delegations. So a lot to unravel here. And as per usual, I'm with my co-host, Ruthie Bloom. How are we today, Ruthie? And how do you look at what happened yesterday in Geneva?
Okay, so when you ask how I am, it's a complicated answer because actually I'm getting antsy about a strike on the Islamic Republic. And I know a lot of people feel the way I do because we've been waiting for weeks now. We were anticipating it, and we see lots of movement of U.S. aircraft carriers, fighter jets. There's all kinds of movement going on. And yet these talks ended, of course, with no resolution and with just a decision that they'll have a third set of talks. And meanwhile, all that's doing is giving the Ayatollahs more time.
Because you more time, at least in the short term, also helps the United States of America and all the countries that support the United States, Israel included, because it gives the United States time to move into the region more and more military assets. Specifically, everyone is talking about the aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, which is being moved. It was in operations outside Venezuela, somewhere there near Latin America, and is now on its way sailing towards the Middle East. And I think in the short term, dragging this out a little longer is not to the disadvantage of the United States or to Israel. Now, that's counterintuitive because for many years, the Iranians just want to talk. And from their point of view, just talking is good because it gets rid of the pressure. But maybe at least in the short, medium term, this delay actually suits Western interests.
For sure, that's true. But I have to say, when you look at those so-called talks in Geneva, this is after there were talks in Oman. Now, first of all, note that in Geneva, it took place, these talks took place, I believe, in the Omani embassy, and the delegations were not in the same room. That's how successful, or that's what you call peaceful negotiations. They wouldn't even sit in the same room with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. That's one thing. Meanwhile, outside of that room, the Ayatollah Khamenei was threatening on X and elsewhere and on Al Jazeera, saying, the U.S. thinks that its aircraft carriers are so strong, but they don't, we could sink those ships, something along those lines. So here you are, you're in these talks, and Tehran is threatening the U.S. with serious threats and saying, we will never give up our ballistic missile program. We will not give up everything else, etc. So now before we continue to talk about that, it's not surprising, of course. And by the way, what we're reading is that there's a new surge of protests in the streets, albeit smaller, because you can understand those people don't want to get gunned down and slaughtered as soon as they peek their heads out of their homes. But before we talk about that, let's hear what Vice President J.D. Vance had to say about this in an interview with Martha McCallum on Fox News yesterday.
The president has all options on the table. And, one thing about the negotiation I will say this morning is, in some ways it went well. They agreed to meet afterwards. But in other ways, it was very clear that the president has set some red lines that the Iranians are not yet willing to actually acknowledge and work through. So we're going to keep on working it. But of course, the president reserves the ability to say when he thinks that diplomacy has reached its natural end. We hope we don't get to that point. But if we do, that'll be the president's call.
Can I say, Ruthie, it's very interesting. On the day of the talks, the Iranians walked out of the room and they said, great talks, where we have some understandings on some, general issues. There's hope here. We've got to keep talking. This is good. And for a while, Washington said nothing. Okay, nothing at all. And in many ways, this was not to be unexpected because once again, we said a moment ago, the Iranians are under a threat of the United States of America, and they want to reduce the threat, and they want to say, yes, these talks are promising, and they talk it up without actually giving anything substantive. And we waited, and we waited, and we waited, and only hours afterwards, not the president, but the vice president gave that interview that we just saw to Fox News, and he wanted to send a message. And he wanted to send a message that from the administration's perspective, okay, we had a round. They were inconclusive. Maybe this will work. We're willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. There are still significant gaps. He said the Iranians are not meeting Trump's red lines. And if this doesn't work, we have another option. And you said very correctly, well, while these talks are going on, the Iranians are threatening to destroy American warships, to attack and sink American aircraft carriers. But to be fair, America is also shaking a stick by moving all these forces to the region, threatening the Iranians, saying either you agree to our red lines, you agree to our deal, or else. And I would ask you, I would ask everyone who's watching or listening to our program, whose threat is more realistic? Whose threat is more credible? And the answer is, it's clear that the Iranians are just doing bravado, and it's not realistic. Yeah, the chances of them actually having a successful hit on a U.S. aircraft carrier are minute. But what are the chances of all those American military assets in the region actually bringing real pain to the Islamic Republic, to that regime, to its leadership, to its infrastructure, and so forth? Yes, that is very, very real. And so I think that is the background noise for the talks. But the essential American message, which was repeated here by the vice president, was clear. Either you meet the red lines of the United States of America regarding the nuclear program and so forth, and we can talk about it later because it was very interesting how he answered some of the other questions, I thought, the vice president. But I think it's very clear. The game is very clear. Either Iran meets the Americans' red line, and it's not clear that they can or they will or they want to, or those military assets will be used very effectively against the Iranian regime.
The 2026 JNS International Policy Summit will take place April 15 to 17 at the Waldorf Astoria in Jerusalem. Register today at jns-summit.org and use the coupon code JNSTV. That is JNSTV, one word, to receive 20% off all tickets. I look forward to seeing you in Jerusalem. I want to stress again, I know I keep sounding like a broken record on our broadcast, but I really want to say this on behalf of the Iranian people. I know that it's common to say, the Iranians will agree, not agree. I really make a point of stressing that we're not talking about the Iranians, we're talking about the Ayatollahs, or you could say the Islamic Republic. And so I don't say the Iranians are doing this, the Iranians are doing that. I want to make a distinction on behalf of the Iranian people, and we want them to be free, and we want them to get out from under that disgusting regime that is a threat to them and a threat to Israel and the United States, the whole world. Okay. Now, you're absolutely right that the U.S. threat is more credible because even the Ayatollahs know that they're no match for the might of the United States of America. And now even the whole world knows that the Islamic Republic is more of a paper tiger than had been imagined, as we saw in the 12-Day War. For years, everybody said in America, in Israel, everywhere, you don't poke that bear because you never know. They can wipe Israel off the map, or they've got nukes and they've got ballistic missiles, or they're enriching uranium enough to put on warheads, etc. And then we saw that actually they were a lot weaker and it was easier to take out their nuclear facilities than anybody had thought. Having said that, the strength of Islamists against the West is not in their weapons. It's in their mind frame and their understanding that the West believes that everybody just wants peace, quiet, affluence, and for everybody to get along and to have free and fair elections. And it's a lie. It's not true. And they know it. And this is one of the problems Israel has with fighting Hamas and Hezbollah. The one thing the Islamists know, and I would like to say while on that point, is that we just entered the month of Ramadan. And it's crucial because we're hearing rumors, again, we don't know if it's true, it may not be true, that the United States is thinking of giving the Ayatollahs a deadline of a month to either sign a deal or not, all right? And then I say, well, what is that month? It's the month of Ramadan. And again, the West takes that kind of thing into account when the enemies, the Islamist enemies, never do. On the contrary, we saw on October 7th, Hamas aimed at us on a Jewish holiday. The same thing with the Yom Kippur War, the same thing. So here I just want to say the Islamists have a strength that the West does not have.
Can I respond in a number of ways? First of all, on the Ramadan issue, it was said, I remember, and we're both old enough to remember 9/11 and the attacks on New York and Washington by Al-Qaeda. And America wanted to respond and hit back against Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. And they said America can't attack during Ramadan. And guess what? The United States attacked during Ramadan. And to be fair, always in Ramadan, the Israeli security apparatus has to be on higher alert because we know Ramadan is more prone to attacks. And I would say to the Muslim extremists, what? You're allowed to attack us on Ramadan and we're not allowed to attack you, or we can't defend ourselves. And so I think the whole Ramadan issue, to use a bad metaphor, is a bit of a red herring from the point of view of we can't attack you on Ramadan, right? They have never done Ramadan ceasefires against us. The famous Yom Kippur War, they used to call it the Ramadan War when they attacked us in October 1973. That's the first point. Second point about does the West understand who these Islamists are? So we heard that very clearly from the American Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, at the Munich Security Conference, where he talked about a regime that was headed by Ayatollahs, about Islamist extremists who've got this world outlook and what they believe. And so I don't know about other administrations. Yes, we can debate about Obama and debate about Biden and so forth. But I have a sense that important people in this administration have no illusions whatsoever about the nature of the Iranian regime. The Secretary of State said it very openly, and I don't think he'd say things that the president didn't agree with. And I think it's very clear that there is an understanding in this particular administration that, this regime is a problematic regime from its very basic element, right? This is a regime steeped in this ideology of exporting the Islamic Revolution. As Henry Kissinger famously said, the problem with Iran is it's not a country, it's a cause. And that cause has been the export of the Khomeini Revolution across the Middle East and beyond, right? Final point. Prime Minister Netanyahu gave a very important speech this week before the Conference of Presidents where he expressed, and he said openly, I'm skeptical if a deal is possible, and I agree with him. I'm skeptical if the Iranians can ever possibly meet, I'll correct myself, the Iranian regime can ever possibly meet the American red lines. And it's right to be skeptical, right? But nevertheless, Netanyahu went on and said, what do we need for this to be a good deal on the assumption that the Iranians are willing to play ball? On the nuclear issue, he said two very interesting things, distinct from the deal that Obama did 10 years ago now. Number one, he said all the enriched uranium left in Iran, remaining in Iran since the strikes of last June, all of that has to be removed from Iran. Right? There can be no enriched uranium less in Iran because with enriched uranium, you can make nuclear weapons. And the second thing he said, which is in many ways equally important, if not more important, he said that Iran has to be denied the capability to enrich any uranium. Because the Obama deal left them with the technology to enrich uranium, but it agreed to, so-called agreed to, lower levels. Non-military use weapons in the low percentages. What is the problem? Mendaciously say, yes, they lie about it openly, yes. They say, we only want a peaceful program, so you don't need enrichment. Call their bluff. And so Netanyahu stressed that you need these two elements in any deal for it to work.
Right. But I would take issue with Netanyahu and you and President Trump. There is no such thing as a good deal with them. None of the conditions, and the reason is, even if the Ayatollahs agreed to all those conditions, which they won't, but let's suppose by some miracle they did.
Not by miracle, but because the Americans have got their...
No, they would lie. They would lie. It is part of their culture. It is even in Islam, there are concepts about that. It's okay to lie when you need to achieve your goals. And so no deal would be a good deal. That's number one. But if there were, and another reason is that if there were such a deal, that would mean removing sanctions. That would mean money in their coffers. And by the way, when you said that other countries provide enriched uranium, that's not the only thing they provide. We know also China, North Korea, and Russia are aiding and abetting the Ayatollahs. There is a really dangerous geopolitical issue going on, but it's not just geopolitical. The Iranian regime is religious. Now, it's interesting because I have a friend, actually we have a common friend, who said to me, the reason I'm nervous about this, whether there's a deal, there's not a deal, military action, not military action, that regime is so ideological and even suicidal to the point of if you believe in the afterlife and the 12th imam going up to heaven, to paradise, and that is that she said they could pull a Hail Mary pass and say, okay, well, if we're on the way out, now what we can do is just fire off the weapons we do have, the missiles we do have. We can hit Tel Aviv. We can hit Europe. They could just empty out their arsenal in order to, say, okay, that's a last hurrah. Because if we're going to go down, we won't go down without killing huge amounts of people, Jews, Christians, infidel Muslims, etc.
So, first of all, I'd like to see regime change in Iran. I think we all would. First and foremost, the Iranian people want to see this terrible regime thrown out, yes? The question, is that likely to happen anytime soon? And if there is a chance for a good deal, yes, with the regime, should we throw it away on the hope that somehow the regime's going to fall sometimes soon? And that's a difficult question in my mind to answer. And we have to, I think very carefully about, in the world of decision making, not using, if you feel now, right, and it's a question mark, but if you feel now that there's an opportunity to force the Iranians to accept a deal that they've never accepted in the last 30 years, do you say, no, we're not going to use that opportunity now in order to wait for the Iranian people to rise up? Because everywhere in the West, everyone says, it's not going to be like Saddam and in Iraq, yes? Everyone says the Iranian people have to do this by themselves. Now, that the Iranian people want to overthrow their regime, everyone agrees. That's of course. Do they have the power to do so? And what we saw, and you said it yourself, we're seeing now a certain amount of renewed demonstrations because it's the 40 days since the people were killed in that the big massacre that happened in Iran. And yet it's much less than before because the Iranian regime is so brutal and it has killed and massacred its own people and is willing to do so again to stay in power. And so the question is, on the possibility, not probability, on the possibility that the Iranian people are actually going to overthrow their regime, do you say no to a deal? Now, you will say correctly, okay, but a deal will give sanctions relief to the Iranians, and that will give blood to the regime, and it will help the regime survive, because a lot of the people demonstrating are demonstrating for economic reasons, because the regime has brought economic havoc upon the economy of Iran, and the people there, their money's worthless, and there's no jobs, and the country's falling apart economically, and sanctions relief will save the regime, and there's truth in that argument. But if you made the deal with the Iranians on the assumption that there's no automatic sanctions relief, and I know this is something I believe Israelis have said to Americans, if you say there's no automatic sanctions relief, that there's only relief when you actually move on the difficult lifting that you have to do. In other words, it's not enough that you sign the agreement and smile, and the Iranians are very good at signing agreements and smiling, yes? But you only get sanctions relief on the basis of implementation. You move out 1,000, I don't know, whatever it is, units of highly enriched uranium, and that goes to a third country and it's off Iranian territory, only then you get sanctions relief. When we have proof that you've dismantled centrifuges, you get sanctions relief. In other words, it's only in response to the specific implementation of Iranian promises to dismantle their nuclear program.
Yes, but that's a pipe dream, okay? First of all, you keep saying, well, if they dismantle this and dismantle that. That's not the only issue with the Islamist regime in Tehran. The issue, and you say, if there is any deal that is signed, you can forget about the Iranian people rising up to take over that regime. You can forget about it. The only way they'll do it, it's true, they have to do it, but they were expecting, and they were promised by President Trump, that they would do their part, and the U.S. and Israel would do, their part, and together that would topple the regime. Now, you mentioned that, if there's money in their coffers, then, a part of the reason that people are protesting is that there's no money, and that's true. But that money never goes to the Iranian people. It goes to Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the Iraqi militias. That's one of the reasons that the Iranian people were getting fed up. Many of the reasons was, you care about the Palestinians. What about us? What about our lives? So, but again, I'm saying, if there's a deal, any deal, there will be no regime change, number one. And number two, there's the deal it would make if they were to change their entire character, the Ayatollahs, they wouldn't be them, okay? To say, well, if they do something else, then it'll be fine. In other words, it can't happen because they haven't changed. And by the way, they say so. They where they lie is about their intentions for nuclear weapons, but they don't lie about whom they want to kill. In fact, a few days ago, when they were celebrating the anniversary of the Islamist revolution, They had the names of American generals on missiles and on coffins. And they're not making any bones about it. Plus, they always say, we want to wipe Israel off the face of the earth. And so there is no change there. So no deal. The only thing a deal will do, however, whatever's in that deal, will mean that the Iranian people were abandoned just as they were by Obama and, of course, by Biden, but especially by Obama. They were abandoned when they took to the streets and were gunned down then. And I'm really hoping, and this is my message to President Trump, do not follow the last person in the world whose footsteps you want to follow, and is Obama.
So I'll say the following. If you are correct, okay, and this regime is incapable of meeting the American red lines, right, then we don't have a problem. There's no reason for us to argue. If you are correct, then that means America is moving all these forces into the area, and it will be forced to use them because the Iranians won't agree to Trump's red lines. I'm raising the theoretical possibility, and maybe it's a hope that the Trump administration has, that because of their uniquely vulnerable and weak position, the economy, and their own internal issues, which are very extreme in Iran. Yes, their people rose up and they had to squash them with force. The regime is weaker than ever before. And of course, its military and its proxies, because of what's happened since October 7th, yes, it's weaker regionally, it's weaker militarily, it's weaker technologically. It is in a uniquely weak position. And that there is a chance, I'm not saying a certainty, that they will agree to things they've never agreed to before. Now, having said that, I know you could be right. They could not agree. But if they don't agree, we've used the time to move all the forces to the Middle East. And I want to say two things, which is very interesting, I think. You know, your friends, the Europeans, I say that cynically, of course, they're not your friends, right? But often in the past, the Europeans would be proposing, let's calm things down. And some European diplomat, a Frenchman or a German or a Brit would be acting as an intermediary in this and being the do-gooder trying to calm things down. The Europeans have shut up. In other words, they're letting America lead on this. Very interesting. In other words, they don't want to undermine Trump's chances of forcing the Iranians to get a deal or else, and they haven't come out against the or else either. At the same time, and here you follow these things much more than me, but I remember in the lead up to the war in June, when Israel was fighting Iran alone during the first 10 days of the 12-day war, before Midnight Hammer, there was this whole debate in America about we should stay out of it. This is Israel's war. We can't let Israel drag America into a war, right? And there were people, very notable people in American public life who were saying that. My impression is that that conversation, yes, don't let Israel drag us into war. Everyone sees that Washington, that President Trump is leading this, and that conversation sort of gone away. In other words, precisely because the United States has put this diplomatic option on the table, precisely because they've put clear red lines on the table, it has, from a utilitarian point of view, yes, that if America has to pull the trigger and strike against Iran, there will be legitimacy because the Iranians were given a chance to do the right thing.
Okay, first of all, legitimacy, schlegitimacy. I hate that word. It's somehow always the moral forces in the world are seeking legitimacy from immoral ones. And so it really gets on my nerves. But put that aside for a minute and let me just correct you for 1 second. It's not that I said that I'm doubtful there could be a good deal, or that if they don't agree to the red lines. What I'm saying is they might agree, but it won't mean anything. You better hope they don't agree to Trump's terms. He says they want a deal. Of course they want a deal. Of course they want a deal. They don't want military action against themselves because they know they'll lose. Okay. Second of all, and so what I'm saying is they may come around and fake out to buy more time, as they always do. And let's just hope that, and I don't think Trump is someone who is going to let them pull the wool over his eyes. But I'm saying there is that Western tendency. And in Trump's case, it's also an additional tendency to say, when you're strong in a deal, you can make a deal. And especially if they are weak, which they are, as you said, it's precisely because they're that weakened that this is the time to strike, not to deal. And if they agree, to Trump's conditions, that will be the worst thing that can happen because they won't stick to them. And by the time, the International Atomic Energy Agency sends inspectors in, and then they don't let them in, and they do let them in, you've bought more time and more time. That's one thing. Second of all, it is not true that in America, those voices of "you're all doing this for Israel" have quieted down. They've just come in full force from the groypers in the Republican Party, or and the leftists and the right wingers like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, and even now, unfortunately, Megyn Kelly, who yes, say we're doing this for Israel, and Israel is getting us into this, and Jews are getting us into this. So those voices are still there, but we've got to ignore those voices. And thank God, I think so far President Trump has said there's no room in the Republican Party for anti-Semitism, etc. So anyway, my point is not, well, if they don't agree to the red lines, then no. We don't want them to agree, because if they do, then we are really screwed.
So I will respond. Netanyahu spent time in his speech talking about what needs to be in a deal, though he said he was skeptical, and he said it very strongly that he's skeptical that a deal is possible. But if there is going to be a deal, what needs? And I spoke a moment ago about what needs to be on the nuclear side. He also mentioned the ballistic missile side, right? And he talked about there's this international convention where countries can sign up to, but it limits the warhead and the range of the missiles that they can have, right? Or that they can trade with, and so forth. And so he talked about that. And then, of course, there's the terror issue, the proxy issue. And I'll give a theoretical thing that would be a challenge for Israel. What happens if Trump can get a deal that is near perfect on the nuclear issue, but leaves the other two issues unanswered? And what should Israel's response then be? Because I think if I heard the J.D. Vance interview on Fox, and the whole interview, he was very clear on the nuclear issue. We won't allow them down. On the other issues, he was a little more, he says, we don't want them to. He used words that were less strong. When he used the term red lines, I think he was referring to the nuclear issue. And so is it a dilemma for Israel that you'll get a good deal on the nuclear issue, but which will also play lip service to or ignore